Yeah, 100%, and that's what Manly did very well on their first set. So it's a real feature, something to look out for when you're watching them run the online plays. Sort of almost think to yourself, what would I run next? And it's
and Manly have found a gap again, but the pass has been called back, and that's a relief for Maitland because 2-0 down inside 4 minutes wouldn't have been what they were after to start this match. And that's a poor pass, and there's frustration from the Maitland bench. It was a tied pass, which you wouldn't expect 4 minutes into a game.
Yeah, sometimes it's sort of like a mental toughness type thing. Like you're thinking, or maybe concentration. You're thinking you've got to substitute off, so you take your focus off the ball a bit, and then it ends up looking. You end up getting the error, of course, as we've seen another one there.
Yeah, so Manly, since scoring the try, it was the perfect start to the game. Since then, they've really struggled. You can see the shooters coming up here, squeezing the space for Maitland, and there's the mistake. It was really smart, wasn't it, from Manly? Just one player going up at a time, just ensuring that Maitland were not able to make those easy meters. Medved. This is French. Some movement here from Maitland and Medved. French. Medved around the back with the wrap. Able to find some space, but Sophie Bishop was always going to find it hard there. Maitland had the numbers defensively. French dumping it down. Medved powering through. Medved diving. No touch. 2-0 Manly.
And that's a perfect example of what we're talking about with sequencing. In that actual sequence was the reverse or the opposite sequence of what we just spoke about. They ran that bump and run, or that that hard run with the wrapper, and gave it on the first one, stretched them out towards the bottom of the screen. Then they ran the exact play again, but then dove. So they're really good tips. You can't go much wrong with that. Absolutely classy play there from Manly.
So would you say, Jace, Maitland, Manly, favourites for this 18 girls competition? We'll just see this Maitland set play out, see what they can dish up. That's McClellan, who's been told to go back and play it, taking it back to the 7 so they can draw Manly out. Beckett. And dummying going low was Tani Beckett. The touch was made, and that's 6-4 Maitland.
Yeah, Manly definitely a strong Renegades, maybe. Just trying to think back to last year. The thing with these age divisions is they're like double divisions. So you'll have the girls turning 17 and turning 18. So you get a bit of a shuffling with the girls coming up from 16s and some of the seniors moving on. So definitely Manly are one to look out for, and maybe Renegades as well in the 18s girls is another team to look out for.
Lidbury. Good early test though for Maitland. Asimus, and now with Latta. Emily Latta kept it going for Jada Fraser, returns it to Latta. Space did open up there. The hole was there for Ava Murdoch, and down the pass went. Manly going to box it here and make some changes. Get some fresher legs on the field. Comes. Put the pass on now, going out of dummy half and burning through. Coming out the other side was Perrott, but the referee, he's going to call it back. Touch was made, it was called.
Yeah, Perrott seemed to have another couple of gears there, didn't she? Very fast.
And she was thinking, was there a touch? She certainly was asking the question as Tani Sunnerton. Chapman. And Lidbury. Farlua found Sunnerton. They're looking good with the ball. Can they find a try here? Final play, cutout passes on, and it's put down. We'll note that down. That is a huge moment. Lidbury with the line at a mercy. All she had to do was catch it and score, and it was a try for Maitland.
It was a beautiful play there from the Redbacks, and it would have been a real good confidence booster because they really had Manly all over the shop, and they were able to do it by running the play on the end of the drive. So that might be something that the Redbacks look at, come marching down the field, and rather than stop to run a dive over play. Just run straight into your scoop or your run around or your sweep, because they look really good there, Ben, the Redbacks.
French taking that run. Now Medved, were the players back the required distance? Gee, I'm surprised there. That was the question I'm sure that Manly were asking. Were the players back the 10? Referee said yes, and Maitland now with possession, able to make some changes. So it is perfect conditions here, Jace. This is probably about as good as it's going to get today in terms of not being too hot, ground nice and dry. Maitland able to use that to their advantage here. Lots of players out to their short side though, and it ends.
I don't mind that, but I'm seeing some good signs now, Redback. Hopefully they've turned the corner a bit, or they've probably caught on with what they need to do. But that's the right style for them. That suits them. Driving and running your play at the end of the driving set.
Yeah, they are looking good in possession, aren't they? But this is the issue. Well, there's a mistake. Could prove costly from Carissa Smythe. And that was always a question. Manly have got so much attacking arsenal. You just wonder whether Maitland are able to keep them out. I think they've got the ability with the ball to find a try before half-time. There's about 2 minutes remaining. Murdoch really wanting to draw Manly out. There is space to the left, but they go back to the right, and the touch is made on Alps. Looked to be a 4-on-3 out there to that left edge, Jace, but they went back right in the end. It's going to be a touch pass that goes against Maitland. And another mistake from Manly. They're just their own worst enemies at the moment. Got a 2-try lead though, so they've got a good buffer.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Maitland grab one here to really open up the game and see whether Manly can refocus a bit more. It's definitely a good chance for him here, the Redbacks, and commentators curse again.
They, you know, some people would say they deserve a try, and you probably would argue that, but they've just made the mistakes in key areas, and there was another example there. Just haven't been good enough in those key moments to get themselves a try in this game, but they've shown some real promise here. This is Calms popping it on to Jackson. And Manly are going to get a penalty. Not back the 10. I should say not back the required distance. They will have to get back the 10 here from the tap.
Big set for Redbacks. They've got to hold them out here, Ben. They're only down by 2. They're still in this one. They need a big defensive effort here.
Huge, isn't it? 30 seconds before halftime. These are the moments in crucial matches you have to hold firm. Manly put it down. Bishop it was, and it's another penalty. So they've got to be careful here, Maitland. They don't want to lose a player. It's a couple of penalties in a row here. So they'll probably get a couple of plays here, Manly. Maybe only one. Depends how much they want to use it here. It will be the final play here. One play to defend here, Maitland. And the touch has been made. So Manly at half-time, Medved and Patterson the try scorers with a 2-try-to-0 lead. But you feel, Jace, that this match hangs in the balance. We know a 2-try lead is a dangerous advantage.
Yeah, two's not enough. It is very interesting, this next 11.5, even from the point of view to set up the tournament, because Manly have looked good, but they've run the same type of plays. Like they've run that bump and run, or that rooster play they call it sometimes, where they've dived, run around the back, but they haven't really run a lot more. So they're going to need to have, you know, more sort of more variety in their attack throughout the weekend. So I want to see what they do in this second half. And from the Redbacks side, we've seen when they play that dump, scoop, rolling type of attack, they look good. So let's see whether they've sort of, you know, really picked up on that and that becomes more of their mainstay. So definitely an intriguing 11.5 coming up.
Just having a little listen here. The Maitland coach. So, Jace, I'm loving this because we've got the coach right there. I can basically just listen in. So this is the message from Maitland. It is that they really want to be more efficient in that attacking end, really finishing off their chances, and on their own line really getting up, putting pressure on Manly, because Manly have been good in attack at times, but when they've been put under pressure, they've found things difficult, like most sides.
Yeah, perfect. I think that's really good advice there coming out of the Maitland coaches there. So that's something that I think that'll serve them well, because if you look at that play that Manly has been running, where they do that quick drive and the run around, a good way to stop it is actually to get off the line. So that's probably that's a really good spot there from the Maitland coaching staff.
Maybe we might be able to, as the weekend goes on, see if some coaches are keen to have the mic put down there, have a little listen.
Yeah, I'll get down there. I might say, hey, why don't you do this? They'll probably tell me to go back up to the commentary box.
Well, Jace, you're going to go check out some merchandise in a second. You're doing some videos with the canteen and whatnot, so we'll see you around doing a few bits and pieces. Looking forward to that. We get underway here. Second half. Maitland with first use of it in the second 11.5 minutes it is. Can they find themselves a try? Beckett playing the ball. Here is McClellan. Perfect tonic here would be a try right after half time. Give them a huge boost. Manly did score in the first set of the game. Penalty here. Not getting up off the line. That's the decision. Got to come up to that 7. Beckett. Quick movement and diving low is Asimus. Touch has been called.
Budgie Smuggler on deck. They're situated near fields 5 and 6, as well as the Inferno merchandise area.
As the dump and split, Beckett and the touch made on Smith. Off to the short side they go, and the pass just didn't get off. And out of the hands well there from Tani Beckett.
The Stephen team are here today, selling limited edition event balls. Make sure you pay them a visit. They will sell out early if you want your very own. Senior State Cup event, match ball. Head on over to the team from Stephen.
So Manly, Grace French heading over to have a breather. A third try would be so crucial for them here. This is Gray with the switch back on the inside. 6 touches. Good set of defence from Maitland. Holding them and not allowing them to get near their goal line. So Jace, tick from the Maitland coach would be defence. They're really good first set of defence in the second half, but it's the attack. There's a mistake that they need to try and improve in the second half, because they're 2 tries down. They need to find a try very soon.
Yeah, well, the errors are really important. Like, if you look at an 11.5 minute half, you might get maybe 12 or 13 possessions with the ball. So you want to maximise them. If you turn the ball over 4 or 5 times, you're really limiting your chance to win the game. So that's why that's such a critical thing that you'll hear the coaches harping on about a lot.
Space looked to open up out there for Maitland down the right. Instead, they came back to the left, and this is where they're heading. Pass on the inside is shut down. Summerton.
Mills under. Come on, Mills, get there.
Going to play the ball on the 7 to draw the Seagulls out from their line. Can they exploit it here? There's plenty of space out to the right, but they're just blinking in the middle here. This is Falua. 2 Manly players in her path. Penalty, and referee pointing to the winger. Looks as though she wasn't back to 10, that decision. Summerton. Call coming from the Maitland bench to try and produce some kind of move to test out Manly, because at the moment it is easy pickings. They just can't quite get anything going. Maybe something here.
Try.
It is a try for Maitland. Well, we said they needed to be first to score in the second half, and they have done just that. Fantastic try. Just get the number plate of the player that went over. It did look to be Summerton. She's coming over for a breather. It is Tani Sunnerton scoring for Maitland, giving them a lifeline here, Jason. Manly, they can really only blame themselves. They've made a lot of errors since going up 2-0.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit of focus as well. Like, big favourites coming in, get a couple tries up, think it's going to be cruisy. And Redbacks are making sure they don't have it their own way.
And straight away, well, that's the mark of a good side, isn't it? Medved straight through, and Jazz Vera scores for Manly straight after conceding, and they're back ahead 3-1.
Yeah, very good hit back, and that's the sort of bounce back that you're talking about with the strong teams, the ones that are going to go deep into this tournament and get through to Sunday. They need to have that ability to shrug off the defensive error and bounce straight back.
Crucial, isn't it? Especially when you're in these kind of games, especially Maitland, they really needed to defend that set. But in the end now, they've got to put that behind them. Can they find a try here right after conceding at the other end? Would be tries in 3 straight sets in this game if they were to get over. McClellan taking the dump, and the pass just a little in front of her from Beckett. Down it goes. So Manly will feel a little bit more comfortable about things at the moment, halfway through this second half.
Yeah, Redbacks are showing a bit here, Ben. I like that they've sort of straightened up the attack a little bit, and they just need to be building throughout it. They've still got another 5 minutes here, and I think this will be one of those teams to watch throughout the weekend, because I think they'll get better with every game.
Box set is the call from Maitland. Going to get some fresher legs out there. Lidbury. And now with Asimus, Lidbury at dummy half. Chapman firing onto the ball. Falua. Falua goes low. Falua, has she got there? No. Maitland are incredulous. They cannot believe it. They thought that was a try. Touch has been called by the referee. Jace, you're saying you thought it was a try as well.
Yeah, probably a bit unlucky there for Maitland. Very well executed play. Looked like she did possibly beat the touch. I haven't got the replay, or maybe we do have a replay. Let's see if I'm wrong. I think she scores it. She does.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe a little bit unlucky, but on that occasion, but definitely good signs, as we said. Redback straighten up, running straight at diving, not trying to run around Manly as much, trying to get through them. Really good sort of signs we're seeing from Redbacks here.
As we said, tough job for the referees. It is almightily tough in those kind of situations. Touch was called by the player, so the referee in most cases usually will go with that unless they see an air swing. Latta. Murdoch returning it to Emily Latta. A little bit of a collision in the build-up there from Maitland. Jada Fraser popping it on to Murdoch. Long pass, looking to draw Manly wide, and that is the final play.
It all happens so quick too, Ben. If you look at the players, just get faster every year, and it all happens quick. Sometimes you're a bit blinded, and sort of almost like a bang-bang type thing, down and touch. So really difficult calls for the referees to make.
Emily Latta there on the inside. Junior club captain, Emily Latta for Maitland last year. Been with the club for about 10 years and winning a penalty. Latta playing it now with Murdoch. So this little set looking a little disjointed for Maitland, but they've still got time up their sleeve. Latta drops it down. Fraser back to Latta. Manly urge to push up here because they were just hanging back a little bit. Now a little bit of space opens up. Lidbury on the final play. Put it down anyway, and Manly come up with it. But Manly are playing that smart, Jace. They are a little slow to come off their line, aren't they? They're really testing the referee's patience.
Yeah, and that's where Redbacks or the attack, you've got to adjust a little bit to that. Probably not the best set of 6 there from Redbacks if they reflect back on that later. You really want to be running plays. You don't want to be tossing the ball around hoping for something to happen. You want to run your sweeper play or run your wraparound or your late switch. You want to be able to run your play, ask questions of the defence. So Redbacks, hopefully they can do that on this occasion, but definitely clever defence there from Manly.
Alps down the short side. She's going to head off the field as well. Fraser. Smith. And then Lidbury. This is Beckett. Asimus. And penalty for a little bit of a boot, I think, in the play. The ball just made life really challenging for Maitland. So this, you sense, Jason, is where they really want to improve going forward here, is this kind of area. Can they be more efficient? Can they find a try? Yes, they can. Well, this is going to make it a grandstand finish here. Maitland have found a second. And it's Chloe McClellan who goes over. It just looked to be closing up that space, and then all of a sudden, the gap widened and McClellan just couldn't say no to that opportunity.
Yeah, outstanding play there, and this is another real good tip. Like, you don't have to keep doing different things. If you're going direct, dump, scoop, trying to go through the middles and it's working, then stick with that, and that's something Redbacks are doing. Manly, I'm expecting them to bounce back here because they're a very strong side, but definitely Maitland aren't going to go away.
Biggest set of defence in the game here for Maitland. They must hang tough here, and French has got it down. So again, when Manly have been tested in this game, they have responded every time. 4-2, the lead's back out to 2 tries. Yeah,
sign of a good team. I wonder if they have got their thoughts on the next game, or they're thinking deeper into the tournament, because that's happened twice now where they've sort of been opened up quite easily in the defence there by Maitland. Have really opened them up, but then it's almost like they've pushed the button and get the try at will.
Ladder finding Fraser. So final play it will be, and that is it. So Manly get underway in the 18 girls here with a confidence-boosting 4-2 win. They were tested. They responded on both occasions in the second half where Maitland got within 1, and in the end, 4-2, Manly defeat Maitland. But the Redbacks would take a bit of confidence out of that match as well, because you'd say, Jace, they probably weren't at their best, and they were able to push the Sea Eagles.
Yeah, both the teams probably a little bit patchy, sometimes we say, where there'll be little segments of the game for 1 or 2 minutes where they looked really good. And both the teams, if they're gonna get through to the finals on Sunday, they're gonna have to string more of those better moments together.
Alrighty, well, we are going to take a quick break. We have got some action coming up next in the 18 girls. We've got Central Coast and North coming up right after this. Joel Kane's going to jump on in with Dean Russell. And Jace, thanks for your company. I'll catch you a bit later.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Looking forward to it.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer. Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Dubbo, or welcome to the first time for Dubbo, if you're looking to join the coverage, where we look forward to this great clash. The under-18s, Dean, it is the Norths, the Bears, taking on the Central Coast. Battle of the North, of course, north of Sydney, and this should be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, Central Coast Dolphins, a really good junior breeding ground for players. They've had a lot of success over the years at both male and female level. But the Bears are in a building stage of their own representative program, so I'll be really interested to see how they go here this morning.
And of course, Central Coast won their first men's title only last year, and here they go. So the head-up field it is through Gemmell, and Gemmell will play the ball back, and the first opportunity goes to the Bears. So a good start. It's all those Assai bowls they've been having, the Bears. They've got them off to a great start. But they give it away. Maybe too many Assai bowls.
Yeah, early mistakes could be nerves, Joel, playing on the big stage here, knowing they're going out live and free on KO and Sky Sports.
Great chase, mate. It was a desperate dive from Vandermeer and survives the try because there was a dead set overlap out there. But now the chance for Gemmell. Drops the ball around, sweeping they go. But again, these are the hard games, Dean. Early in the morning, still a little bit of dew on the ground. You've just got to complete your sets.
Yeah, it's one of the things a lot of teams don't realise, that when you get the ball early, you just want to get control of the game. Like you said, Joel, look to complete sets, get the momentum going forward and put the opposition on the back foot.
So the Bears, just a very, very young side. Most of these guys will be able to play next year. They get towards just the 10 side of Central Coast, and they'll hand the ball back over right in front of the box. So if they wish to change here, it'll be an easy transition for the Central Coast.
Yeah, you'll notice this weekend, if you're watching the coverage all the way through, a lot of teams automatically go to their substitution box. I'm not necessarily a fan of it. Certainly if you're under pressure, get to the box, but I'd like to see them play what's in front of them.
Lamaster is out there, drops the ball back. Here's a chance now for Highland. Highland goes to the short side. Great shutdown defence. The wing was open. And the Bears, well, we're not seeing too many completions from either side just yet, Dean.
No, it's again, they're just testing each other out, and both coaching staffs will be wanting to get in their players' ears and saying, hey, listen, when we get the ball, it's early in the game, let's just get forward, let's control our set of six and make sure that we give the ball back, not in their own half like we've just seen, but deep in the opposition's territory.
Fresh troops on for the Bears. Scarlett Smith into the contest. So too the number 30, well that is Scarlett Smith for that matter, the 31 has joined the team as well. So the 31 I think you'll find is Lola. Lola Harvison is 31, not 3. So they go back to that short side, and the Central Coast have been threatening a little sweep play here. They've got it 10 metres out. I don't mind the attack from this far out, but they're going to try and dump it at the 7 as the Central Coast fling it out towards the western side of the Dubbo field. A diving chance and a diving get. Great dive underneath. That was Ashland Highland, and Central Coast get the first points of the game.
Yeah, you'll notice that it comes up on replay there as Highland comes around on the sweep. She does a really good job to just straighten off her left foot. As you see it here, she'll come around, she gets the pass from the ground, just straightens there and dives in underneath, and that's a great touchdown for the Dolphins.
Touchdown turnaround, normally 25 minutes straight, but Dean, with the conditions we're expecting here today at Dubbo, a little bit different today.
Yeah, we're in our heat policy, our mitigation strategy. We are expecting the heat to turn up a little bit later today, and because of that matter, we need to play 2 halves of 11 minutes and 30 seconds and have a 2-minute break.
Well, nice work here for the Bears. That was through Sam Whitwick, and the player was offside for the Central Coast. You see the replay. They called it through, and Sam gets the response for the North Sydney Bears, 1-1.
Yeah, you'll see it there. Just a quickie from the half. Good ball, and takes advantage of that offside player and just dives through the line.
Sam Whitwick, and here comes Central Coast. Towards, I actually don't mind attacking, setting up attack away from the 17 as most do. They are doing now. It is effective at the 7, there's no doubt about that. I'll get back to that in a moment, but touch made. I just feel if you can sometimes attack 15 out, they're not as on tenterhooks as alert as they may be on the line.
Yeah, and it also makes a decision for the referee. With the 2 line to 7, they know exactly how far they get back. sometimes you can get an advantage. They might be a bit deeper than just the 7 metres to be onside. Referees might have them a bit wider, so it just gives you that extra room to attack and play what we call eyes up footy.
I love the eyes up footy as the Bears go straight to the box, and a mistake. So here come the Central Coast, still 1-1 as the Central Coast and the under-18s drive across. And of course these, a challenge at the moment, Dean, for the competition really is with the rugby league happening, Lisa Fiola, Tasha Gale. It makes it very hard on the kids, doesn't it?
It does, and we've been having some pretty positive conversations with New South Wales Rugby League, David Trodden and his team, about the clashes and how we might be able to work solutions. It's a pretty complex issue, and the solutions aren't easy, but there is at least a working relationship between both parties to see how we can get it so the kids can play both league and touch at the same time.
Vandermeer's into the competition, and she goes to dummy half and takes off, a bit of speed and lays it off. And the 11, Angelina Perry, who comes from a refereeing family, in fact, Angelina, and she'll find it to the short side. And I love this. Just put it on the sideline. We call it the beach, and it makes it very hard. If you attack in defence, it's very hard to get to the box from here, Dean.
Yeah, and you can see the Bears pushing up there now. They've started 2 behind the line, so they sent 3 up in the first set. They had 2 sitting behind the line. So they've already made Central Coast burn 3 touches without getting to their 10.
So this is they're going to get the ball. So this is what you would do all day. Just the Sharkies had great success at the Wagga Cup, and that was a great principle for the club as we see the Central Coast moving it forward, and they're going to get the ball in great field position. So like Nathan Cleary, you just keep playing the long game, putting it down there. You give yourself great field position. You cannot do a quickie from the halfway line, can you, do?
No, all successful teams have a really good defensive policy and structure. And that's not just on your line, but that's the full field.
So the Bears now, some kind of opportunity here. And they'll play it on the last. And this is where I think sometimes, I know I'm quite vocal against the box, but you've got them in field position there. By burning touches to the box, you've made no metres where you had a chance to get right up on their 7 and put the pressure on them. Maybe even go to the beach again.
Yeah, and look, that was a smarter play there from the Central Coast. They didn't necessarily just go straight to the box. They took 2 drives forward first and then made their way to the box. I like that type of play to get fresh troops on.
So Central Coast, play on, said the referee. Hasn't called touch, there's a penalty. So gave the advantage, they can't score, and now they've got a big opportunity to break a deadlock. Yeah,
the defence was offside there, so I like the way the referees played the advantage. Nothing came of it. We'll go back and give the penalty.
Squires to Jade Downs. Jade back to Squires. What are they setting up here? A bit of a rooster shape perhaps? No, they take them on, short side, through Squires. And, in fact, referee says they're off, Dean, and they're going to score their second.
Yeah, so again, nothing really happening out there on that occasion, and just taking advantage like the Bears did earlier with the offside player just to push through the line and get the touchdown. You'll see it here as it comes up on the replay. They shift the ball 1, they give the little quickie play, the defence is in front of the line, they just push through the line, put the ball down, and the referee awards the touchdown.
So the Bears are going to race up to the 7 and try and answer. Oh, no, they've given the ball away. They've given the ball away. So only early in the contest, but you just get the sense with 8 minutes gone, this next touchdown could have a fair bit of say in this game.
Yeah, the Bears will want to stay in touch with them here with the Central Coast Dolphins. So they want to get that two touchdown break. Although here's an opportunity.
Here's a great opportunity, steaming away and diving for the try. Well, Gemmel's been threatening all afternoon, but they just get there. It was great defence from the Bears.
Yeah, Scarlett Smith getting across there and diving full length to make that touch.
Oh, they're going to throw the ball back in the middle. They had it on the wing, just leave it there. But they've thrown it back in the middle, and now the Bears get a chance to march up the field.
And I'm not sure whether the folks at home, Joel, can hear the breeze that's coming through Dubbo at the moment through our mics, but as General Manager of New South Wales Touch, I'll be very pleased if the breeze stays up all day.
Absolutely, yeah. It's difficult work holding the papers and so forth as they take off here. This is a better set from the Bears, and I like how they've done this. So they've dropped it in the corner again, but because of the penalty, the ball will come centre field.
Yep, so, but still far enough on this side of the line that they're going to have to work. And you see again the Bears, they pushed 2 up, they're holding 2 back. Now they come up again, but they've been able to get on the outside, the Central Coast.
2-1. How do the numbers compare, Dean, team-wise for Dubbo versus Wagga last week?
Yeah, we've got 202 teams here this weekend. We had 190 at Wagga last weekend, so pretty comparable in numbers. We're up about, I believe, 7 to 8 teams on last year's numbers.
Perfect. Here come the Bears. Bit of talk in the media about the NRL Bears as well. Well, do we see them again? I'd love to see them again. I just think, for the sake of wherever you go, you've got a big brand, don't you?
Yeah, look, it's. I'd like to see the Bears back. I was always a fan of the Bears. Back in the, I'm going to show my age here, but I can even remember the days of, I think it was Georgie Ambrose who played on the wing for them, and but Big Bill Hamilton was there, and Florimo, and Ben Eichen spent some time there, Jason Taylor, so it'd be great to see the Bears back. But Coach Parsonage down here for the Bears under-18 girls, Jordan Parsonage, she's got them firing, and they're in our league, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in our league, that's the main thing. And they're in the game, it's 2-1, they're down, 10.5 gone in the... Well, I was going to say the first. Well, it's the first half. We're almost done.
First half.
Lola Harvison goes back onto the field. Hello to Mr. and Mrs. Harvison. Lola said as she ran onto the field, "Can you say hi to Mum and Dad for me?" Well, Lola, there you go. Hello to Lola's parents as Central Coast. They've just got to hang on, Dean, for a matter of seconds. This will be the last touch, we think, before we break for a drink. Can they make the touch? And this is the last in any case. There's a chance, and great shutdown defence. And that was the 45, Maggie Higman, who had to come up with that play.
Yeah, it was good defence there from the Bears. They were all sorts of trouble there. They were able to push through and really come up with a strong defensive effort.
So we're now into the heat policy, which for now it's okay, but we need to get all the players and refs used to this. 1 touch to make. And they're going razzle-dazzle, hot potato. They're trying to make something of this, the Central Coast. But now we'll have a quick break. 2-1, Dean. That fair reflection of what we've seen so far?
Yeah, look, it's been a fairly even contest. No team really putting their dominance onto the other at the moment. A lot of mistakes early in the game. So both coaching staffs will be wanting to address that at half-time. But it has been an entertaining game. And this one could go either way at this stage, Joel. I'm not really sure that one team has really showed out and said, hey, we're going to win this. So Bears behind on the scoreboard at the moment by 1 touchdown. They will want to be the first to score when we get into the second half.
We're going to go live to the merch tent after this. Jason Stanton loves the merch tent, Dean. We're going to go catch up with Jace right after this game.
Yeah, he does, and there's plenty of good value over there. Our merchandising partners, Inferno, had a really good weekend last weekend in Wagga, and you saw a lot of the merchandise travelling around the fields as all the parents and the kids got in there to get the best deals on offer. And
that queue didn't stop. The queue did not stop. Every time I walked past the merch tent, there were people just absolutely hungry to get it part of it.
Yeah, I walked past there a few times, and it was 30 to 50 metres long waiting to get in there. So, but we're blessed with really good partners. We've got Inferno, we've got ISC, our apparel partners. We've got Guzmani and Gomez, who are our finals day sponsors for all 3 events, the Southern, Northern and State finals. So we'll be looking forward to catching up with them. And I've got to make mention for the amount of work that Wagga Council have done. They did last week, but Dubbo Regional Council have done. They've been fantastic. You have a look at the playing fields, the way they've been presented. So,
go the Bears. Someone in the crowd. There's people going for the Bears who don't even, it's not their club. But they love the Bears, the mighty Bears. Now, what I was saying, Dean, is, whether you come up with a team in Papua New Guinea or Wellington over there in New Zealand or maybe another Brisbane team perhaps or wherever the case may be, you've already got the merchandise and the kudos in the brand, which is the Bears. Why wouldn't you just tack onto that?
Well, yeah, it's an interesting conundrum. Like I said, I'm a fan of the Bears. I'd love to see them back in the league, but there have been examples of where implanting a brand in an area hasn't necessarily worked. So, but here, our Bears are back on attack here, the Touch Bears.
Yeah, 2-1. Here they come, the Bears, and that's got to be very close. Got to be very, very close for Sam Whitewick. She has one already, but not this time.
Yeah,
it's a lethal dive.
Yeah, a player we've been told to keep an eye on, Sam Whitewick, and here she goes again.
And the pass, the bullet pass, a good shutdown defence from the All Black, who makes a desperate save.
They're really good defensive line up there from the Dolphins, and like you said, the All Black came in well and shut that down. Opportunity could have been out wide, but she was in the passing channel and was defensively read exceptionally well.
Here they go, they've got the ball attacking now, 25 away. They scoop upon it, looking for number 3. There's some brutal acceleration and a lovely pass. Oh, Ashlyn Hyland did all she could, but they just couldn't finish it.
Yeah, and she has been the girl with the hot hand out there this game for the Dolphins. Just did everything right there, got through the line, found the open player, but just the ball went through her hands and unable to get it down. But the 3 from Central Coast, she might be the girl.
Still 2-1. Anyone's game at this point as they head upfield now and racing away, trying to get away from them was the number 1 for the Bears. And that was Zara McCoffey. How do you present Zara's name, Pete?
McCowley. So the Bears with the ball. Again, their scramble defence has been really good, Joel. Like, they have been put under pressure on a few occasions, but they've managed to scramble and getting the ball back in good field position here. They might be an opportunity to score and even this one up.
Okay, Maggie's the one sweeping. She's the Assai Bowl queen and gets touched just short of the line. 2-1. Great defence there. What we're seeing in this game, Dean, is we haven't really seen too many long balls, so the wingers are doing a great job to shut down on the links, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and really taking that option out. They're getting in that passing chat. I thought they were way down the wing there. But Maggie Higman there, I thought she actually scored, but the referee said she did everything right except place the ball down, dropped it at the line.
So telling part of the game here, Central Coast 2, Bears 1. And on the attack, 10 metres out last play. Do they have a throw at the stumps or head to the beach? Let's find out. They go to the left-hand side, play on. Now they've got the ball, and the 40's going to go through. Kayla Powell has gone through, but touch just made.
Yeah, again, we talked about it earlier. That scrambling defence from the Bears is holding them in good stead, and here's an opportunity. Again, they haven't gone straight to the box there, Joel. They've shifted 2. They want to try and get some forward momentum. They're bringing fresh troops on. A bit disjointed in this driving attack.
You just see so many opportunities, Dean, when you go into the box. When there's a one-out shooter, you can go back the other way. And it breaks their defensive set, doesn't it?
Yeah, and look, and the Dolphins pressed up there, put pressure on the Bears, which has seen an error with the substitutions, and the referees have penalised for incorrect substitutions coming onto the field, which puts the Central Coast in the attacking zone.
Well, they've wasted this set here by going to the box. They completely, if they watch that set back again, Central Coast, they had the ball 30 out and then removed the players from the field.
Yeah, it's unfortunately sometimes it gets a bit robotic, especially with youth teams coming out. They practice going to the box all the time, and sometimes you just got to stay out there. And here's an opportunity.
Great opportunity, steaming through. Oh, that's a big play of the game. Grace Harding goes through, and Lola was there, mum and dad watching on to all the Bears in the Central Coast, and that's a big defining moment of this match.
Yeah, and it's what you talked about earlier in the game, Joel, not waiting to get to the 7 before you attack. but actually trying to attack deeper in the field. And you'll see here a good dump. They come out of half here. They find the gap. They get straight through, and it's good support play there as they come inside. They get the pass back inside and get the ball down. They're pretty excited, the Bears.
2-2. When they had a major opportunity, Central Coast, can they answer? Bears yet to have the lead, but twice now they've found a way to balance the ledger. So things getting a little bit tense here. These young Bears asking major questions. Love this play. Nice set play for Central Coast. It was almost there. It was brilliantly coached play, but they just couldn't quite execute it.
Yeah, the Bears' defensive line were able to get their hands in on that last pass and just deflect it. So 6 more here to the Dolphins.
Central Coast, who have looked comfortable for the most part, but now look to the scoreboard, and it is a boarding house scraper butter. There is nothing in it. It's like the Olsen twins. You cannot separate things right now. Diving between two. I tell you what, Emerson Squires has done very, very well. There was no reason to score there, but she somehow found a way.
Yeah, and it's in the execution of the dive that gets this touchdown. I thought it was a really good decision by the referee. Got confirmation from his sideline referee on it. But you'll notice here that it's a long dive out from the line, and they just slide in underneath. Nothing really happening. Takes advantage of the offside player, gets down low and gets the ball to the line before the defence can meet them. Central Coast got a little bit confused there, so used to playing touch turnaround. They lined up on the opposite side of the field after scoring. But just a reminder, we are playing 2 halves with a halftime break today due to the heat conditions that have been predicted for later in the day.
So the Bears, can they get back for the third time, Dean? Down 1-0 to 1-all. Down 2-0, 2-1 to 2-all. Down 3-2 to 3-all. It's just been tic-tac the whole game. They can't get out of the rear-view mirror, the Bears of the Central Coast Dolphins.
Yeah, and it was Higman again here who was able to get low, and both teams running those same plays just off a quickie and trying to get the low. They give the pass there. She goes low, dives to the line, gets the ball down just before the touch comes in.
So the Kennedy boys and Dylan Hennessy, of course, playing for Hornsby up at the Men's Open this year, late last year actually, Dean. There was a game where, and I wonder if the same thing can happen here with a few minutes to go. Ooh, hang on, nice touch. They did not have the lead for any stage of the game in its duration. They scored after the bell. It was the only time in the game, in one of the games, they won the match.
Yeah,
and great touch. The Bears scrapping away.
Yeah, the Hornsby boys are in now for that too. They back themselves, regardless of the scoreboard. If there's time left on the clock, they back themselves to score. And got just a tiny bit of talent to go with that.
Oh, this is a little sprinkling of talent. They'll be up here too, the Kennedy boys who are helping out the Beaches. As the Bears and the Central Coast, they look about 2.5 minutes remaining to break the deadlock. Golden opportunity here for the Central Coast.
Yeah, mistake there coming. Sometimes we call those coach killers. Like, you get back in the game and you just want your first set after getting that touchdown, you just want to get the ball on your arms from a coaching perspective and just go the length of the field. And unfortunately, the Bears giving it back in their own half.
So here's the Central Coast. They want to win this. They've led 3 times. They're working the short side. Can they pinch this? No. So what have the Bears got? There's about 3 sets left in the game, I think, Dean.
Oh, just a mistake there. Just at the penalty, just knocked the ball on.
So here they come around the short side. That's Emerson Squires who scored the last one. We know she can dive. We know she can dive, but on this occasion, the referee said, not this time. It was almost on the same blades of grass.
Yeah, it was exactly the same play. It's actually not a bad coaching philosophy. If you're having success with a play, keep going to it. Don't go away from it until the defence shut it down.
Ashlyn Hyland, the 3. You've got to watch her scoop because she can run. Here she goes, Hyland. She gets through again. She looks for the winger, but no, the Bears will have a shot. What do we have now? We're inside, or about 1:10 remaining.
Yeah, we said Hyland earlier has got the hot hand for the Dolphins. And there, once again, breaking the line, getting in the in goal, just unable to find a support player and to possibly ice this game. Well, but Bears giving them every opportunity to put the game out of their reach.
They will have a chance right now. The Bears will have a chance to get the ball back if they defend this too, by the way. So here they come, the Central Coast. They know they've got a big throw up the stumps right here. Here they come to the short side. Plaistow. They go away now through the 6. Called off and down. And down they go, and down with the victory. Jade Downs has pitched this, we think, Dean, right at the 11th hour.
Yeah, and again, they've worked to this right-hand side of the field. They come around on the sweep play, and it's a lot of this time they've just caught, both teams have caught the opposition not getting back to the line. You see there, she's got him offside, she plays through, dives for the line, and that's been the story of this game. Both teams being able to take advantage of the defence not making it onside.
This is the last chance for the Bears. They've got to find something here. The speedy wheels are out there. Chance, no, but great defence. A couple to go here. That was Whitewick last play. They've got to play razzle-dazzle. Don't get touched. They flick it out there. Central Coast. Central Coast, who had an almighty scare from the Bears, have survived 4-3. They've got the penalty, Dean, but this will be tap and get touched.
Yeah, it's going to be a good result for the Central Coast girls. They really were made to work hard in this game. And the Bears really gave a good showing themselves, but kept turning the ball over in their own half in that second half and really put pressure on themselves defensively. And as you know, Joel, if you want to keep inviting the opposition in that red zone to have set after set after set, they're going to find you out. And that's what happened in the death of that game, to let the Bears go down 4 touchdowns to 3 to the Central Coast Dolphins.
We're going to break, and on the other side of the break, the great Jason Stanton, who loves merch. You're going to see his melon pop up very shortly.
Hey, you're with Jason Stanton here on the outside fields here at New South Wales Junior State Cup. It's always exciting. I'm just here next to field 6 with Scott from Steedham. What have you got for us, Scott?
We've had a great day so far. We've got mighty touches here in different colours. We had a commemorative ball which sold out, which is amazing. We got the white classic touch as well. It's been a great day. We're really enjoying ourselves down here. Yeah,
it's a real festive atmosphere down here with lots of stalls and that. Generally things sell out, so if you're on site here, get down here on Friday. How have you gone? I noticed there's different sizes of balls for different sports, and that Steedham got a full range for touch, being the official ball.
We got a full range of touch. We got the senior size, we got the junior size, we got a heavyweight trainer as well, which you got there, Jace, and we got plenty of stock, obviously, on the website and so forth. But it's been great for us down here to showcase the ranges. Pinks are popular, the lime and the greens.
No worries. So if you're on site, get there. If not, get on the website. If you're not at the venue, www.steedham.com.au. I'm going to hold on to this heavy ball, and we're going to have a chat with it while I walk down and see what else we've got here. The heavy balls are good. They call them a trainer ball. They're really good if you want to work on your pass, to get a stronger pass, to get it faster through the air. So you'll often train with this, and then when you switch across to the normal match ball, it's a lot lighter, and you find you're getting it right through the air. So I might steal this one. I'm not going to give that one back to him. Here we've got the Budgie Smugglers. This is my favourite tent down here. It's a really big range. I might see if I can steal Luke. Luke, can I steal you away from the customers? What have you got here this weekend?
Oh, well, we've got Budgie Smugglers here, guys, and we've got a whole range from all of the girls all the way to all the boys. And I've actually got a pair here for you as well, Jace, in your size as well, mate. So they'll be great. If you're around, guys, come down. Don't miss out. We're selling out.
And there's a whole big range of things. I noticed it's not just the Budgie Smugglers. We've got hats, we've got can coolers. If we compare and have a bit of a look here, there's a really big range. And also there's online for those that are not at the venue.
Yeah. If anything we're missing here, jump online, www.budgiesmuggler.com.au, and everything else is on there as well.
No worries. Well, I'm going to hold on to my ones. I think I'll have to skip lunch for these to fit. But definitely, if you're at home, get on those websites. And if you're here, come down and check it out. A lot of this stock generally sells out Friday, Saturday. It's really exciting. So wander around and check in with our partners. Back to you.
Welcome back to the coverage. We just saw a thrilling match between the Central Coast side, the girls 18s having defeated the Bears. Colo, it was a fascinating match because at no stage was the margin ever bigger than the one touchdown, and at no stage did the Bears have the lead, but they refused to go away. It was a terrific match. In the end, the Central Coast right on the bell, pinching at 4-3. Right here, though, however, we've got the Parks Pumas taking on the Beresfield Bandits. I'm Joel Kane. Alongside me is Adam Collins, who's joining us for the first time this afternoon. How are you, Colo?
Yeah, going well, mate.
What's your hat, mate? You're going to lose that.
Lose that. These conditions, they're a bit blustery.
Yeah, throw it under here, mate. So it is the Parks Pumas. I'm used to the Parks Spacemen, the mighty Spacemen. But it is the Pumas who have the ball for the first time in the match, and they explore, and Nelly did he get there. Diving through was Hayden Lamond, but they couldn't quite get the ball down.
Yeah, big left foot step there, and he got to the ground pretty quick, but the referee was on the spot for a touch, and we're back underway.
Tell the listeners and the viewers your story, Colo. Your background for touch and your club, etc.
I'm an old fella, originally with the Penrith Panthers back in the, people watching this might not remember, the 80s and the 90s. But, junior Australian coach and been involved.
Hang on a minute, Colo. There's some brilliant work, and that was Jed Dawn, who skipped away upfield, and they've scored a great start. I think you'll find planting the ball down was Slater Kidd, but it was all Jed Dawn who went straight through, and Beresfield Bandits really with their first assignment of the day, cash in.
You'll see the replay here, as you called it. Nice little dummy to show and go. He flicked it back over the top on the inside, and there's the put down for the try.
Slater Kidd, he's got one. The Park Pumas head northbound. The mighty Panthers, Colo, hey, you still living out in Penrith?
No, mate, up on the beautiful Central Coast now. So living the dream up there. Dawson's my local affiliate, and looking forward to all the action here at this splendid venue.
How's Dawson expected to go this State Cup?
Yeah, mate, they're a strong junior club, as are all the kids up here. It's a great tournament, largest tournament going around in the junior structure, and looking forward to all this action.
Taj Lovett asked a couple of questions there. So here comes the Beresfield Bandits. Round 7, they shift it nicely. You get past that first defensive player, can really set your set up, which happened on that occasion. Good driving set here for the Bandits. And that was the number one who was making some good progress, Yegan Faulkner. And look for the dummy. Couldn't get it on. They fly onto the field here, the Beresfield Bandits. Back inside they go. They drop it off for the 8. And they're moving up quite nicely, but great defence. Really well read there from the Parks Pumas. And you give credit on that occasion to Lockie Thomas.
Yeah, another tight game there. Just a little interchange of players. We see a break up the middle. Quick dish off.
That's Lockie Thomas there with the bright boots on. And now they'll scoop upon it. We think this kid could be one to watch. Taj Lovett. They go down the short side. Lovett got the pass away to Casey Eschman. But they just make the touch. So here's a chance now. And
to play 8 metres out. Just a bit of a nothing end of the set there. And now the Beresfield Bandits roll down the field as they do.
So all their numbers between sort of late 20s and 40, I suppose, it might be a club policy, which I like, so that when you're playing with kids in the next age group, Colo, you avoid clashing the numbers, so you keep your shirt.
Absolutely. And, these tournaments to represent your city or your town, and then to keep wearing the uniform when you get back to home, it's something to look forward to, I guess.
Joshy Drinkwater out there, Slater Kidd, who scored the touchdown, but they handed off. So still 1-0. Parks holding firm at this stage of proceedings. They shifted immediately and they put the foot down. There's Lovett. Straight away gets to the box in 1.
Nice touch there from Yegan Faulkner.
And now they're back where they started. They go back exactly where they were.
And then put a foot out too. Referees were right onto it.
I'm going to say it all weekend, Colo. Well, I'm going to try not to say it all weekend. The amount of mistakes you see to the box and the amount of football kids just want to play, I don't know why the whole state is wedded to the box. I can't be sold, Colo. I just can't be sold it.
It's one of the things about the game, Joel. That I'm with you.
My view is there's a lot of adult rep teams and a lot of the kids are coached by the adult rep players, and it doesn't work the same in the kids. I'm telling you now.
Yeah, agree with you there. They're still building that skill set, and just let the game run.
Let them play footy. Anyway, I've got to get off my high horse. I can't be waxing lyrically all week about it. Here comes Beresfield Bandits. And the 3 wants to sweep here. That's Cody Beavis. Cody's got the ball. He's a big frame. Gets the pass away.
Could have looked short there. There was a nice space for a straight hole. But he went long. Cut out pass.
Yeah, the link you're talking about, he was a massive chance to go through. Cody Beavis drops the ball pass.
Kind Gordon with the ball now. He's dangerous.
Yes, but he sort of ran the link out of area. And once again, Park Pumas dig deep.
That's the way we just saw it. You know, there was something on then, but as you said, he ran his link out of space. That lateral movement across the field instead of just running a hole, drawing defenders. That's what these kids have got to build on, that skill. See, they're back in the attack here. Klein Gordon at half. Gets the ball now.
Speed, speed, speed. And the referee said that's all clear. Jed Dawn caused the carnage, and then Klein Gordon said, I'll have that, thank you very much, Jed. They go out the 2 block.
It was just that little scissor step that he did. And put the defender in 2 minds. You'll see it here. Gets the ball on the play back on the inside. That little step he did there just held up the defender enough to create that space for him to get across the line. So, nice play. And we'll keep an eye on number 8 for Beresfield, Klein Gordon.
Okay. I think this Taj Lovett's got to try on him somewhere here. So they're calling. The referee said, you got to get up here, boys. They're outside the 7. You must move up, and that's the case.
Yeah, there's the penalty.
Yeah, he warned him, didn't he?
He did. He was the communication of the referees here is key, and you called it early. You can see it from up here in the commentary position. Those kids around him have got to listen because it can be costly.
It's an important thing to teach your kids, I think, too, Colo. Because sometimes the refs won't be on top of it. But if you can say to the ref, they've got to come up.
Yeah, that interchange of communication.
41, short side, out to the winger.
Well
pass
handled.
Behind. Yeah, well handled, but he touched first. They've been a bit lucky there. He almost went into touch.
Yeah, I think he was touched just before he stepped out, so referee was again on the spot.
Lockie Thomas. Passes away now.
Pass.
It was Ewan Moody. Ewan Moody just got it a little bit late from Lockie Thomas, and now Beresfield, who lead 2-0, get the ball back.
It was a try scorer Slater kid that made that touch. So he's in attack and defence, using the game quite well as we see him now. There's a nice little shift, extra metres. Rolling down. Again, this subset play, they're looking for the interchange now. And just the forced pass, but an offside penalty.
The penalty, relief for them there.
It was a relief because, as you said, that subset play, they're still learning the skills. And you've got to get into position to attack straight from that interchange.
I'll share with you when we get a chance, Colo, how we do our subs. No box sets, just charge up the middle all day. Very simple for the kids, eyes up.
Momentum creates space and then you get the teams.
Correct.
Yeah, 100%. I'm with you.
So here come the Bandits, 2-0, they're leading Parks. And back into the contest is Drinkwater, who's there and racing through again. And that's your man.
Yeah, Klein Gordon. He's going to be tough to hold out, but nice setup there by Josh Drinkwater. Quite a diminutive character, but well in control in the middle of the field there for Beresfield.
And of course, there's a Josh Drinkwater. Was there a Josh? There was Scotty Drinkwater. His brother's Josh, isn't it? Josh
I'm not sure.
Went over to the Super League.
Super League.
So love it to the halfway line.
This is better momentum now. Straight through the middle, past Drinkwater.
He's play on, said the referee. Away he goes, and there he goes, Lockie Thomas. He deserves that.
Oh,
and the backflip. Lockie Thomas, take a bow and a backflip.
Post-try celebrations galore here at Dubbo. Lockie Thomas, mate, you called him early. Bit of a standout player.
And you know what? He's going to stay on and defend it too, Colo.
You got to back it up. Surely after that. Nice play. You see him go through here. Yeah, called the player. Drinkwater was called offside. We'll see it here in the replay. The big backflip. Yeah, nice work, young fella. We're back underway here.
2-1. So Beresfield have been in a fair bit of command, and then Parks have got themselves back on the board, or onto the board, should I say. Oh, that's terrific footwork, and somehow they pinched the touch out of that.
Too big defence. Great touch there. Had to be made.
Slater kid again.
Talk and mark it up, boys. Talk and mark it up.
Turned on an absolute dime.
6 more. Attempted knockdown there. It didn't come off.
It's going to be hard to hold them out here because they're tired legs too. They opted to stay onto the field, Colo, and this could hurt them here as they go through.
Referee's calling that one down.
Yeah, it's down. You just felt the change had to be made after the try. If they could survive that first set, they'd be fine. But the 6 to go put them under all sorts.
Yeah, that's it. That's the big pressure, and that was Jed Dawn that got that one down. So they go ahead now, 3-1. So that 2-try lead here is important in these short games.
So the wind is up and about here, and which we quite like at the moment. Cool, but it's going to change. Oh, here's a chance. Put the ball down, young fella. But great scramble. Coming across was Ethan Ferraro, who was a Ferrari.
Yeah, Bill Marn it was. Couldn't get the ball to ground quick enough. Just lost the lollies, but the referee called the touch first.
So they shifted. Parks. Here's a determined charge. Short side. Don't mind that little raid there, and they'll plonk it in the corner. I don't mind that, Colo. Sometimes if you can put them on their own box side, if you jam in on them, but they've let them come off.
They've let them come off the line now. So, yeah, exactly what you were saying there, 100% on the money. But as you said, they just released the pressure valve a little bit by not coming up and trying to cut them down. So now Parks are back on the attack. Beresfield up to the halfway line, 10 in.
Here they go, scooting away. Dawn again, and Dawn. Oh! Well, the winger had to collapse. So you like your winger to stay out, but under that circumstance, he had to put the pressure on the pass, and that saved the try.
But I'll say, not as bad as the last time, but again, at some stage, Jed had to straighten up to bring that winger in a little bit more, just turn his body. He didn't do that, and then that puts the support player under pressure. What line do I run here? Do I collapse, as you said, or do I try and hold my line outside?
So Colo, a little bit of a 2-minute break here, which we're doing for the heat policy. That'll happen in day one, yet to be decided tomorrow, and then we'll reassess. So I think what they're doing is it's both teams getting the opportunity to tap off under these rules, isn't it?
It is.
It's not where the ball was finished. It's both teams getting an opportunity.
Back in the middle. It's a proper half-time break.
Yes.
2 minutes, just long enough to get some water into their systems, and also for the coaches to have that little bit of a conversation. You know, both teams here, I think Beresfield will be happy with where they're at.
3-1?
3-1.
Sorry.
No, 3.
It is 3, isn't it?
Yeah. We've just we've got some connectivity issues here with the scoreboard on site, so we're working through those.
Do you know who the reigning club champs are in Dubbo? Is it Manly, perhaps? Maybe the Northern Beaches?
I think it might be Manly from memory. Don't quote me on that one. We'll find that out.
Plenty of clubs on the rise, though. Port Macquarie's doing good
things.
things.
Macquarie's doing great things.
Maitland's doing good things.
Yeah,
Doyleson's doing great things.
It's just an awesome tournament. The atmosphere up here is incredible. Thousands of people in town.
Yep.
Accommodation completely sold out. This venue is absolutely glorious. And, the facilities are second to none, and I think it's fantastic to bring the juniors out here to Dubbo, and plenty of things to see and do away from the touch fields as well.
All those years at the Penrith Panthers, are you a Panther league man?
Funnily enough, mate, I'm a Parramatta. I'm an Eel.
Right.
But my wife and my son, dead in the war Panthers.
How'd you see that grand final then, Parra and Penrith?
It was tragic.
Yeah.
I was there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was terrible.
First 15 minutes, I thought.
Oh, yeah. But they shut
players and you gave the ball away about 10 metres in on the other side of half, and I thought, you're in trouble now.
And that was it.
You blinked in the blinking comp, the staring comp.
I got smashed, I've got to tell you.
Yeah.
My young bloke, he's only 12, Lachlan, and he was into me. Hasn't let me forget it.
Okay.
Back underway now.
3-1, the Bandits. Tap taken, and this guy's been very, very good for the Bandits. I'm talking about Kyan Gordon. Jed Dawn's been very good as well. Here's Josh Drinkwater with the 13 behind him. Cooperthwaite, left-hand side, cut out ball, and it was too big for all.
Yeah, those two players you called, Dawn and Gordon, work well together, and young Drinkwater in the middle as well. They're a formidable trio.
So you see a lot of ex-sportsmen, ex-sportswomen making the trip with their kids playing, you know. Matty Burke's walking behind us, the great Matthew Burke, the Wallaby.
The Wallaby.
Caught the plane with Brad Haddon the former Australian wicketkeeper.
BJ.
Paul Gallen, Michael Ennis, Brian Norrie, Nathan Feen, plenty of, fathers and mothers up at Wagga as well. It's just a great sport.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, there's plenty of NRL stars that applied their trade here. This is where they built their skill sets. And it's been a long tradition of touch football into the NRL, but this is a game in itself. You can represent your country, your state and your country in touch footy. Great pastime for kids and families alike.
Oh, scooting through. Look at him go. Slater Kidd, but just gets touched. There's some real bullets out here at the moment. Jagan Faulkner is out there at the moment. You just saw him fly through Slater Kidd, who's there. Jed Dawn is there. Jed Dawn's got it now, and he's got Faulkner on his outside. Dawn back to the 7. He's going to just drop it down here and have another shot on the last. Dawn juggling it, flicks it. Had no one there in the end, and great scramble from Parks.
A couple of times there, they just pushed that hand a little bit too far. And a nothing end of the set.
Beresfield just west of Newcastle. Taj Lovett has been threatening as well, but unfortunately, this is a big penalty.
Overstepping the mark was the original penalty, and then because they played on, he's brought them back and marched them 10. So now they're 8 metres away from the try line. Let's see what they can do now.
Colo, looking at the cattle on the field here, I find it very hard. Well, I was about to say, it was going to be hard for them to stop, and it didn't even take a touch. Dawn goes straight through, scores, and just like that, it's 4-1.
That's heads-up footy there. Just a quick tap. He realised where the defence was. He knew that they weren't back on side. He saw a little opening. Quick tap, dive over. That's all it takes. They just seem to have more of that ability to read the game, the Beresfield team. They're spotting the openings. A couple of times it hasn't worked for them, but they certainly have been in control and dominating this game.
Good run, Haydos.
So there's Haydos. 4-1. What do they got here, the Parks Pumas?
There's another penalty.
Off the mark again, was it?
Might have been a forward pass off the ruck, that one. Yeah, forward pass off the ruck. More metres through the middle too. They really need to tighten that up. Parks, they just give away extra metres.
Kyan Jordan dishes the ball off, and Cooper Field was there.
He was tiptoeing on the precipice of the sideline there. Kyan Gordon looking for the interchange. He just got a couple of extra metres.
Here they go, driving hard. There's Slater Kidd as well. Now Drinkwater. Drinkwater looking back for Kidd, who couldn't get it out there. They were 2-on-1 out on the left-hand side. And now they've got the last play here.
You're seeing Josh Drinkwater there. Like, he's a bit smaller than the other fellas out there, but that's a great demonstration of this game. You don't have to be big. You don't have to be, extremely fast. He's dominating in the toughest position on a touch field, right there in the middle.
I'll tell you who's, I think, is in for a good tournament. He hasn't stopped running, this boy. Jagan Faulkner.
Yeah, spot on.
Mate, he has just chased everything down, and whilst it hasn't all been his way in attack, it's going to come. He looks a player. Slater Kidd back to Drinkwater. Faulkner's on the right. Out on the left-hand side is the 10, Ferraro.
Setting up here.
Drinkwater.
Again, another hard touch. Just put him unbalanced, not able to get the quick transfer down. It's a good defence so far from Parks.
Faulkner, Kidd. Kidd goes short side. Touched.
That was there. The break was out in the link position, and Drinkwater looked to come back inside. He could have had a meat pie there. A bit of a heads-up footy from Joshy, and he would have been across.
So they're playing the long game here. That's twice now they've been happy just to pop it in the corner, back their defence, and really stop Parks getting to the box. So this is going to be 2. They're juggling it. And if you can get them there in 4, you've won the set, haven't you, Colo?
Absolutely.
That's 2. This is going to be 3.
Too slow now. This has really broken down that momentum.
This is going to be 4.
And they're still their own side of halfway.
So here they come now.
There's your man.
One
ball
back
over the
flip.
top. Needs to get it away. Little.
That's play on for
me.
me.
Referee's called it. No, he hasn't.
Yeah, I thought play on myself.
Yeah. Referee a little bit indecisive there. He come into the position to blow the penalty, but he held it for a little while. Wasn't sure what he was doing. But he's found an indiscretion in there, and the ball transfers back.
But this is how Nathan Cleary thinks. So they could have tried to score in the last over there before, but Faulkner said, no, boys, let's just put it in the corner. We'll back our defence. And as a result, they get the ball just short of the halfway line, and they're big time on the attack this next minute or so.
100%. And that was the difference in that set that you called earlier. the defence applied the pressure. They knew where they had them held to start it off, and then they got up in their face and slowed down that momentum and took that opportunity away. But we've got an interchange penalty now. Beresfield found to have extra men on the field with the poor interchange. So a penalty on the halfway line for the Pumas. Let's see what they can do.
Can't sell it to me, Colo. You can't sell the box set to me. Here comes the Parks Pumas. 4-1 they trail, but they've been good. They've been good, the Parks Pumas. I keep getting ready to say Spaceman. Hello to all those listening out at Parks.
Oh, there's just an incorrect play of the ball again. He tried to split left quickly, but got tangled up in the play of the ball. Loss of control and a turnover. That's a coach killer.
So here they go, rolling across to the replacements they go. Who's been your better players so far, Colo?
Oh, mate, I can't go past Gordon, Dawn. They've been impressive for Beresfield, as has Slater Kidd, and of course your man Hayden in Pumas.
Yep.
Very impressive.
So here they come upfield now, and this is through
Cooperfield.
Yeah. Cooperfield, Slater Kidd, and Darcy Chapman. He's pushed himself out that link position now. So Cooperfield, Darcy Chapman there at dummy half.
Kidd
Slater Kidd will have a shot at him. He wants to keep coming back to the left, Slater Kidd, doesn't he?
Looks like he's strong side. He's definitely trying to control that play out there in the middle. You can see him there putting the kids in positions. There's a sweeper. They go back to Kidd. This time on the short side.
Well, there's an intercept attempt, and I think he's done remarkably well to catch that somehow, and Slater Kidd gets another.
But great call there by Hayden Lamont. You said he came up to attempt an intercept. He realised he didn't get the ball and he didn't make a touch. So you saw there at the end, he gave an honesty call. No touch made. The referee was on the spot to say thank you very much and awards a try. Good skills all round. That pass was under pressure. You can see just there where Lamont tried to get it, and unfortunately for Parks, the cover coming across in the shape of number 33, Casey Esmond again. You've called him a few times. Working hard in defence, but he was millimetres away.
Great catch. The wind picks up. Nice and cool right now. But
it's beautiful.
If this wind can stay all day, it'll be most welcome. Parks looking for their second. They trail 5-1. There's the pass away. There's, I tell you what, he was in the clear there. Love it.
Another penalty called.
Yeah, there's another forward pass from the dummy
wide.
half. You see that a lot, don't you? That pop-up pass.
But it's a 50-50 call. Some get called, some don't. This wind, as you said, it's right at the back of the Pumas now, so that could have played some role in that forward pass. As Beresfield roll up over the halfway. Again, that was the first time we've seen Parks come off their line to make a touch. Too much space here being given. That was straight given back to the man who rolled the ball. And now we have a turnover against the Pumas because they were telling the referee about the forward pass. Yeah. So now that's a massive penalty, a huge turnaround. Should have been the other way.
And now they've lost a player.
A forced substitution. So they could get another man on. It's not a sin bin, but he has to substitute and leave his team one short until the player gets on the field.
Here they come. Oh, he almost got a well-deserved touchdown, did Faulkner.
That's Casey Esmond again coming in off the wing, shutting that one down. Yep. Well read.
So here they come again. Cooperfield drops it down for Dawn.
Slater Kidd's looking dangerous in the middle as well. A turnover here, a penalty. A no touch was called that time.
Okay.
So he played the ball without being touched, and that's the signal from the referee.
Come on, Parks. Let's get a consolation here down 5-1. 5-1 is my score, I think. Colo, are you with me there?
I'll go with you.
So here they come upfield towards the halfway line. 5-1. And love it. And he's taken down about 40 metres out.
Last touch here.
Last touch. Let's play a bit of footy, boys. They go to the left-hand side. Chance their arm.
Gets it away over the sideline. That's better. They're well into Beresfield territory now, so Beresfield have got to go 60 metres here.
The Inferno 10 is now open and operational.
Inside the final minute, Colo, and
another penalty.
But the Inferno 10 is.
So Slater Kidd's going to head off. He's had a big game, Slater Kidd, as they get the fresh troops on. Who wants to score the last one? Have we seen the last one at 5-1?
They're lining up now. There's plenty of space. This is a good read. Good pace through the middle as well.
Yes, Cody Beavis.
He really stamped it on then.
Leave it to Beavis. Josh Drinkwater's there. And now...
There's Kyan Gordon.
He's been good
Gordon
too.
with the ball. Here he is. He'll straighten up. You need to straighten up then.
Yep. And just a little bit earlier, it was 2-on-1, but just engaged the line a little bit too long. He's going to go short side
from
Kyan
half.
Gordon. He's free. Pops it over the top. And slam dunking the ball was Benny
referee was on the
but
spot
no.
for a touch. So as the ball came over the top, it was really well timed from the defender then. I'll get his number, the young fella in the long sleeves. He read it well. Timed it to perfection to get the touch just before the ball was on the ground.
Here we go. I want to see this boy. Lovett's in pace. Has he got support? He's going to ask some questions. And he gets across there to make it, and that'll be the game.
That was a thrilling end of the game there. Beresfield had been in control, but that's what we wanted to see. A little breakout play. But Beresfield came across in cover, shut it down, and the final score 5-1 Beresfield over Parks.
Congratulations to Beresfield, 5-1 over Parks. Thank you to Adam Collins who's sticking around. Big game coming up. Benny Homer back in the chair as we prepare for the match, which will be in the 16 girls. Singleton taking on Ballina.
A lot of games will tap off.
Something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Where you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero.
Welcome back to Dubbo. It is Junior State Cup 2024, the Northern Conference, and we're 30 seconds away from this second match in Pool A. Round 2 for Singleton and Ballina. The Singleton Storm taking on the Ballina Bull Sharks. Singleton went down 4-2 to Carlingford in their opening match. Ballina had a big 5-0 win against Tamworth. So Ballina looking to make it 2 from 2. Singleton aiming to bounce back, and it's going to be Singleton who have first use of it. It's getting nice and warm here in Dubbo, getting up around the 30-degree mark. Tough conditions, and we're underway here. Great to have Adam Collins alongside for the call. Adam, this should be an intriguing one.
Yeah, as you said, the Bull Sharks coming off quite a solid victory in their opening round, so they'll look to build on that. But of course, the girls from Singleton with that first opportunity, just a little bit static here. Good pressure being applied from the Bull Sharks, and there we see the payoff for that pressure. Just the forced error.
The Bull Sharks look really good in that opening round win against Tamworth. Tamworth just struggled a little bit in that game, so you just wonder whether it was the Bull Sharks very impressive or whether it was Tamworth a little off. We're going to find out here just how good they were in that opening game. This is Alicia Ross linking up. And a dummy from Cretha who really impressed in that opening win over Tamworth. She scored a couple of tries. Here she goes.
Last touch coming up for the Bull Sharks.
Some space in behind for Lettingham, and coming out the other side, Ballina. They may score here, and well, it was almost that play we spoke about. Ava Cretha, who very nearly made it 1-0.
The last touch there was interesting there when that break was made. It really came from nothing.
No matter what time of day
just pushed through the middle, found somebody in support, as you said, Cretha. Hit the line really well, but just unfortunately not able to convert it into points. But that's danger signs early on.
Concern for Singleton, yeah, defensively around the
There's
middle.
a penalty too there, sorry, Ben. And over the mark, you saw the touch was affected, and the player continued at least 1.5 metres to 2 metres past the mark, and the referee brings it back for the penalty.
So opportunity again for Ballina, starting this set basically on the halfway line to try and come up with the opening try in this one. This is Wiggins playing the ball. Now Slater, also impressed in that opening round win.
Sweepers coming into position now. We've got another just popping out to that far right link now. A couple of touches left. They'll get this one down quick and look to make another strike play on the last touch.
There's Capola
Through the
and
middle.
diving low. It was Kirianu. Has she got the ball down? Yes, she has. Another player who really impressed in that win against Tamworth. She's come out and scored the opener here.
That was just a real change of pace from Kirianu there. She just drove right through the middle. Heads up touch footy. We talked about in the earlier boys game. That was the same thing there. Kirianu just put her head down. She saw the slightest of opening, got the ball down low, but, you know, for mine, there's a little question over or not whether she controlled the ball to the ground, but the referee was on the spot and he called it.
What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, 1-0. From my position, it looked to be a little bit of a drop ball as she was taking it down, but the referee was there, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, as we say, always tough in, especially the referee touch feeds. Things happen in such short spaces of time. So Singleton with the chance to probe here. Fitzsimmons is dropping it down. There was Fernance coming, and Fitzsimmons on the final play here. Can Singleton find something at the end of this set? They can't. Brumby with the touch on the final play. So a little bit of a challenging set there for the Storm, who started that set, obviously, from halfway from the tap. They would have liked to produce a bit more.
They really haven't brought anything to the end of their sets. They've given away a penalty on the first one. That time there wasn't a lot doing. They don't have that, doesn't look to have the same ability to read what's happening in front of them, and they just get caught on that back foot.
Ballina on the final play, again slicing through, should be a try and is. That was brilliant work from Lettingham. Just burst through the middle and she sets up the second try, and it is 2-0 to the Bull Sharks.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the difference. As I was saying, they just seem to have, again, the last touch in the set. They get their field position and then they look to play that final set with a strike. And just as you said, they drove straight through the middle. The support player did exactly what she needed to do, and that is all she wrote.
Hickey getting the ball down, 2-0 to the Bull Sharks. So can Singleton come up with something to respond here. This is a better set from them.
But again, you can see there's not a lot of movement off the ball here, so it's easy for the defence to read. They've got players standing around. They're very flat. Now we have a sweeper coming, and they turn it back to the inside, and it's shut down beautifully. But that was the first real time I saw any sweepers or any players off the ball moving and trying to put the defenders in two minds.
All very static, wasn't it? So Ballina just seem to be doing things nicely at the moment, just able to roll up the ground.
Little passing behind the play there, but look at the metres they made. 15 metres on that one. And again, they roll forward. The defenders hold their line and wait as opposed to getting up and cutting off the space. So this is another strike play, last touch.
Taylor Matthews. And she's got Capola just
Hitting the
firing
line
through on the angle, but a touch was made. Last-ditch touch. They really couldn't afford to concede a third there, Singleton. So an important touch.
Madison Coppola there, the number 11, she really hit that line hard, but it was acceleration off the mark. That was really impressive. I'll be keeping an eye on her. That straight hole running, she could be dangerous.
Just getting swamped at the moment, Singleton.
This
Well, it just opens up through the middle all of a sudden as they all rushed up. And Sienna Brumby came out the other side.
It was nice from Brumby.
They were shooting up and Brumby just found the gap. There was one player that was just sitting back a little deeper and was able to exploit the space. But in the end, the scramble from the Bull Sharks was good. This is Cretha.
Just seems to be that next phase play that they really need to build on. Storm, that was much better, but it's that second phase off that big break that they needed to capitalise on and weren't able to.
Elizabeth Quinn linking back with Hickey, who scored that try off the back of Harding's good work, but Harding's knocked on.
So let's see now what the Storm can do. They've got to roll 60 metres downfield. They're looking for this subset. I know Joel in the last game, he doesn't appreciate it. And there's a little juggle, so they have to reset again from a static position. They're up over halfway, and that little dummy was enough to get a late pass call.
Yeah, so at the moment, Ballina just look to have this game right under their control. 2-0 up. They just don't want to take their foot off the pedal, though.
No, exactly. They need to maintain this level of energy. You see them, they roll forward really well, but I think a lot of that to do is with the Storm not coming up off their line. They're doing that rolling defence, giving away the attacking position. That time she shot up and got called out.
Letting him step looking for the gap. Just made a key touch there. Cretha picking it up at dummy half, turning it to letting it. We've got Slater out here on the left edge. Looks as though they're going to come the short side. That's what they do. Cretha going low. Touch was made.
The referees
said there was no touch and it is 3-0. Well, how? How has she not made the touch there? And it was probably one of the easiest tries you'd see. 3-0.
Again, it's up to the referee to call those ones, but you be the judge at home. This replay that's coming your way, have a look at it and see what you think.
Well, they're saying she hasn't got back on the line, Marnie O'Brien. That's the decision. It's a play-through call, isn't it, Adam?
It is. As long as the referee is communicating with the player that she hasn't made the line, then they can call play on. So it's 2 feet on or behind the score line is required. And if they're not there, the referee will tell you so and award the try. And that seems to be what he's done.
So Singleton, when they've been defending, they just haven't been able to close up the space, and when they've got the ball, they're just being suffocated at the moment by this pressure that's coming from Ballina, but they've been able to exploit it on occasion, and this referee saying
I think he's going to give a penalty.
Now, are they saying, have a look at the clock, referee's making a decision, there's pointing going on, referee says ball down. I think they were initially saying maybe the winger was offside or something, but...
Yeah, just confusion reigns supreme in that one. We just go with the referee now. We've got the Bull Sharks off their line once again, familiar territory. And they roll forward through Cretha, who's been busy in this game. You said she had a solid game in that first hit out. She's been good in this one as well.
Yeah, so too Harding, who's just on her outside, but she goes to the short side. Cretha has got Harding, who has dropped it. Well, she set up that first try, Harding, with some brilliant work, and Well, all she had to do was catch it and put it down.
She did everything she needed to do there, Manu Harding. She trailed perfectly on the break, put herself into perfect position, and then just lost contact right at the last second. Unfortunate for the Bull Sharks, but again, danger signs for the Singleton team.
Well, Singleton Storm, well, they need to create somewhat of a storm. There might be one on the way here for Dubbo
Forward
Adams, as we see a forward pass go against Singleton. Yeah, there could be a bit of a thunderstorm rolling through this afternoon.
We are keeping an eye on the weather, Ben.
A little bit nervous about that. We'll wait and see. It could make things quite interesting as Harding takes it forward. Now Crethar.
20 metres out from the Storm try line. They roll on in numbers now.
Quinn, and now letting
not
him.
square. A let off for Singleton.
Yeah, big let off, wasn't it?
That I say it quite regularly in commentary, the coach killer, and that was a coach killer there. There was no momentum in that play the ball, and yet she was sideways to the, or less than parallel. So the referee found the penalty and blew it, but there's no need for it at that pace.
3 zipped the score, so it probably should have been 4. Can Ballina get themselves up to
sloppy play the ball, they get
4-0
away
lead?
with it.
Letting him, looking for the inside.
Nice touch.
Not back with 2 feet behind the goal line, Singleton. So again, the pressure building on their line. Ballina asking them to come forward. They want to get that space in behind. That was quite a heavy touch, and that's what the decision is from the referee.
Anna Wiggins in the half position. She was looking for a strike then, but she didn't get it when the play was slowed right down.
Kiriano on the inside. Good scramble so far from Singleton.
This is
their
good
D.
defence.
Yeah. Letting him. And now with Ross.
Wiggins in at half again. But it's Lettingham who's the danger here with the ball now.
Lettingham
She'll dive.
dives and scores.
Gets over the
referee says ball is down, and it is 4-0 this time for Ballina, and that is the end of the first half. It could not have finished any better for the Ballina Bull Sharks, who go to the sheds with a 4-0 advantage. That is a big first half. Really impressive, wasn't it?
That was a great end of the set there, or end of the half for the Bull Sharks. But I've got to give a shout out to Sabella Pike. She was millimetres away from that defence. She really threw herself into the line, and it was just the skills of the Ballina player able to get over the touch. Millimetres in it, but better signs there for the defence of the Storm, getting up off the line and trying to take that opportunity away from the Bull Sharks. Just perched here on the halfway line
I'm
listening
just
to the
trying
coach.
to see if we can, if the mics are picking up the
just
message
under
from
1 minute until
the
the
Ballina
commencement
coach. I
of the
couldn't
second
pick up
half.
exactly what he was saying,
Players,
but
referees, please
the
take
message
the field.
was he's obviously happy with the 4-0 lead, but it's when they're on attack, he seems to want something a little more efficient in that department. He wants a little bit quicker movement. That's what I'm picking up from that, Adam.
He's been around the game for a very, very long time, this coach. He's been steeped in Queensland coaching history, has worked for Queensland Touch. He's worked with the Australian teams as well, and now here putting back into the under-16 girls in Ballina.
How would you say Ballina are in terms of this Pool A? So you look at the sides, they had that big win over Tamworth. Do you think they're one of the sides that you'd class as the favourites for this competition, Adam?
Oh, they're certainly in the calculations. They're one of the top 2 at least. So we'll see how they go. That Carlingford side also.
We'll give them a test.
They'll give them a test, so I'll be interested to see how that one goes. And it'll be the Bull Sharks who will get us underway here for the second half.
Well, Singleton will do well to keep them out here. First set of this second half. Already a 4-0 advantage. They won their first game 5-0 against Tamworth. Well,
and there it is on the 10-metre line, not square again. At that pace, that should not happen. It's, again, another penalty for the same thing. So this referee's all over it. He's the only one that's blown penalties for that at the moment. Oh,
we've got a flying hat
the
the commentary box, I think, from one of the cameramen. We're keeping Sun safe here today. It is a warm one in Dubbo. Also a little bit of wind picking up as well, making things a bit challenging. But Ballina, being on the coast, they're quite used to a bit of extra breeze about. But they just haven't started this second half in as fine form as they finished the first.
I don't know about you, Ben, but the commentary tower is becoming a bit of a tower of terror. There's a lot of movement in this breeze, and lucky we're on level 1.
Singleton looking to send it over to the box, making some changes here. Really finding that going quite tough. They have almost...
Final touch on the
I'm trying to think
halfway
of the
line.
last time they've actually been inside Ballina's half, because it's been a while. They've found it really difficult to make meters.
It was probably towards the end of the first half where they made some inroads, but again, they really haven't been able to build on that and create anything on the end of their set. So this could be a learning tournament for the Singleton girls. Come away, see what it's all about, and come back bigger and better next year.
Pike took that run. This is a better set from them. Marnie O'Brien playing the ball now to Pike.
She's been impressive, Pike, as has Brumby.
And this could be the moment. No, it's not. It was Cratho with the touch on the
Marnie
goal
O'Brien,
line.
diving Marnie O'Brien, not able to get the ball to ground. But this is a good set from the girls. They've really asked some questions here. Ballina have been up to the task in defence, but they're moving the ball around. They're trying to spread the defence, and that was a good set for the girls.
And now we'll just get a look at Ballina. How are they able to roll up here from their own 7, basically? They started that set. Well, they haven't been able to. They've put the ball down. So invited Singleton with another chance. There's space out to the right if they can get it there.
They needed to move that earlier.
They just couldn't, could they?
It's that slow transition play from both teams that they need to move the ball early. They've got numbers
so
here with
there's
a player
5.
down. There's a draw and pass situation, but well covered in defence from Ballina, but offside was the call.
So they'll get another 6 here. Well, this is what Singleton want. An opportunity just to test out their attack, probably against one of the best defences they're going to come up against over this 3 days of competition. Diving, and the touch is made, and obstruction is the call from the referee.
Tough call there. This young referee was right on the spot.
He's across all the rules. He's been very much so making the players aware of what they need to be doing out there. This could be another issue. No.
They get away with one there.
Very much getting away with something. That looked like a very scrappy play, the ball.
In the momentum slowing considerably. This is better now from Taylor Matthews. It was that turned on the afterburners. Got some extra metres. This is the last touch.
Kirianu popping it up to Slater. Asking for 6 more. He's going to get 6 more.
Yeah, it was.
You're not a fan, Adam?
Not a massive fan of that call.
Not played at, did you think?
Oh, I didn't think so.
So this could be another try on the way. Well, there's a bit of skill from Amalia Anderson, who goes over for Ballina's 5th.
Yeah, and again, it came from nothing. If you watch this one in replay, she slowed down. The defence held off. They thought she was going to put the ball down. All she did was go off the left foot and accelerate, and the line opened up for her. It really was a nothing play, and it was all up to the defence then to shut it down, and they just didn't.
Bit of laziness, wasn't there, coming across on the inside players?
Absolutely.
Sitting back towards the goal, the try line. So, yeah, it's been a really tough outing, this, for Singleton. A lot of lessons that they're going to learn here.
So Ballina up to equal their previous score with that 5-0.
Really good start to the tournament, isn't it, as Fitzsimmons.
Keep adding those for and against into your tally.
Plus 10 doesn't sound too bad. But I think, would you say the coaching staff would be more impressed with the North?
Oh, 100%.
5-0. Haven't let in a try.
But that's what happens. If you can apply the defensive pressure, well, then it's going to come back to you in spades when you get that momentum.
That was really good defence from Singleton there. Players shooting up. It was all in unison. It was well dealt with, that set from Ballina. And now can they turn something into A try at the other end, bursting through is Brumby. She's still going. Sienna Brumby, can she get to the line? Has the touch been made? Referee says no. What an unbelievable individual effort from Sienna Brumby.
She did it earlier in the game too, but unfortunately wasn't able to convert. But that time, absolutely beautiful individual play, as you said. Just a dummy. She put her head down and she went for it.
It was tight, wasn't it?
It was so tight. That final touch was right there again. It was just the timing of the dive to perfection by Brumby. And she's really earned that. She's worked hard for this Storm.
Yeah, it was tight. Some might say there was a little touch just before, but she deserved that, Brumby, for all the effort. So that's a big confidence boost for Singleton. They get a try, but Ballina now get the ball from halfway from the tap.
It's interesting that Brumby stayed out there after that. I would have been putting my hand up and said, hey, I've done my bit.
She's pumping full of adrenaline after scoring the try. She wants to stay out there and inspire a team.
Now she has to work off her own try line here. As they do, this is better. This is much better momentum. There she goes again. The left foot step straightens up nicely. This is a better set from the Storm. Well over the halfway line now. Final touch coming.
This is
Numbers.
Bradwell is going to take the touch.
Oh,
It
the
looked
penalty.
a bit high. It did look high, didn't it?
Well, when you're coming in on that angle, sometimes it's tough to stop yourself. And there was more of a collision than a high contact, I would call that. But the referee, again, finds an indiscretion, blows the penalty. And this is a great opportunity for the Storm to go back-to-back.
Bradwell picks it up, but it's just a little bit slow now. And it
Brumby hanging around that half position again.
breaks down just a touch. So this is Pike popping it up. And there's space for O'Brien. And, well, great opportunity, wasn't it, for Heffernan over in the corner, but pass just went over her head.
Yeah, it was the defence coming across from the Bull Sharks there. A little touch, hard touch in the back as the ball was being released. Enough just to affect the flight of the ball. And unfortunately for the Storm, they're not able to convert their second opportunity. But that was much, much better from the transition off their own line to earning that penalty on the 7-metre line.
Anderson has already scored one today. Just able to find some more metres
Yeah,
there.
penalty. This guy is right onto that. That was well off the mark. She was touched a metre back, and she just let herself, the momentum carrier, she needed to take the step back to where the touch was affected. And a changeover. Again, another opportunity here for the Storm on the halfway line. Brumby's still out there. She's working hard for her team. Ball's gone. Good call.
Space there for Heffernan down the wing. And
little juggle.
A little knock on, wasn't it? But
Just
they've held their own in this second half, haven't they?
They've done
Or was
really
it
well.
at half-time 4-0, wasn't it?
Yep.
1-1 second half.
They've done very well, the Storm. That half-time talk from the coach must have been right on the money.
So Brumby shoots up, couldn't make the touch in time, and now it just opens up for Lettingham. Through Quinn. Quick dump, Lettingham with the defence retreating. She is dummy half. Does she have
Needs
a
to find
teammate?
support here.
Can she find someone?
Oh, the referee's
no,
called a touch.
She has been caught in possession. She just couldn't find a free blue shirt, could she?
There were plenty of people there, but there was a lot of people in red as well. And the referee there called the half touch. They can't score, so they have to find that support player. He called the half touch. Could have been a penalty there because she did pass the ball after she was touched, but he went with the last touch. I always think the penalty is much better there for the Storm, but they roll now up to the halfway line. This is the last touch, and good shutdown there from the Bull Sharks.
So great example there of the Bull Sharks defence. So couldn't get it over halfway, Singleton. There's been a little bit of physicality in this game, hasn't there? A bit of argy-bargy with some touches, heavy touches,
But
high touches.
I don't think it's any malice. I think it's just that control of their bodies at this age and the speed that the game's played at. It's really learning how to control that momentum into the touches.
Crether into the in goal.
Over the top,
took a
touched in
touch.
flight, 6 more.
So Ballina, you can understand you're up 4-0 at half-time. It's been a second half which has been a little scrappy from their perspective, but they're going to get away with another big win. 5-0 against Tamworth in round 1. Can they get another 5-try win here? Crether goes low.
Yeah,
player not back.
not
Referee
onside.
says try.
We heard that call from the commentary position. The referee was right on the spot, called that young lady out, and a try there for the Bull Sharks. But, mate, I've got to give credit to the Storm. They really have lifted their intensity in this second half. You know, but there is a skill divide. But these girls will learn from this, and they'll build, and they've demonstrated that they can do that.
So 30 seconds remaining in this second half. And Brumby goes through again. Thought she was going to pull out the razzle-dazzle once again and score a second individual try. Really is a key player for this Singleton side. She's got her hands on the ball again. She's touched the ball about 4 times in this set. Final play now. Again, it's Brumby with her hands on the ball. That is full time. So a comprehensive win from the Ballina Bull Sharks in round 2 of Pool A in the 16 girls competition. They had a 5-0 win over Tamworth, a 6-1 win over Singleton in round 2. Singleton 4-2, they went down to Carlingford in the opening game, 6-1 here. So they will be keen to get a win a little bit later on this afternoon when they get underway, Adam. So Ballina, great start to this competition.
Yeah, they'll go deep, I'm sure, but the action doesn't stop here. We've got the girls' 18th division coming your way shortly. Ben will be with you, joined by the lead Jason Stent. The Manly Seagulls taking on Newcastle Knights, coming your way here from Dubbo.
All right, well, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with that, grudge match. Manly and Newcastle, the Seagulls and the Knights, they'll be coming up next.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalizing a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Welcome back to Dubbo. This is the 18 girls. It's Pool A. It is a grudge match, this one. It is the Seagulls against the Knights. Manly against Newcastle. We've got a guard of honour, Dean Russell. They're pulling out all the stops here, the Seagulls.
Yeah, pretty early in the weekend for Guards of Honour. We normally see these take place on Guzmani and Gomez finals day, but the Seagulls, a very strong club, got a very good culture and they support all their teams, so not surprising to see a fair few of them out here today.
Yeah, well, this one should be a cracker. Newcastle had a 2-2 draw against Dubbo in round 1. Manly had a 4-2 win over Maitland. Getting a bit of Eagle Rock as well going on here.
Yeah, it's pretty good conditions too. I mean, the heat is up, but there's a nice breeze blowing out here, which is helping keep everyone cool. And as you know, Ben, we've changed playing conditions today because of the heat predicted, especially a bit later this afternoon. Rather than the 25-minute turnaround, we're playing 2 11.5-minute halves with a 2-minute break.
So we're about to get underway in the first half here. Newcastle with first use of it. So this round 2 pool A of the 18 girls, the Manly Seagulls against the Newcastle Knights. Manly, one of the heavyweights in this competition, and this is going to help them out early on, an early penalty.
Yeah, they were looking to set up the sweeper play coming back to the right-hand side of the field, but unfortunately just overran the mark, and it was a forward pass from the ruck.
They really impressed in that opening match win, did Manly. Really comprehensive against Maitland, despite the scoreline, and both sides with a bit of a tough start to this one.
Yeah, that was an infringement there for the substitutions. They had 7 players on. You really need to control your sub box to make sure that while your subs are eager to get on there, they actually wait for their partner to get off the field before they enter the field.
Happens so rapidly, it can get a little bit confused, can't it, as Nikas is playing the ball. Around the back comes Figalo. Really flat pass there from Bouldery, and Bouldery takes it forward. Nikas goes out of dummy half and links with Bouldery. Who's going to take the touch eventually and dive low. The touch made on Nikas as she tried to dive under the Manly defenders.
Yeah, the Manly defensive structure there, you would have noticed, was very solid. The players knew their assignment. They didn't get shifted out into spaces that they weren't. Oh, that was forward and well called by the referee. So they weren't shifted out in the spaces they didn't need to get into. So I think Newcastle, they're going to have to try and move the middle defence around a bit more rather than play a bit static. Try and turn them sideways to make them chase and create opportunities back on the inside.
Bouldery. And now Nikas, that pass a little bit behind power. Eventually finds Figalo, who takes the touch. And players running off. And this is going to be a penalty for Manly.
Yeah, that set there from Newcastle. They get the ball back. I've seen a lot of teams do this. They're getting their mentality on the changeover. We must make changes. But in that situation, Newcastle have got the ball in a good attacking position, yet they still tried to get all their players off and get fresh troops on. So sometimes you just need to take the ball, take a few hits up in front of you, and then get the fresh troops on. Another infringement of the ruck. No, it's another
issue with interchange. Referees are cracking down here on that, where the changes are taking place.
Yeah, the subs box needs to be taken control of here by the coaching staff. That's 2 sets in a row where they've given that penalty away.
So certainly something that Manly have to keep an eye out for. Newcastle, well, they've got to take advantage of the Manly ill discipline, and they can't again.
Yeah, they're not building any pressure on the Sea Eagles. They're getting good opportunity, good field position, but just some cheap errors really taking the foot off the throat.
Vera with that run before, now French there rolling up nicely. Medved, who scored in that opening round win against Maitland. That was French, now Medved powering forward. Final touch on the way here for the Sea Eagles. French was pointing right, she's going to go left, and that pass in the middle of Link and Winger.
Yeah, just trying to put her support player out there, Vera, on the outside of her defender. But unfortunately the pass is too far forward of her, but the idea was good.
Well, Manly, with players shooting up there, Grace French shot up, got called out by the referee, who's then awarded the penalty, saying that she affected the play. And now Newcastle with a great set here, and they're going to make some changes. Was there a hard touch? No, referee says off the mark, and the Newcastle player who got flattened over near the sideline, Macy Cox, is saying, well, hang on a second, I ended up nearly into the advertising.
Yeah, look, for the first infringement, the referee's actually got it right. She'd actually overstepped the mark in the roll ball. She might have been knocked over, but she actually had overstepped the mark, so they went with the first infringement. And you see a lot at this level, especially in the juniors, players not being strong in the ruck, and so sometimes that will affect how those roll ball mistakes occur.
So Manly, and there is another roll ball error, Dean, right on cue. It's been a bizarre game so far, hasn't it?
And just below us, I heard a grunt, and that came from Coach Brown of Manly. And so clearly frustrated with the level of mistakes that his team are making, but I'm pretty sure that that same reflection would be on the opposite side of the field with the Newcastle coaching staff.
Bouldery, that looked like a forward pass, but a high touch is the call from the referee here, and the Manly player Carissa Smythe was very unimpressed. She was trying to seek an explanation, but the referees in this game are right on the money here.
Yeah, Newcastle just making a change there. The girl who got hit might have been just an accidental finger in the eye, so she's gone off. And so that was what the delay of play was there.
Yeah, so Stevie Bouldery off the field. Jessica Power with the ball in her hand. Now Macy Cox. You remember got pushed over a moment ago. Again, asking the question was Nikas about that touch from Manly. She's got the ball again here, slams it down, and Cox is going for the line, but the referee's coming back for a penalty off the mark.
Yes, and again, just these ruck penalties or changeovers are really killing Newcastle at this point in time. They've had pretty good field position, and the game is still in the balance. And so both coaches will want to see a bit more discipline from their players.
Really willing contest, this one. As you always expect when Newcastle play Manly. Chase Perrott coming straight off the bench and into the action. Calms linking up. Now with Jackson. Driving forward. Popped into the arms of Calms. This is Gemma. And it will be a Newcastle ball.
Yeah, Calms was looking for Jackson to spring to the left-hand side of the field. Then you can see she was loading up the pass. But Jackson had got caught up in the ruck, so wasn't able to get into that hole just outside the left middle as they were attacking. Good run there from Newcastle.
Just went over the mark, didn't she, Macy Cox? So just slowed the momentum slightly. Priestley and then for Garlow. They look to spin it right, the Knights. Skennan and Priestley now. Keeps it moving, and the pass put down by Eve Thomas.
It would have liked Priestley actually to throw the dummy there and a chance of hand on going through the line. I thought she was in enough of a hole there that the link had turned her shoulders to chase out, so there was an opportunity.
Well, you're just sensing this match could well go down to the wire. It is right in the balance at the moment. No tries apiece. Just keeps herself in there, did Calms, under some pressure against the sideline.
Well, the referee said she was out that time, so referee Mason Colwell saying that they'd actually put their foot out through the roll ball. And so, again, a turnover in pretty good field position for Newcastle.
Medford really shooting up out of the line, putting the pressure on Carroll. And a juggle, and referee says that gone forward.
No, he actually ruled that the roll ball wasn't square, so when you roll a ball you must be facing your opposition scoreline. And sometimes you can get affected by the touch coming in, but that's when we talk about being strong in the ruck. This is good play from Manly.
And Medford down low, that's a good take up and around the ankles. Trying to dodge the touch there of Cox, who eventually got her. Medved goes to the line, good run from Bishop. Medved gets through. Has she got a teammate? Yes, she has. And finally, the deadlock is broken. Manly with the first try in what has been a really tense battle with Newcastle.
Yeah, good work there from Medvedev. She's been pretty instrumental in everything that's been happening for Newcastle, for Manly. And you see she goes out of here at the half, goes to the right, shows the ball, gets through the line, realises the wing is unmarked and throws the long cutout pass for the first touchdown. And
that try to Isla Hendry So Manly with the advantage. Newcastle with the set start on halfway after the tap off. Can they hit back straight away? Something Manly did really well in their first game against Maitland. And they couldn't do it on that occasion. So a couple of minutes before half-time, Dean, this is a crucial period in the game.
Yeah, it is, and Manly will just want to be... They've just scored the last set. They had possession. They want to tuck the ball under their arm and get it downfield.
Mia Wall did just that. Picked up about 20 metres or so. Patterson. Again, this is the third time Manly have had 7 players on the field. And it's only for a split second, but the referees are cracking down on it, which is fair enough.
Yeah, they've got a set pattern of their sub-box play, and so girls know when they're coming off and who's going on. But unfortunately, they're over-eager in getting players on the field before the substitutions are off. And then some people might say, oh, why they just let it go? Well, it actually gives an unfair advantage to the attacking team because of the way that they can get players on the field before they should. So they're able to get into holes and positions earlier than expected.
So ball down for Newcastle. Just over a minute remaining in this first half. The Seagulls with a set here. Newcastle should get one more. And Manly, and you can see they are slightly affected by that. That was not as well worked to substitution as they would have liked as they look to make some changes. But they're able to roll up nicely. Final play, Medved gets out a dummy half as she loves to do. Couldn't make it through all the way on that occasion. So Newcastle will get probably the final set of this half.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there for Medved, but I actually would have liked to see her release from the ground straight out to French. I thought they were just outside their defensive line up there, so could have put pressure on the defensive line by throwing the outline. Again, another changeover here from Newcastle. That's something that the coaching staff are going to have to address at halftime.
So they'll probably get a couple more plays here, Manly, depending how quickly they want to move the ball and get it to ground. Well, they won't get any of those plays. That is probably going to be it for this first half. Newcastle will get one final play. I'll still get this tap once it's taken correctly, and is. So final play of the half. Macy Cox is touched, and that brings us to the end of the first 11.5 minutes here in what has been a really intriguing round 2 match in Pool A of the 18 girls here at Junior State Cup. Manly leading 1-0 thanks to Isla Henry's try, but Dean, this second half is set up beautifully.
Yeah, look, there's nothing in the game right at this point. Yeah, Manly might have the lead on the scoreboard, but it's been a game where both teams have had plenty of opportunities and haven't been able to capitalise. I think the team that actually takes control of the ball this half, they're going to take control of the game and probably run out winners. A lot of cheap turnovers, especially when they're in good attacking position. I think from a Manly's perspective, Coach Brown will be wanting to adjust their substitutions coming on from the field and making sure that they control the ball and just get a good drive downfield. If they can put Newcastle on the back foot, I think they've got the players who can go from half who are going to cause some damage to the defensive structure. The other side of the field, I think Newcastle, they just need to control the ball and still, when they get into this red zone, attack the two middles and move them around the field. Don't let them just sit in their holes and let them sit in their channels, but actually turn them around and move them around. So it'll be an interesting second half. It's all to play for, and I can't pick a winner right now.
Well, we have got 30 seconds until this second half is underway. We're getting into that point of the competition where this middle group of pool matches that teams, they must just blow out those early cobwebs and they've got to pick up wins. And for Newcastle, they had a draw with Dubbo in their first game. Of course, there's plenty more matches to come for them, but they don't really want to drop another one. We've got 18 girls coming up next. It is Mudgee and Dubbo. So this Pool A, Newcastle, Mudgee, Manly, Maitland, Hornsby, Dubbo. So the 2 first-round winners were Manly and Mudgee. Newcastle and Dubbo's second match is really crucial after draws to start. So if they can pick up something against one of the heavyweights, that would be huge for the Knights. So the Seagulls with the tap-off in this second 11.5 minutes. Smythe. Slowing things down through Mia Wall. Perrott popped up to Gray. Hole through the middle. That is the perfect start to the second half for the Sea Eagles. A gaping hole, wasn't it?
Yeah, really smart play from Gray there. I was just watching and I thought the two middles from Newcastle might have been a bit far apart just in general play. And then you'll see they put the ball in the hands of Gray there. She runs in that hole, pumps and then dummies short and then gives a short pass again to Perrott, who was running into the perfect hole. And that was the start that Coach Brown and the Manly girls were looking for.
And their record, Dean, I know we don't have stats to hand, but I did that first game where they played Maitland. They scored twice after conceding tries in that game, and of course started those sets from halfway. Right after halftime, they start a set from halfway, they go down and score. That's got to give them huge confidence.
Yeah, it's exactly the way you want to start. In a tight game, that's exactly the way you want to start. If you've got possession, the first possession in the second half in a tight game, to go down and score in your first set really puts the opposition on the back foot here.
Can they make it 3? Nedved is always dangerous, but caught, so Newcastle, well, they've got an uphill battle now, down by 2. It's been tight to this point. Penalty for the touch, is it?
Yep, too heavy in the touch there from Medvedev. Referees are saying that. You see that a lot. You see the Newcastle just take the ball to the sideline, and rather than go forward first, you see it a lot at junior level. Coaches have got to start teaching their players to drive the ball forward first, then go to the sub box.
French diving low. Touch is made. It was the opposite number.
It was a consequence of just that crabbing across field. When they roll the ball, they weren't facing square onto the scoreline. Where if they go forward, you can alleviate that.
Medved. Oh, Newcastle player slipped over. And it just opened up for Manly 3-0.
Yeah, Medvedev running what we call a buoy there, and normally that the player who slipped over would chase Medvedev and they try to score on the outside of that player, but she slips over there, so you'll see here Medvedev comes against the grain, dumming on the outside, looks back on the inside, finds the free player, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, we've got the Sea Eagles out 3 touchdowns to 0.
So Jazz Vera scoring there. And this second half, Manly, well, they've just stepped it up. They've just gone up another level, haven't they? Newcastle, well, they've just dropped their bundle in this second half. Another mistake.
And that's been the killer for Newcastle. Just too many mistakes so far. And unfortunately, they've been happening when they're in good field position.
And straight through the middle, Manly. They're just running over the top of the Knights in this second half. Chase Perrott gets a second. It was 1-0 at half-time. It was tightened in the balance, and all of a sudden, Manly have gone whack, whack, whack. 4-0. They lead now.
Well, it must have been a fair spray or a fair discussion at half-time from Coach Brown, because he's really got the girls firing there. You just see that's a really good, strong drive. Just take it down the field. Found herself in space, Perrott, and just put the ears back and went for the touchdown.
Newcastle with Cox. Baldery turns it to Cox. So the two middles linking up a lot in this set. Cox, dummied, and the touch was made by Calms.
The Manly girls are coming out of their half with a lot more intensity than they did in the first half, although they're going to give a penalty away here for a forward pass off the ruck. So they probably just need to get themselves a metre or so deeper. You don't have to be so flat. If you're going at pace, you're going with intensity, you can be a metre deeper and still make the yardage you want to make.
Doherty and Cox. Baldery. Cox just wanting power coming back on the inside. Gets under now. Penalty. Referee was trying to play advantage. Not back. 2 feet behind the line. So Newcastle, they have to take advantage of an opportunity here. They just haven't been able to do so once again. Not square. So Dean, this has been their Achilles heel, Newcastle. They've been granted opportunities by Manly and they have not been able to execute.
Yeah, and it really has, unfortunately, let the girls down. And I said earlier, like it always seems to be when they're in that red zone, when they're in the area where they're going to have an opportunity to attack. And here's Perrott again, nearly getting through. And that really has been the coach killer, if you like, with the Newcastle team.
Manly looking dangerous from every part of the field at the moment, aren't they? Newcastle looking tired.
Yeah, Gray that time, nearly slipping on the outside. I love the way she runs with the ball. 2 hands on the ball out in front. Looks like she's passing left or right either time. And really places defences under pressure just by running with the ball in that way.
Newcastle looking to get some forward momentum. Newcastle. The ball here. Final play for the Knights. Newcastle takes it forward, trying to make something happen in a tight spot there.
Yeah, they slowed down there because they didn't have an acting half when the dump took place. We often call that downtime. You don't want too much downtime on the ball. You want the acting half there virtually as the ball's hitting the ground. So you've constantly got the pressure on the defensive line and constantly trying to move them around.
Forbes Abercrombie playing the ball there. Nikas. Carroll. And play the ball was really messy, wasn't it?
Yeah, we talked about being stronger in the ruck in the first half, and that's exactly what Newcastle need to be. And I mean, at the moment, it's 4-0 to the Manly Sea Eagles. It's these two clubs actually played in the Women's Premier League State Cup final back in December, and it was the Sea Eagles who were successful on that day as well, although the Newcastle girls were right into that fight.
Penalty for the Knights. It literally was a 4-minute period at the start of this second half where Manly just blew Newcastle out of this game.
Yeah, like we said, it's exactly the way in a tight contest you want to come out in the second half, and they've really just taken the wind out of Newcastle. You can see the body language, unfortunately, for some of the girls is just dropping each time there's an error. And Manly, like you said, they just went bang, bang, bang straight after half time, and that 1-0 advantage they had in a blink of an eye was 4-0.
Penalty, not back. Newcastle offside, so Manly with a chance to put a real whack on Newcastle's for and against here, especially after a draw in their opening game. They wouldn't want to be -5 with a 5-0 defeat here, but Manly could well grab another. Here is Power. Out of dummy half goes the run of Perrott, the cutout pass, and that will be 5 for Manly. Lara Patterson goes over.
Yeah, that was really good play there from the Sea Eagles. Again, actually the 2 plays before that, you could see Grace French out there, the 7, setting that up. She made the dump. Perrott cuts through the line, gets underneath, and then she floats this ball out. This is a really good take from the wing. It's just floating there. She's taken it above her head and gets it down cleanly. So really good play from Manly, but impressive from their wing. Newcastle really have to step it up here and try and get on the board and put some pressure back onto the Manly girls.
Cox scooping it up. Newcastle will get a penalty.
Referee not happy there with the slight little body check, if you like, from the Manly defence.
Priestley drops it down. Cox, can Newcastle get themselves on the board here? Give themselves some kind of bright moment in this second half. No, they can't. It's just all gone awry for them, hasn't it? Quite concerning.
You hear sometimes that they talk about teams needing half-time and some teams not wanting half-time. This is what exactly happened in this game. Manly needed half-time. They needed to get in, reset, start all over again and get their game plan back on track. Newcastle, on the other hand, they were in the arm wrestle, and by actually having half-time, it's actually worked against them. They might have been better just continuing on to play.
And And this has been the issue for Newcastle, is that they have been given opportunities. They can't say they've been starved of these moments down the attacking end. It's just they haven't been able to breach Manly's defence. Maybe Cox can do so. No, not on this occasion.
Yeah, good defensive structure there from the Sea Eagles, not biting, staying with their assignments.
Cox and Manly again.
Really good defence from Manly, and you saw the body positions when they were in making the touch and their lines that they ran back to get onside, shutting holes down and really putting the pressure in defence onto the attack of Newcastle.
Vera scored one of the tries in this game for Manly. Now French, Medved. There are numbers out wide for the Sea Eagles. Can they get the ball to the line? They can't quite, but the Sea Eagles, well, they have shown their credentials in the second half here against Newcastle. That's one of the best halves that we've seen on the stadium field here at Dubbo. They'd been a little bit scratchy in their first game against Maitland and in the first half against Newcastle, but they have shown why they are heavyweights for this competition. They win it 5-0 against Newcastle.
Please make your way to the fields.
Dean, your summary of that result?
Yeah, look, I think Manly were off kilter when they started the game. They weren't in their normal structures and they weren't in their normal flowing patterns of game. And I think Coach Brown got them in half-time and just took the pressure off them in some respects, made them relax and just get back out there and get stuck into their structures. And that really paid dividends for them in the second half, where Newcastle, on the other hand, half-time was probably the worst thing for them. They might have been better just pushing through. So impressive by the Sea Eagles.
Dean, thanks for your time. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the next match in the 18 girls, which is Mudgee and Dubbo. That's next.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't a mucker, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning, not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, run around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the nearly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a good meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so I know.
It's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now, so I used to play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it, so it's good to be here.
I've got to ask, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls Opens Bulldogs team, and it's the only time you'll ever see me in a Bulldogs shirt, but I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for them, but Sharkies through and through.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Buy tickets now at taronga.org.au.
Welcome back to Dubbo. Here we have got Pool A in the 18 girls competition. Mudgee up against Dubbo. Really important match for these two sides because Mudgee, they had a big win, 5-1 against Hornsby. They want to keep the winning ways going. Dubbo with a 2-2 draw against Newcastle in the opening round. So they want to pick up some competition points as well. Joel Kane alongside. Joel, you're enjoying this. You're keeping an eye out for your team. Just having a little bit of a scope of the sides this week in the Northern Conference.
Mate, I haven't had a chance in our age, but as we're about to kick off, there we go. I love coming out and watching what these kids can do. It's so good for the game. There's no question about that.
Well, this one should be a great one as we head towards the really tough part of the day, and it's an early try. Well, could not have started any better for Dubbo. Referee just giving it the all clear. Rudy Tudor has gone over in the corner on the home side with a brilliant start in this second match.
Yeah, Benny Homer, well called, and the local crowd immediately. There was that little extra oomph when the try was scored because we are here at Dubbo, beautiful grounds, and a terrific start from the girls from Dubbo.
So players just a little confused about whether they're switching sides after a touchdown, but today, because we have a half-time, sides are not switching sides after a try. So here come Mudgee, looking to hit back straight away. Isn't an early try fest here? No, the touch has been called. Well, we haven't even got a minute yet. We could have had a couple of scores on the board. There's a little pop pass up to O'Brien, who's diving in. Touch has been made. So final play here for the Mud Crabs. And well defended by Dubbo. So that's big, isn't it? After scoring, so important to try and keep your opposition out when they start the set on halfway.
Okay, so this scoreboard, which I'm actually running at the moment, Benny, is a little bit temperamental. I've hit the one for Dubbo a couple of times now, so my mind and I was off the game for the time being. But as you say, their first real defensive chance against Mudgee, who, by the way, they're building nicely as a touch club. Mudgee, Dubbo back on the attack.
And that pass has been put down. Just a little tough to handle for Ivy. Just was a touch behind her.
Sorry, Ben, I've got to say, if things haven't been tough enough for the scoreboard, the wind's now taken hold of it as well.
It was only facing our way about 30 seconds ago, and now it's gone the other way. So you actually don't know now, Joel, if the numbers you're putting in on the scoreboard are correct.
That's right. It's 1-0. 1-0 Dubbo, though, for what matters.
We'll keep you all updated. As you can probably see that on camera now as touch is made. So
I might go full circle if it's... unless I've pressed something, maybe it's an automatic turnaround. I might be turning it.
Got the turntable going on.
Did you play much touch, Benny?
Yeah, well, I actually played in 14s for Newcastle Junior State Cup, which would have been around 11 or something like that. But that was when the whole of New South Wales played over 2 days in Wollongong. Now it's divided into north and south.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's absolutely massive, isn't it? 3 days. This is just the Northern Conference, of course. We had the Southern one, which your side was involved with, Joel. So really, really massive competition, which is wonderful to see as Mudgee looking to lock this one up at a score apiece here.
Great defence too by the girls on the line there from Dubbo.
And they'll get another set here. Shaw with the knockdown, so O'Brien's going to play it. Manane popping it up. Can they dive low and go over? This time Rawlinson with the penguin dive, I like to call that, Joel. I love the penguin dive.
Penguin dive.
It's tough on the body and the ribs to execute, but it is it's fun when you get there. Manane.
Now 6 to go. So this really hurts as they exchange the referees. So Dubbo, as you say, Benny, they have a 1-0 lead. But this is a major chance. You don't get too many whole sets on the line maybe once or twice in a game you'll get this, Benny, so you've got to cash in.
Yeah, they might just be hoping there's a little fatigue in the Dubbo defence because they've been doing a lot of it lately here. Set after set. Rawlinson. There's O'Brien. And popped up to Rawlinson again. This time does she get there? Referee having a look.
This will be a try.
It will be. It is Maddie Rawlinson who gets the leveller for Mudgee, so we're one apiece here.
You love that, don't you? When you see a team fight back and answer back, and they've chosen some wonderful games here on the stadium. Just getting back to Dubbo, Benny, and it's funny, like there's a movie called Field of Dreams, Build It and They Will Come. Well, Port Macquarie for many years, well, they still do host the Adult State Cup. They had the Junior State Cup there for a while, but just being in the town, it just grows the sport so much. We're seeing the same with Wagga, and the improvement we've seen from Dubbo is so good.
And just that buzz, there you go. There's the curve.
There it is.
But it's awesome, and you just get that extra lift. The fact that, you know, you get to stay at your own home, get to drive just down the road on your local park that you know so well. That's what these Dubbo players get the opportunity to do over the weekend. But right now they're defending here as Mudgee roll up the field through Dowdy, and there's a knock-on from Mudgee.
Oh, here we go. We've got the scoreboard coming back, Benny. Let's hope we're right. Is it 1-1? Yes, I'm doing the right job.
The clock has decided to pause itself at a minute 14, so we are getting close to halftime. You will see that, though, on the live stream. There's no issues there. Crucial period coming up in the game, as is always the case around any kind of break. Dummy from the Mud Crabs. Remembering that they had a really big win over Hornsby in their opening game, 5-1. 1-1 here. They scored the most recent try. Touches made on O'Brien. Looks like we've got a couple of sister combinations in this team. The Rawlinsons and the O'Briens here for Mudgee, and almost through was O'Brien. We've got Hayley and Maddie O'Brien, and we've got Maddie Rawlinson and Shauna Rawlinson in this Mudgee Mud Crab side. Always helps.
Yeah, about 6 minutes gone, Benny. So I know this the time's playing up on this thing, but about 6 gone, which we are playing 11 and a half minute. Tell you what, you see some mistakes with the interchange, don't you?
Yeah. Players thinking about getting off the field, and they're really inviting the pressure at the moment, aren't they, Dubbo? Mudgee just getting so much ball attacking their line. Here comes some more changes.
What are they going to set up here? They've got themselves to the 7. They want to put it down here. Here they go.
Rawlinson diving low, looks to have got there. Shauna Rawlinson, well, Maddie Rawlinson got the first try for Mudgee. Shauna gets the second, and they're up 2-1.
It's just a foot race. If you see the replay here, she plonks the ball down, looking to get on that outside shoulder, and from there, it's a quickie, it's a foot race, and getting down low, they managed to pick up the lead and come up with their second. So nice stuff there from the Mudgee side. They did trail 1-0, but back-to-back tries has them in front 2-1.
So Dubbo, straight from the tap. This has been a fantastic set as Angus goes out of dummy half, and the touch is made on Edwina Tink. And the referee calling it for a touch pass, I believe, in the end. Yep.
Beautiful fields. It's very, very hot conditions, but we've been blessed with this light breeze, or it's quite a stiff breeze to be fair, but it's a cool breeze, Benny.
Oh, how good is the breeze? Because here in Dubbo, if you're watching from the coast, it has been so humid lately, and we see a little knock on here from Mudgee, but here in Dubbo, it is hot. It's about over 30 degrees, but the breeze is just cooling things down, and I just think how good is a bit of dry heat and wind, because it cools things down so quickly as opposed to when it's humid. Just so sticky and sweaty as Dubbo. Here is a moment for them as we tick towards half time, I should say. Edwards playing the ball there. Zell, and scooting out of dummy half. Can she find a teammate? She couldn't, Chandler. What an opportunity that was for Dubbo.
Chandler's speed. It was just brutal acceleration. And what they did really well there, Benny, is that the golden principle is if a player goes through, everyone else has just got to trust the chasing player. Stay off them, stay off them. Eventually the pursuing player is going to catch them. When they score the tries, it's when the player makes a mistake and jumps off their player to try and make the touch on them. You just got to trust that player can catch them.
Because you're thinking we've got one extra number if you're marking everyone else. If you leave that ball player, then you got 6 players on 5 of theirs. So
Correct.
they shouldn't be able to find someone, should they? But invariably,
somebody takes the cheese off the trap. They jump off. Good battle here, Benny.
Really good. Dubbo just short of the halfway line. They've just found their rhythm back into this game in the last few minutes. They've got the final play now. And they make something happen down the right edge. Cutout pass goes down in front of their try scorer, Tudor, who scored in the first set of the game, didn't she? It was a long, long time ago that Dubbo opened the scoring.
Tell you what, that left to right pass from Saxby Shaw, she's a player by the looks of it. It was a bullet pass in trying conditions, and she's making the touch here now. She looks to be a player.
Just opens up there for Mudgee in the pass. Maybe just should have taken the touch, instead threw the pass. Down it goes. In the shadows here of half-time. Door just swings a little open for Dubbo here. And they finish the half like they started it. Ivy and Ray now with Angus. Around the outside comes Ruby Zell, who turns on a little bit of speed. Getting towards the final play here. This is the last touch of the set. Dubbo urged by their bench to use it. They couldn't quite do so.
Wayne Cobbo Hill listening to the commentary, watching the commentary out there at Orange. Good to have your company, Cobbo. And it's amazing how many people, Ben, and from where everyone's tuning in, that'll be half-time, where it's 2-1 Mudgee leading Dubbo. But people are tuning in from everywhere to watch their family, friends, just watching touch full stop. So hello to everyone out there. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here.
Yeah, it is fantastic to be bringing it to you from Dubbo. So half-time in this one. Mudgee, well, they're looking for back-to-back wins after a 5-1 win over Hornsby. Dubbo draw with Newcastle, so they want to turn things around in their second half. What do you think the message is going to be coming from the Dubbo side of things? Because they started this match really well, probably finished the first half pretty well. It's just that middle section where they just lost their way a bit.
I say this to a lot of the young teams, Benny. It's a bit like the Nathan Cleary thinking, where you see it so often, every team wants to score off every single set. Sometimes where Cleary just gets down there, puts up the chipping kick, and then he thinks to himself, yeah, I could try and score now, but the percentage play is low. I'll get you on the next set. And the next set in this game is, if nothing's on, if you absolutely can't score, just kill it in the corner, back your defence in, and if you defend well, they get into the box in 4 or 5, and you're then on the attack. Teams can't do a quickie against you from the halfway line. So I just think you've got to think longer. Girls, we've got 11 and a half minutes here, which is probably 12 sets we're going to get. We do not have to push every pass. Let's just get up there. Let's spend a few minutes applying the pressure, and then we'll cash in.
And you're thinking as well with that is, at the back end of the game, if you're forcing the opposition to do a lot of defending on their own goal line, then that's going to tell in the legs in the last 3 or 4 minutes of the match. So you could get a gain out of that as well.
Well, the other thing is, like, you can defend through your attack. So if you're finishing in the corner and they're taking a whole set just to get the halfway line, then you're limiting their scoring chances. So if each team here is only going to get 12 sets with the ball, maybe 15 if you throw in the errors. But every set they start on their own line and you keep their own halfway line is eliminating a scoring chance.
Yeah, and that's certainly where Dubbo just want to improve in the second half. A lot of errors in that first half. They're going to have to start with their defence to begin the second. Mudgee able to roll themselves up the field nicely here through Walker. Hurrell. And pop back on the inside. Good movement. There was space out on the wing. They just couldn't quite keep the quick ball movement going, but they're heading there now. O'Brien drawing out Dubbo, and there is another one. There's the third try for the Mud Crabs, and it is O'Brien who goes over.
Dubbo will be disappointed with that, Benny. We call it the Lego defence. So the Lego, you know the little nobules on top of it, on a piece of Lego, they stay the same distance the whole way. This is the most common thing that happens in the juniors. Ball starts to go away from a player. They think their job's done. They drop the anchor, and then that gap starts to widen, and all of a sudden something like that happens, and they pinch you back on a player who fell asleep, really, and they'll be disappointed by that, Dubbo. What they have been doing really well is they know that Mudgee have not yet thrown a long ball at them. So they've condensed really tight, but being so tight, someone falls asleep in the middle, and all of a sudden it's a chance for the other team down 3-1.
I love that way of explaining it, Joel, because I know when you're working with juniors, we'll come back to it here after this attack from Dubbo, you want to make it easy for them to understand and comprehend.
But you can see where the referee is here, the big gap between those two players? It's the Lego. So the ball's gone away from the Mudgee player, so she thinks her job's done. And you see it all the time in juniors. If the ball goes past a player, you'll see these gaps just opening up. And even still now, look at this gap between the two middles. We call it the Lego defence. You must stay connected. You got to stay right on the ball.
So Dubbo with Shaw and Chloe Andrew linking up in the middle. It's Andrew dropping it down for Shaw. Bailey running away from players, but Shaw's there popping it up on the stretch, and that is the end of the set.
So 3-1, but it is 3 unanswered tries here, Benny. It was 1-0 very quickly, as you said. So they just got to find this next one somehow, Dubbo, and all of a sudden the pressure will be straight back on them.
Oh, and here we go. Well, just turning on the afterburners. This is a great try from Rawlinson. And then she was flattened on the way through as she looked to go back and play the ball. Well, there was a lot happening there. She sped off down that right flank and the touch was made.
Any chance of staying in this game, they can thank Chloe Andrew there. That chase was absolutely superb. Shauna Rawlinson, she was gone.
Mudgee with Dubbo retreating. This is Rawlinson looking for a teammate. Can she find one? It looked as though she had, but referee says...
Well, they're saying no try, Benny, but this is what we spoke about 2 minutes ago. So they took the cheese on the trap. A player jumped off that player who would have scored. Ultimately, the try was ruled no try, but regardless of that, the number 6 for Mudgee was free, and it was because the player left them to try and get the person with the ball. You just have to trust the chasing player.
You just cannot be tempted. Cannot give in to the temptation. Ivy. And now Angus. So Zell. And pop back to Ivy. There are only 2 scores out of this. Off the right was Angus, but 6 comes up against Dubbo.
Benny, you say 2 scores. There's 7 minutes, which in touch football, let me tell you, that's an eternity. 2 scores sounds big, but you get to 3-2, and emotionally everything changes.
Dangerous scoreline, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Mudgee know that, and they would love a third here. They feel like they can crack this game wide open. Juggle from Manane, but down it goes. So still well and truly alive.
But even now, Benny, you don't need to score. This is great. We need somebody picking this ball up straight away. They don't have to score right now, but they have to finish the set well. Go.
Amy Zell driving forward. Chandler scoops it up. It was a good run from Edwards to begin the momentum in this set. She's going to dump it down here. Good speed from Chandler, but there will be a penalty. So they get 6 here on the line.
This is big. This is a big set here, Benny. That was a speedy set. One of their better sets from their own line, Dubbo. And now they've got a chance to loom up to Mudgee in a major way.
Issue was at the back end of that set. They only had 5 out there. Now they've got the full complement. Now they've knocked it on. Well, there's a coach killer, isn't it?
commentator.
Oh,
killer.
hang on. Hang on, Mudgee have opened the door and said, well, you didn't take your chance, here's another one.
There's some speed on the field right now for Dubbo, and I've got the feeling Emily Edwards might play a big part here.
Chandler, Edwards, well, those two players are crucial, aren't they? Chandler and Edwards, great speed off the mark. Edwards with a bit of a limp now, that's not good for Dubbo.
The referee's forced to go back and get the ball. What do you got here, girls? What's your go-to play?
Zell evaded the first touch, couldn't evade the second.
You really don't want to get touched in that nowhere man's land, 2 or 3 metres out from the line. You burn a touch.
And it's a bit slow, isn't it? Really slow. Harbour Bridge pass.
6 to go. That's so lucky.
Well, I thought something was going to happen out of nothing there for Micah Ray. So they're really trying to draw Mudgee out here to that 7. Chandler. Down it goes. Zell.
Oh.
Another penalty.
I like that play though, Benny. If you get to watch that again, if Emily Edwards jumps on the outside of the link, it's 2-on-1 with this winger. So I do like what they did there.
They do have to be careful as well, Mudgee, giving away a lot of infringements here on their own line. Don't want to give away another penalty. Space out to the left. That's where Chandler wants to go, and it's put down by Tink.
It's a big let-off. They need to earn this back now. So what we like to do, Benny, is, well, they've almost let them off the hook, but if you want to stay out there and keep attacking, you've got to earn it by keeping them in your own half. I feel as though they're going to let them out. But it was a big opportunity of the match right there for Dubbo.
They have, haven't they? Mudgee have just strolled up the middle of the field, and they're still going. They may even get a chance to attack the line. Half is caught, so it will be a Dubbo ball. But you just wonder, Joel, was that the moment, that period of sets on the line? There's still 4 minutes to go. They have to be the next to score, obviously, but they need to do it very, very quickly.
Yeah, well, they're now starting to get to that point where you'd want 2 or 3 minutes to try and escape.
Oh,
this is
Andrew, good speed. Really good speed and a good touch. Desperation from Mudgee.
I feel like now's the time, Benny. They've got to cash in here.
They just had Mudgee going backwards there, didn't they? Has to go back and play it.
Hit the sideline, girls, and go again.
Ray stepping back, and Ray's going to give Dubbo some late hope.
Oh.
Well, the winger rushed up. It was Godfrey, and the try is scored by Maya Ray, and now all of a sudden we're back with a grandstand finish set up.
Was that pass from Saxby Short? Who was the pass from?
Might have to have a look here on the replay. Here we go.
Was it the 8 Saxby Short?
I think it was, yes.
She showed in the first half that brilliant left to right pass, and I really felt then, Benny, that I felt like the intention was just about let's get it to the corner and defend the set. But as it turned out, ball fell a bit short, which forced the try scorer Ray to come in, and they scored the try, and now there is, 3 minutes remaining, and they're in the game.
So they must defend this set. They must hold out, and Mudgee is saying player not back, and the referee agrees. So 6 more to defend. Probably going to take another 30 seconds out that they can attack with. Mudgee almost able to find a way through via Rawlinson, who's already scored in this game. So Mudgee just minutes away from being 2 wins from 2 to start this 18 girls competition at Junior State Cup. Space in the middle. Diving is Manane. Touch is made, but it's a penalty. Not back the 10.
So again, Benny, it's up to the middles here because the wingers are giving them a lot of help. They are really, really condensed. That you can see they're leaving their wingers a long way outside them. So the middles and the links have got to find something here.
Rawlinson, stepping touch made on Maddie Rawlinson. Scored Mudgee's first try in this game. Referee saying, Dubbo, you have to come up to the 7 here, which they do, but it allows the space here for Mudgee. Again, they stand tall. The issue for them is they've given away another penalty, which this is just great news for Mudgee because the time is just ticking down now for Dubbo to try and find the equalising try. And they're going to be down to 5. So 6 on 5 here, depending on how long the referee has here. Mudgee, they can put this beyond doubt with a 4th try. Down low, the touch, is it made?
Ooh.
Yes, it is, referee says. So less than a minute remaining in this game. Dubbo just desperately need the ball. Mudgee.
Benny, look at the
getting
gap.
back.
Look at the gap between the 11 and 15. That's what I'm talking about. The Lego, they survive it, but it's a big, big problem in junior sport where that 11 has to stay connected to the 15.
And they've had issues with that. That's probably something Dubbo will want to tidy up. Penalty here goes their way, but they've got to go quickly. Do they know here? Only 22 seconds. No, not even that. And it is going to end in disappointment for the home side. They fought back late, but in the end, it was Mudgee who win it 3-2. They make it 2 wins from 2 in the 18 girls competition.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the 11:30 time
And
slot. Next round
for
we go
Dubbo,
underway.
a
As
2-all
scheduled,
draw with
5 minutes
Newcastle
time.
followed up
Please
with
make your way
a
to the field.
3-2 defeat here, Joel. And in the end, Mudgee just did enough.
But once again, as the sun comes out once more and it's nice and hot out there, make sure you remain
And we
hydrated.
will take a quick
throughout the
break,
day.
and Joel's going to be back with the next
water,
match. It
sea
is
shelter,
Central Coast and the
as
Northern
you can.
Beaches in the under-18 boys. That's coming up right after the break here on Junior State Cup.
So here we go. We're ready for another big game. There are sheets going everywhere here. It's all the wind, but we appreciate the wind because very, very warm conditions. And this is a bit of a battle of the Titans as we look forward to the 18 boys. Central Coast Dolphins taking on the Northern Beaches. Jason Stanton alongside me. G'day, Jace.
G'day, Joel. Absolute pleasure to be with you. And this is one that most people here on the venue on Friday have been looking forward to. Central Coast unlucky not to win this title last year. Renegades end up winning the conference. So Central Coast a little bit of revenge maybe. And their men's recently won the State Cup, Central Coast. So there's a fair bit going on here. This is going to be a cracker.
Sure will. We're looking forward to this one.
Players and referees ready.
Oh, there's some saved sheets. Thank you very much for that, Nathan. Northern Beaches to head southbound. Here we go. Here we go, and straight away they're going to find the sideline. So they're going to target the wingers, moving them around, and back to the infield they go. So Fotu Mwala is there with Baum. Fotu Mwala sweeps around, that's Baum. Here's the number one, Flynn, and they go back to where they started, which was the win. Flynn, Fotu Mwala. Flynn's gone back to the short side here. They're moving around Fotu Mwala, and tell you what, the winger's been kept busy in Bodie Lazic. Nice start. I love asking the questions here. Fotu goes back away and up to the challenge, Jace.
Yeah, pretty good first set from Central Coast. They looked like they were quite connected in defence there and some good talk. So some nice lateral attack and some good defence as well.
So they drive it forward now, the Central Coast. Plenty of zinc cream. It's going to be warm conditions for the 3-day period. There's no doubt about that. Nash Russell. And we're losing more sheets onto the field. It's not me, Nate. I'm watch your own sheets, team. That's the rule here. It's on the field. So you'll see the sheet bumping around the field. That's ours. If you can read it, let us know what's on it. Fotu Mwala.
Yeah, one of the boys wanted an autograph, so I did a quick squiggle and threw it down.
Threw it down. Oh, how good's that? It's a bit like the that aeroplane that was shot from a Super Bowl and it finds its way down, hits a player. Good defence there from Central Coast, and they're going to get the ball just on the halfway line.
Yeah, some good early signs from Central Coast. It's always interesting to see the tactics develop over the 3 days. Renegades seem to be happy to roll back in their line. I wonder if Central Coast can make them pay with some attack on the back of the drive, Joel.
Nash Russell, Jesse Walker, they're combining in the middle of the park. Walker, Russell. Sweep play, they go against the grain, which we love, and there it is in the corner, diving in the corner, Dylan Kesby. Geez, I love that, Jace. I mean, the sweep play years ago was so effective, but now I feel as though the sweep setup, it's against the grain that's almost more profitable.
Yeah, 100%, and that's because the defences are trying to help each other out, and it's a really like connected D now. Often they help out too much. They get a bit generous. They're really trying to help the middles out, and the space ends up being the opposite way. So as you pointed out there, against the grain, and 1-0 to the Coast.
1-0 to the Coast. And Fotu Mwala is still there. Ollie Baum is there. So Fotu Mwala drags them in, goes fishing, as we like to say. Then goes short. Lovely, lovely pass to Evan Flynn. And we're 1-1 just like that.
Yeah, Central Coast wouldn't have liked to leak one straight back. And interestingly enough, it was a lateral play and direct in the line. So Renegades, I think if you're playing against them, you want to keep them off your line because that looked particularly sharp there.
1-1. So you work hard to get that first one and then immediately they bounce back. There's young Nash again. Nash Russell. Little short pass for Kyham Hunt. And ball gets lost. So 1-1. And they're heading to the box, the Northern Beaches. Oh, flying down the sideline, but he's just held up because he needed a dummy half in the end. See more and more pink boots these days, Jace, as we see the pink boots of Ethan Toombs. Put the ball down, about 10 out.
Yeah, there used to be black, then it went to white, now it's the whole rainbow.
Yep, Noah Miller is there as well. Ethan Toombs, very busy in that set, Ethan, on the last. They'll head west because life is peaceful there. No, they're going to have a shot here. Not square. Off the mark.
Yeah, he didn't return to the mark on that one. So I think they're largely still filling each other out here, but I like that we've already seen a bit of a different style there. Central Coast going against the grain and Renegades looking a bit direct, like trying to get between plays. So it's going to be interesting to see that play out.
Play 4 at the halfway line for Central Coast. Through Riley Post, scooping upon that goes Jesse Walker. Tried to catch a player offside, and he's going to get it. 6 to go. Have one here. So they're going to have a shot at a static play on the line here. There we go, short side, and a bit of a cheeky play. Jesse Walker's got the ball. He's in command. Jack Dransfield, he's sweeping around at the back. Jesse Walker to Dransfield. Dransfield dives. Good touch. Walker and Dransfield. Back to Walker, bullet pass, but it just went too long. Even into the breeze, it was way over the top.
Yeah, it's quite a hard one to handle. The breeze is sort of sweeping across, like almost going to the top of your screen, so that the long ball that he just threw then was really straight into the face of it.
Love that. Love that. Open winger picks up 15, and they're there just like that, playing a bit of footy. That's what we like. Here's a big spread. Oh, you gamble there, don't you? You back yourself to go through, but if you get it wrong, you lose all this momentum.
Yeah, and they'll have to reset again, so it's a 50-50 there. I think he thought he was half a chance. He gets another go at it here.
Okay. Isaac Fotu-Mawala, you just know he's going to cause some headaches at some stage. Tyrone Fender is there. Fender with a long pass. I tell you what, they're going to score in the corner through Prince Kamara, and he deserved it. In fact, it went forward.
Yeah, so that's the opposite effect, Joel, of the win. You mentioned down in this corner he was thrown into the breeze, so on that corner it's actually going across the field. So throwing that pass to the top of your screen there, the top right, that's probably one of the hardest passes today to throw because you're going to have that wind really gusting it.
This is good. Really good from Tyler Truscott-Jones. Walkerton. Hunt for the line, cut out ball, and I'll tell you what, he did well to hold that in the end. McIntosh. It's a good end-to-end game here. 1-1, Central Coast
away.
And the Northern Beaches playing footy. We love that. Fotomawala. Great touch. And showing initiative there was Ethan Toombs.
Yeah, I think the Renegades here, Joel, more so than the Central Coast, is going to be one of those teams that are going to develop and combine over the course of the weekend. It's a bit of a new look team, and they'll sort of get to know each other and get their combos going. So definitely good to watch out for them this weekend.
Oh, chance. And away he goes. It took a while to get there, but in the end, Joel Cooper goes straight through the middle. And I'll tell you what, Jace, you don't often have that much time to score through the middle, do you?
No, normally you don't, and that was almost a bit innocuous, sort of out of nothing, really. They were able to isolate, the defenders one-on-one with the attacker, and that was a great line off the right foot there, and you end up having a long time. I think maybe me or you would have even scored that one, Joel.
So 2-1, the Northern Beaches. Nice little dive there, and Jakey Dixon's going to strike straight back.
I think so. Get the referees, we'll just have a quick chat, because sometimes you're blinded a little bit, so they'll just confirm, but I think you'll find it's a try.
Geez, that happens a lot, doesn't it? The immediate response. Particularly when the team who scores has not been subbed. They're up and about a little bit, they're still on a high, and you see it so often.
Yeah, it's very common. It's a little bit hard to get a bit of a reset. Some of the coaches like the players that score to come off and sub because of that mental reset. They like, so it works different for different teams, but yeah, it's definitely hard to reset mentally after a try.
Cameron Chloe to Fotomawala. Cameron Chloe wants to get around. He's gone around now. Chloe back to Fotomawala, and really nice shutdown defence by Jack Dransfield.
Yeah, they made a good correction there, Central Coast. Got a little bit tighter and helped each other out on that occasion.
I think he'll be disappointed with himself there, Cameron Chloe. It was a chance to pick the ball up in an ordinary fashion. He's not going to pay the price because they get it, but it just wasn't needed to do the clever one-hand pickup. But thankfully for them, they're a chance to go straight back on the attack here through Tyrone Fender. Fotomawala is waiting patiently there in the pink boots. He drops it down to Fender. Fender goes back to Fotomawala. Fotomawala gets it away now to Bodie Lasic, who's just been touched by his opposing winger.
Yeah, they really pulled them a long way towards the bottom of the screen, so the opportunity might be top left now.
Fotomawala's got it. Ethan Toombs. So Fotomawala lays a pass off, and Cameron Chloe strolls in, make that 3-2.
Yeah, I think Central Coast would have liked to have that one again because as a team they're in pretty good shape. They just lost that connection at the end there where one player's chased the ball carrier and his other middle has left it open. So I think a bit of an error there, but really good smarts there by Renegades to take advantage of it.
They responded immediately last time. Will they do the same here as we get towards, very close in fact, to the half-time juncture? 11 and a half minutes a half on day one. Gliding across, 6 to go, but they won't get a full set, I don't think.
Yeah, they had him against the grain there as well, Joel, the player you mentioned earlier, if he was able to spot his open winger there.
Rodriguez out to Hunt. Rodriguez back to Hunt. I think it's down. I think on the stroke of half-time, Central Coast have claimed a 3-all draw to this point with the Northern Beaches. That's a great response, but once again, they haven't defended the try.
Yeah, same thing again. So that might be something. They're very experienced coaches over there, Nathan Wong and Harry Berriman. So I'm sure that'll be something they'll look at, not just this game, but over the course of the weekend, how they can respond after the try.
So 3-all at half-time, Jace. You're happy with how things sit at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's probably a fair sort of reflection of the game. That they're definitely contrasting styles. I didn't imagine the teams to be so different. Central Coast definitely are playing a bit more direct, looking at those quick releases on the link, trying to pull them apart. Different style. Renegades seem to be rolling out in defence and moving up and down the field a bit more laterally. So it's really interesting. I wouldn't be surprised to see these two towards the pointy end of the tournament.
I think so, yeah.
Very good teams.
Well, watching the 18s in Wagga, which Wagga ultimately won, beating the Sharks, it was great fierce competition. These boys come Sunday could possibly get to a level similar, if not beyond that.
I think so. I think I'm not sure the exact number, but I think there's 4 or 5 that I know of from the Renegades that are not here. Like, they've become too old, turning 19. So that team's going to be redeveloped through Berryman and Wong over the course of the weekend. So we're going to see lots of changes there. And I think similar side with Central Coast, they've got a few guys available, not available. They've sort of had to jostle the squad in the last couple of weeks. So I think what we're seeing today is a really high standard, but to your point, I think it's going to be very different come Sunday.
May this breeze keep up.
Thirty seconds, please, referees. 30 seconds.
And you need these games, don't you, Jace? Because it's these types of games which you'll look back come Saturday night and you'll go, well, had we beaten Northern Beaches or vice versa, had we beaten Central Coast, we would have finished first in the pool or second in the pool, and therefore your run towards the finals becomes easier.
Yeah, and end up playing 8, 9, 10 games depending on what division. And last year, for those that keen observers, last year in this exact matchup, Central Coast won, but then when it got to Sunday, Renegades came back and ended up taking the title. So you do gain a lot out of these games. You want to be playing the best teams as early as you can in the competition, because that gives you a bit of a reference point, or you can see where you're at as a group.
So Renegades defending champs up here, Jace?
Yep. Renegades and the 18s boys. They end up going down to Parramatta in the North versus South Challenge.
They lost in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, 2-1. Went down to game 3.
Wow.
And Central Coast probably a bit more dominant up here. So Renegades probably, that's what I thought. There's a little bit of feeling here. Maybe not so much with the players, but the exact coaching and the high performance programs are exactly the same.
Yes.
So definitely the clubs would have a rivalry, maybe not necessarily the individual players out there.
Jesse Walker. Ooh, the ref started walking back, and I thought for a moment, have they gone 4-3 up? Not at this point. Riley Post patiently a dummy half. There goes Dransfield.
Yeah, you got that for offside. I'm really looking at this against the grain, Joel, since you mentioned it there in the first half. Almost every time Central Coast push Renegades together, they've got them on the against the grain pass.
And particularly if one of the players, a link, jumps off the ball too and hits that hole, they've got them 3-on-1, 2-on-1 most times. So here goes Dransfield again sweeping, but this time they're going to go through. Did he get him? No. Play on, and he just wants to find someone. He wants to find someone. He found someone, and the ball's going to be down. Well, that was brilliant work in the end. Jesse Walker, he was walking in the end goal line, and ultimately finds one of his teammates who puts the ball down. I don't know how he thread that needle, but that matters little. Central Coast 4, Northern Beaches 3.
Yeah, and it takes really good patience and poise and composure to be able to do that. Like, he was running flat chat, got into the in goal. He had to swivel his body around 180 and have a look around and find a vacant, runner. So really sharp finish there from the coast. 4-3.
So the last two occasions, Northern Beaches have taken the lead, but this time it is the Central Coast. Dummy half, Whanamawala. Can't go through. I'm just waiting for this kid to explode. He just looks dangerous.
Yeah, there's definitely talent there. It's right across the park, isn't it, left to right? They've got, good scoops, good long balls, good on their feet. You just never know where the next play is going to come from, this Renegades team. Plenty of talent there.
Ooh. Ball down.
You press up and help, please, Gil.
So they're playing pod formation because these two wingers haven't left the field for the Beaches. They work away through Flynn. 4-3 Central Coast lead the Beaches. Flynn. Baum with the bomb.
Superb defence out there. For those that watched last week, Joel, with the Southern Conference, notice with these two 18s boys teams, there's a bit more passing in the drive. They're sort of moving the ball around a little bit more.
Yeah, I love it.
Last week they were a bit more direct, and now direct on this occasion. So it's good to see the different styles that different clubs play.
I like this moving the ball around style. He put the anchor on the 7. He was invited to the goal line, but he didn't want it. Here's a chance. Oh, that is just lovely, lovely football. Whatever code you follow, Jesse Walker again causing all sorts of havoc, and they score in the corner. I think you'll find Darby McIntosh might have been the beneficiary there, but Jesse Walker, he's the man who's put the last two in front for him.
Yeah, very classy stuff, and you sort of feel for the defensive winger there because you see Walker there with the ball in two hands outside his player. He could easily dive and get the try, so you've got to come in and help your teammate. Next thing you know, drifting a long ball to the winger and a classy try out wide. So Central Coast out by 2 now over the Beaches.
Oh, they're charging across against the grain. He's taking off, and yes, great response. So it was all the work of Tyrone Fender, and ultimately Joel Cooper was in the clear, and they go back to 5-4. Just thinking ahead to Jesse Walker. I know the man to stop him come finals day. They need Nathan Brown. Former coach Nathan Brown. So whenever he's on, he can say, Walker's on. Mate, he's a handful, isn't he? Young Walker.
It's just class. It's just, I think it's really hard with these players coming through, Joel, because they've got the passing and the dive and the feet, and Walker's got all that stuff.
Got a bit of Leno and Woodley look about him too. I like that too. So 5-4 Central Coast leading the Beaches. Stepping. and dropping the ball is the Central Coast. Just under 6 minutes remaining here on the stadium in Dubbo, where it's the Northern Beaches versus the Central Coast. Almost a local derby, really. Who do you feel has been the better team, Jace?
I think overall probably Central Coast, but that's not to say we'll just wait till this one rolls out. Yeah, I think Renegades have looked really sharp, but probably more in patches, Joel. I think overall Central Coast probably marginally ahead, but the Renegades just got a few little minor things that I think Coach Wong and Berman will work on. Almost a little bit deja vu from last year when you have a bit of a feel about this game, where Central Coast looking good early.
It's just such a big tournament, isn't it, Jace? Like, this right now, this moment right now is so far away from the grand final. But it's so important to accumulate these points. Here they come, the Dolphins. And Jesse Walker almost got him again.
Yeah, sharp defence there from Renegades. I mean, like, those that are new to the game, that's why when those sorts of plays happen, you say, oh, great defence, because you all came in and helped each other out. And then maybe the next time down, you come in to help out your defenders, and then the ball goes over your head to the wing. So that's why it's quite hard. It's really it's really fast and lateral, and it's hard for the outside players.
5-4. What are we down to now? We're down to inside the final 5. Walker, he's just such a handful. You just got to be up on your toes. He's got the ball at the 7. He's causing all sorts of carnage. He throws the pass. Oh, this man's got a wand, a magic wand for Jesse Walker. And the referee says that is okay. And in the corner, Darby McIntosh, the wizardry work of Jesse Walker has landed again.
I can't compliment that anymore or high enough, because that's such a difficult pass. We mentioned the wind sort of is at his back, pushing that pass forward, so he's really got to rotate his hips and rip it really hard and backwards to keep that on target, and he just made it look so easy, didn't he?
Well, as commentators, you do this. You get your little favourites over the tournament. I'm loving watching this kid, Jesse Walker. He's in the zone. He's dialed right in. But for now, they've not won the game. It's 6-4. And they've got to find something here. Great touch. And Dylan Kesby just keeps the Beaches 2 points at bay for now inside the final 3. Good defence. I think I echo your sentiments. There's been some really nice stuff from the Beaches, but just as a whole, they've looked better. And to be brutally, Jesse Walker's been the difference.
100%, and like for those young players, both boys and girls watching, Walker's a really good one to model your game off, because he can dump left, he can dump right, he can pass both ways. He's always got the ball in 2 hands with his eyes up. There's lots of little things that you can see in Walker's game. So, I mean, you could do worse than to model your game off Jesse Walker.
6-4, Central Coast have the lead. About 2 minutes remaining here, and a nice dive, but Kyam Hunt can't quite get there.
Yeah, so that little quick release, that little quick play or a quick release on the link, that's often done as a bit of a setup to pull to compress the line. And then now you'll see Central Coast run something different, but going the other way now.
Just got him. Really strong, cool breeze, which is so refreshing here in a hot day. Could get to 37. Oh, he held it up. He just held it up, Kyam Hunt, and eventually Tyler Truscott-Jones walked through the gap, and they're walking towards victory. Central Coast 7, Northern Beaches 4.
Yeah, they actually look quite polished, don't they? I'm sure Coach Walkerden and Coach Sean Dalton over there would be very happy with what they're seeing from Coast. Trying to get this defensive stop here, you've mentioned a couple times, that's going to be more important as we go throughout the tournament, being able to hold them out after you score.
37-4. I wasn't anticipating this. At half-time, it was a 3-3 at half-time. 3-3 at half-time, and not only was it 3-3, they needed a try on half-time to join it. They were down 3-2 just on the stroke of half-time. Central Coast. Here's Flynn. So inside the final minute now, not long to go, and this kid deserves a try. He can't get it on this occasion. I'm talking about the number 10, Prince Kamara.
Yeah, see, this is the extra passing we're seeing here, Joel, compared to maybe when we were watching, I think it was Wagga last week, where a little bit more direct, maybe off the hip. Central Coast and Renegades a bit more wider passes, more lateral.
Yes.
It's a different style, and both work. You just got to pick what works for your team.
Well, the Wagga one, as you say, that's probably what most do, don't they? That little pop pass near to the ruck.
Yes.
But I don't mind what we're seeing with the wider one. They'll take the touch here, and they'll take the point. In fact, they might want more. No, they don't. Central Coast 7 defeat the Northern Beaches 4. We're going to take a brief break shortly, only very brief, and then we'll hear from one of the winning team members of, in fact, I'll tell you what, standing by, you're going to hear from Jesse Walker very shortly after this little ad break.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Buy tickets now at taronga.org.au.
Again, a huge thank you to Dubbo Tuff for putting on not one,
Thanks, boys. I'm down here with the Central Coast, Jesse Walker. Jesse, how big a result's that, knocking off the Northern Beaches, two heavyweights going to battle there?
It's a massive result. Like, we lost to them in the grand final last year. We just wanted to come out and have a good game, start our tournament off well. So it was a good win.
What was the focus coming into this one? What was the message from the coaching staff?
Just run. Like, don't stop running. We can run through teams if we just run, and we did that just then. Don't stop. So, yeah.
And just your own performance, what were you looking at to get out of that first game? Because obviously it is a big weekend.
Oh, just trying to, just attack the links, attack their weak spots. Just try and, run, just run through them. Don't stop. Don't pull up at the 7. Just, yeah.
Now, you said that obviously you lost to these guys in the grand final last year. How important is that win going to be psychologically heading into the finals?
Yeah, it's a massive confidence builder. We were pretty down after we lost to them last year because we could have won. But, it builds the confidence for the rest of the games this tournament.
Jesse, you got Singleton up next. How do you not have a letdown after such a big win there?
Just keep running. Just because they're probably worse than them team. They'll still come out. Go hard. Just keep running through them. Just don't play bad against the worst team. Just run through them.
Jesse, good luck. Go well.
Thank you.
Players and referees ready.
Welcome back to the coverage. We just saw a cracking game. 7-4 was the scoreline. It was, in the end, I suppose, a dominant win for Central Coast, defeating Northern Beaches. But as you mentioned, Jason Stanton, and welcome back to the coverage, it just felt like that could easily turn later down the track.
Yeah, both the teams showed enough sort of positives and little patches of play to suggest that they could be the champions this weekend. And I think Newcastle would have been warming up, looking across at that game, thinking, you know, they want to take those two teams on as well.
So you can probably hear the breeze coming through. Oh, lovely pass. It was all clear too, and straight on the chest of the number 4 for Newcastle, and it is Willis Hahn who gets the opening score.
Yeah, seemed quite calm about the whole thing too. He just executed the play. Nice little lofty pass over the top. Not much fanfare about it. This Newcastle team might have a fair bit to say this weekend, if that's anything to go by.
Well, the Mud Crabs get their first chance, 1-0. As they're running the Rooster play, go the long side. But that's a long ball for the sake of throwing a long ball, that one. And they'll be disappointed with that. For both the teams, it's their first game of the tournament, so we wish them well. Both these clubs have been doing really well in the juniors in recent times, and doing really well was Archie McElwain, who just burnt them on the outside. French is there, and French for Stone. Stone and French. McElwain's out here on the right link position. So there we go through French. French has juggled it, loses it. Score remains 1-0.
Yeah, they seem to be a little bit sharper than Mudgee there in the middle when they do that quick release dump, and then the dummy half gives it straight from the ground. They sort of get him in trouble, and it almost looks like they've got numbers both sides when they do that. So Mudgee are a little bit on notice here, I think.
Diving. Great touch. Jay's just such a great mind of the game. I really enjoy commentating with you. Do you do much coaching these days?
Thanks for the compliment. Having a bit of a break from things. I did a fair bit of touch and rugby and also league for a little period there. I enjoyed doing a bit of the stuff down there at Sharks in both league and in touch.
Yep.
So having a bit of a break at the moment, but yeah, it's really exciting to watch.
Here they go. It is a 27 again. This same combination, Willis Hahn has 2.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching the skill of the young players coming through. They're definitely a lot more complete, which you always hear me sort of harping on about. Any player can throw long, can dive, can step, left hand, right hand. The junior boys, the junior girls. It's really exciting and absolute pleasure to watch. Our best athletes here at the championships.
So Newcastle have shown quite early here that they might just be a team who can ask a few questions on Sunday. But what can the Mudgee Mud Crabs do here? Of course, the Mudgee's got the regionals this year, junior regionals. They almost... Sometimes you do have to play a bit eyes up because, Jace, they had the sweeper play in mind, but they'd already had the numbers where they were. So they actually ran into the numbers by running the play. Here's what I mean. That's what they had last play. They had the chance on the right-hand side. This time they cash in, and the Mudgee Mud Crabs are back down 2-1.
Yeah, and I think they'll get a lot of confidence from that. And it was pretty impressive that they, like you said, is that they had that opportunity with the eyes up, but then they sort of had enough footy IQ there to go, well, let's try it again.
Yep.
Why not, not resist that temptation to do a different play.
Yes.
Just for the sake of it and run it again. So a lot of maturity there showed by the Mudgee Mud Crabs.
2-1, Newcastle. Kynan Jackson is the 1. The 3 is Taj Tola. 21 with the ball now is Geordie Harris. Geordie Harris looks for Nate Simpson. Nate Simpson looks to go back on the inside. They didn't make the line, and it'll be a penalty. These are huge sets, aren't they? When you can get a whole set on the line, Jace, you might get this 2 or 3 times a whole match.
Yeah, you don't get it that often, and it enables you. We'll come back in a sec because you might go in here. Yeah, it enables you to sort of sequence a bit. So instead of just running one play, you might better run a dive over play, and you might better run a sweeper or a long ball. It enables you to do a couple things in the set. So they're really hard for the defence to handle both.
Yeah, manipulate the defence, so to speak. But so far, Mudgee Mudcrabs up to the challenge, but they've got something brewing here. And they go across the way now to Simpson, long ball. Oh, well done. Well, I think he gets the ball down. And look, the pass was superb, there's no question about that. But the manner in which the winger is able to catch the ball and expressly put the ball down on the ground, that was brilliant wingmanship, wasn't it?
It was very classy. And the pass that you're referring to, again, this is where we see something that is very difficult made to look easy. Like the player was sweeping towards the bottom of your screen, then it's really difficult to be able to like rotate your hips on the run and then rip a pass 30 metres that way. That's a really advanced skill.
Well played, 3-1 Newcastle. Mudgee looking to reply. Yes, nice play. Lovely, simple rooster wrap, just at the line, picked them apart and they score immediately, and it is that same thing, isn't it? It's that same thing where you leave the players out there who scored the try and they've conceded one.
Yeah, and I think Newcastle, look, it's a little bit concerning if they're hoping to handle the likes of Manly and the Renegades and Central Coast. They need to be a little bit tougher. And when I mean tough, I mean like as in be really focusing on that defensive set. And I think you mentioned it last game too, Joel. It's not just scoring a try; you've got to be able to hold it out as well.
So 3-2, whilst it feels as though they've looked pretty dominant. Almost 7 minutes gone in the match. Mudgee just won away. Lath brains out there. Ooh.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Newcastle's dominating the game, but not really on the scoreboard.
When did you get up here, Jace? Last night?
Yeah, it came up last night. I'm excited to be in Dubbo. I'm actually trying to see if I can get out to the zoo for a morning walk tomorrow. It's a very nice place to visit, Dubbo. So lots to do if you happen to come up here with family or friends to catch the championships.
Have you got family up here?
No, just know a lot of people. I did a lot of junior development clinics and stuff over the years. So there's lots of friends up here in Dubbo. They're definitely a place that loves their touch footy.
Brain, yeah, I was saying before with Benny Homer, like you saw it with Port Macquarie where the State Cup would be there and all of a sudden it's a field of dreams where the locals see it, they want to be part of it. You're seeing Wagga, how thriving that's been. You're seeing Orange when they've had regionals out there and how thriving they've been. You're seeing it here. Like Dubbo's never been stronger as a club since they've had the hosting of the State Cup.
Yeah, 100%. And you see it not just in the performances, Joel, where you might have like a 14s girls win a title or a 16s boys, but you actually start to see it 10s to 18s. They've got teams in every division. And then you hear that, oh, well, we had 55 players for that trial.
Yeah.
And then you start to think, well, this is how healthy is the sport. It's really just sort of growing at such a high rate at the moment.
So the Mudgee Mudcrabs down by 1. It was a simple rooster play they had last time. They set it up that same formation, but this time, I tell you, a play I'd be running because now the link, they've been scorned by it once. I'd be running the rooster with a block out the back, so sending him a bit wider. I reckon you get 2-on-1 with the winger.
Yeah, definitely those sorts of plays will work. A good thing, I think we might have mentioned it last week in the call, Joel, a good thing to look at on your screen at home is where the defensive link is. And once he gets towards the middle of the field, that's showing you a really high compression. Like you're pushing him in, and these plays, like you just mentioned, quite rightly, out the back, or that extra pass against the grain, they're really effective. So that's something you might have a look at over the weekend is, when someone's diving to score, have a look at where the other defenders are. And if you see a link or a winger in the middle of the field, you know that you've made them shut down hard.
Almost 9 minutes gone in the clash. And we do have halves today, of course, 11.5-minute halves with 2-minute spell. So you'll probably see slightly lower scores than normally, just having lost that 2 minutes. But it is 3-2 at the moment. Mudgee Mudcrabs, could they possibly level up with the Newcastle Knights? Here they come. What have they got here, the Mudcrabs? They go across there through Pascoe. Pascoe dummying and weaving. It is the last. So this is where I think if not much is doing, just head right, boys, and that's what they're going to do. Well played. So they're there for 1. Can they keep them in the half for 4? That's 2. They've saved this set all right, Newcastle. They get their pass there in 3.5. That's 4 now, 2 to go. They've done really well, Newcastle, to save this. They're in the corner now. They get a bit of a strike shot at them as the 24 takes off. Simpson, long pass away, but touch. That's a huge result because they were jammed into the corner, Jace. They worked hard, and now they've got a repeat set on the line. Huge result.
Yeah, it's a really good sign for them too. If they're able to do that a bit more consistently, that sort of changes the whole dynamic of the team. If you can do that.
Simpson has a shot. Touch, said the referee. No, he doesn't. He awards the try. So Simpson, who's had a terrific game so far, a try assist, and now a try of his own.
And that's on the back of that repeat set that you mentioned, Joel. So having that ability, when you're on your try line and you've just got the turnover, not to just sort of aimlessly run to your box automatically. Eyes up, have a look at good footy. Newcastle have gone coast to coast there.
Yep.
And got a result. So it sort of shows there's different ways to play. You don't always have to go to your sub box.
No, it was very well handled there from Newcastle. So here they come, the Mud Crabs. And 4-2 just before half-time, where they'd worked so hard to get back into the game. It just makes it a little bit tricky here. So this will be the final set, just about, of the first half, I would think. As they go across now, Geordie Harris. Simpson. There's been points around Simpson. Simpson play on. He's deceptive. And Geordie Harris is going to claim one on half-time. And right on half-time, 4-2 becomes 5-2.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt Mudgee because I think for the most part they were hanging in there with him. But maybe that last 90-second period, Newcastle's picked up 2. And rather, 3-2 half-time, 5-2, very big difference. That's going to be a bit of a big hill to climb now for the Mud Crabs.
Yeah, 3-2 moments ago, wasn't it, as you say?
One thing, Joel, that sprung to mind, you're a little bit more educated and clever at this than me. If you were, does the Dubbo team, do those families still get accommodation so they have the experience of the great experience of State Cup? Do Mudgee still get it? I know it's an hour or hour and a half away, or do they drive? I was just trying to think about it because we talk about it being such a family sport and such a great event. When you're talking about the host affiliate, I was wondering, well, do they get the kids in a hotel as well?
I know. They don't probably the end. Although, in saying that, for Wagga, a lot of the people in the township of Wagga had booked places so they could stay together because they would get so much money for the Airbnb anyway. So it was a win-win situation to do that.
So that might be the same case here, maybe.
But things like, I think it's important for teams like Wagga and Dubbo that you get involved in the gala days. So I know that Wagga made a couple of trips to Sydney. They went to Parramatta Gala Day. We had a Christmas Cup they came down for, and Paul Gallen and Fafita took them around the sheds and saw the Sharks players. And so,
nice.
So I think if you are a host, it's great to be the host. I'm sure they're very proud of it and the barbecues they put on, and it's fantastic. But the trip away's a lot of the fun, isn't it?
Yeah, and for those that are watching that may not have, I don't have children myself that play in this event. Do the is it normally just the players? Do the parents, the aunties and uncles, are they all in one venue, or is it tend to be a bit spread? How does it actually work for most clubs?
It's actually getting harder for uncles and aunties, which would in the past to come, because of the capacity of the towns. So generally, it's one parent, maybe 2 parents and the children. If you can get a hotel place together, good luck to you. But a lot of people are doing the Airbnbs because there is pressure on the accommodation.
Yeah, they're huge events. 202 teams. For those that sort of near the game, really big events. I think it's about 2,500 players, 3,000 players, plus all the parents, families. They're
coaching
really
staff.
Yeah, really big events for the town and really big events for the sport.
I think the numbers are like 7,000 or 8,000 people come to town, which is huge for the economy. Long ball, and they're tricky, those ones, because sometimes you want your players, I know he caught the ball, but sometimes on the last, you just want your players to let them have it and not risk that 6 again.
Yeah, it's definitely, you run a bit of a risk there, aren't you, if you get your hands up there as a defender. And it sits again. Might have been forward there at the ruck. Trying to see what they've picked out there. Since the field's dried out, Joel, the hands and the passings.
Oh, yeah.
Just noticeable difference from first game this morning.
Yep.
As soon as the Jew got off the ball, then the real skill, has been on show.
And that's the thing, right? So I truly think you've got to, as a coach, you've got to coach those morning games differently. Because the Jew on the ground makes it so hard, Jay. So you've almost just got to have that, and I've used this before, but that Nathan Cleary mentality. Like, guys, this is in the morning. The flamboyant stuff that we want to do, we can do late finals day on Sunday. We just can't do that in the morning. We just got to find our sets, complete, get to the corners, defend it, and find a way to win.
And that's where it's quite hard, isn't it? Because you don't get to play many. Like you've sort of tried out at your team.
Yep.
You've made the reps to represent your area. You don't get many chances to sort of play, and you're excited. You come to the state championships. You're
Yep.
excited. You want to run,
Yep.
and then you got the coach saying, "Oh, it's a bit dewy. Can you slow down a bit?"
I know.
It's really hard to resist sometimes.
But the game, I've got no doubt that the percentage of games in the morning for teams who have just simply got out of their own half by just completing, not those errors that they play the ball when scooping and picking up the ball on the drives. It's a simple but effective formula. Meanwhile, Mudgee Mudcrabs have got to find 3 tries in about 9 minutes.
Yeah, they've still got time to do it. It feels maybe a little bit of a lull there for Mudgee. They need another boost of energy. Maybe if they can jag a try, that might get a bit of wind in their sails to come back. At the moment, it's a bit of a lull in the game, and this is going to suit Newcastle with a 3-try lead.
Here's Taji Tola. Pass came from Geordie Harris. Now McElwain. The troops come on through Brain and McKenzie. McKenzie goes down. Here's McElwain. McElwain juggling. Catch from McKenzie. Brain. Still a chance. Missed him. Oh! No, he got the touch. Almost thought that Brain was through.
Yeah, he's definitely one to watch there, the 28 Brain, because he just seems to have so much time with the ball.
Yeah.
He's sort of hanging off in there. He's got options left and right. Definitely one to look out for.
So that's two for the Mud Crabs. That was forward, but play on. Yeah, it was forward. That was forward.
We need to mic you up with the referees, Joel, and give them a few tips, mate. You've been spot on so far.
You can in touch get away with a little cheeky one, I reckon, but not. That was a bit too forward.
All right.
10 away.
There's some tips for the youngsters watching at home. You can get away with cheeky ones.
Well, I just find on the drivings, if it's they do let a lot go, but not like that.
Yeah, I never get away with it. I think I've got a track record of being cheeky there, Joel.
Have you?
The referee always gets me if I throw a forward one.
Here's McKenzie and McElwain. McKenzie, Brain back to McKenzie, and McKenzie he might be a juggler. McKenzie, he's been juggling a fair bit today as Copperfield of Newcastle gives the ball back to Mudgee.
Yeah, so Newcastle's probably got another gear in them here, I think, Joel. They're doing enough to win.
Yep.
I sort of feel like they're sort of maybe not going through the motions, but definitely got a good control of the game. I think they've got another gear in them.
Yeah. I don't think that these two teams are at the level of the last game. But as you say, sometimes I tend to agree. I think there's more in this Newcastle side.
Yeah, I think so. Again, we've seen it, and it's across all the divisions. We've seen teams like this Mudgee team be really good in patches, but just when you're talking about the best in the state, you've really got to put together a full 25-minute performance if you want to get
Stone goes to Simpson, who claimed the try, but forward pass. Another forward pass. How the Mighty Knights going to go in season 24 in the NRL, Jace, you reckon?
I'm not bold enough to predict, mate. I always get it wrong.
Yeah. I'll tell you a good fun fact for them. So in the second half of the year, so for all teams having played their last 12 games, they had the best defence in the whole comp.
Wow.
So if they carry that into this season, they're a top 4 chance. But in the meantime, 5-2, Newcastle leading the Mud Crabs. 5-2 at half-time it was, actually. We haven't seen it. Simpson goes low, and Simpson denied before, but not this time. They won't deny him again. He's been all around the point, Simpson. Newcastle 6, Mudgee Mud Crabs 2.
Yeah, and again, we've seen that dump on the link there with the middle and the link together, where it's just something that you've got to be able to hold out as a defence. You don't want to be letting those easy ones in. You want to force them to do a little bit more, maybe the extra pass or the extra dump. You've got to tighten that up. So that's something I'm sure Mudgee's going to be right across, and something that they'll look to tighten up a bit as they go into their remaining games today.
6-2. Yeah, it's just coming apart here at the moment for the Mud Crabs inside the final 5. Deft work and clever work from Connor Jackson. McElwain, Willis Hahn playing that sort of dummy half position from wing. And he'll retreat to the wing now, Willis Hahn. There's the 17. McKenzie. And Brain's out there. Brain again puts it down. McKenzie, Simpson. There's some potent weapons out here right now, Jace. Simpson takes them on.
Yeah, it definitely, like the momentum swings or the energy definitely goes in waves, because if you're playing, 8, 9, 10 games over the 3 days, you're not going to be up full of running and screaming for 10 games.
No.
So it definitely goes in waves, and that's why sometimes it's hard to get a bit of a read on these teams.
Well, we had games, Jace, where when I was coaching last week, and you knew we were playing ordinary, and a parent would say after the game, oh, we're ordinary there. But you just can't, with these tournaments and with kids in particular, you just can't get 9 or 10 top performances out of them. It just doesn't happen. So sometimes you just got to let the ones that aren't going so well, let them go. As long as you're winning the match, I suppose. But if you've got a game and you're keeping and it's not going your way, just let it go. And it's a bit like getting cricket, the kids, Jace. You can't go after them all the time, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Sometimes you like it. Look, sometimes you like to think, and even with the team, if you're playing well, sometimes your expectations are above or a bit unrealistic. When I reflect back on any division, whether it was local footy, state Australia, I don't remember any team I played in that put together 10 good games in a row. There was always that game, 1 or 2 when you're a bit off, and then the coach sort of loses it at you. And that's whether it's under 10 boys, 10 girls, right up to World Cup Men's Open. It's very hard to be upbeat for so many games just mentally. So, yeah, I think sometimes we like to think we're on fire every game, but it's a challenge.
But I'd even say to the boys during the game, I'd say, boys, you're not at your best here. Just make sure we're on next. I wouldn't rant and rave. You just can't have them up the whole time.
And often when we look at some of our champion teams, we might remember the final, where they come out and blow someone away, but we forget, that they won the quarter-final because they happened to score first.
Yes.
Or that they had a draw on the Friday against a team that didn't make it. We forget, we sort of, easily forget that, and we just worry about the grand final. So, yeah, it is hard. It goes in waves, and that'll be one of the challenges for both these teams over this 3-day tournament.
So about 90 seconds remaining. Newcastle, just a professional victory, really. 6-2 over Mudgee. And now for Mudgee, I suppose, if they can pinch a try here, or at the very least concede one, or stop conceding one here, for and against plays a massive part come the end of the tournament, potentially.
Yeah, I think we mentioned earlier today it might have been, I think it actually was the 18s boys division last week. I think there might have been a 3-way tie, I think.
Gee, that's good footy. We love that. That was Simpson getting the ball away to the 21, Geordie Harris, and then they stroll to the line to pick up touchdown number 7. It was just wonderful, wonderful. Having a look, 3-on-2 short side, and ka-ching, they cash in.
Yeah, and if you think back to earlier in the game, I think at one point it was 3-2 to Newcastle. Then we had that 90-second period where Newcastle was put on 2 consecutive just before half-time, and 3-2 became 5-2. And then since then, I think they've been quite clinical.
Yep.
They've controlled the game. it's out to 7-2 now. So I think the Newcastle outfit will be quite pleased with this game, the way that they've sort of settled into it and got through without necessarily burning too much gas.
Well, Kynan Jackson, he was the number one who scored. Now he's actually defending in the middle at the moment. He scored on the wing. Just saw an opportunity out there, so that was great play from Kynan Jackson. And of course, Simpson was in the thick of things again. Well done, Newcastle, 7-2. Great start to the campaign for State Cup 2024 here in Dubbo. Plenty more still to come. We'll have a brief break, get to our sponsors, and on the other side of that, more to come here from Dubbo, where you have got Newcastle taking on Hornsby in the 18 girls. Dean Russell with the call.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Welcome back here to Dubbo for this under-18 girls clash between the Newcastle City Knights and the Hornsby Lions. The Newcastle City Knights in the royal blue and red and white trim, and Hornsby in their traditional sky blue, white and purple colours. Joined here now by Mitch Walkerton from the Central Coast. Mitch, you would know a few of these girls from Newcastle, I would think, maybe through your affiliation with the Hornets. What can we expect to see from them?
Yeah, thanks, Dean. I would expect to see lots of running plays, and I would expect to see a lot of roosters and chicken, the outballs, Dean, where they're trying to create that 3-on-2 when they're attacking the line.
They played this morning. They had a bit of trouble controlling the ball when they played against Manly, but they were in it up to half-time. It was 1-0 in favour of Manly at half-time, but then Seagulls came out very strong in the second half. In the space of 4 or 5 minutes, they'd put another 3 on the scoreboard to lead 4-0 and eventually ran out 5-0 winners.
30 seconds.
Not far away now from a start. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. They've Newcastle can control the ball a little bit better than they did this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the fundamentals, really. Complete your sets, good field position, minimise your errors. It goes a very long way to winning touch football games.
Well, it looks like it's going to be the Lions, the Hornsby Lions, who will start us off. Now, they'll be running to the right side of your screen. Remember, we're playing, because of the conditions out here in WA, we're not playing the traditional 25-minute turnaround, but 2 11.5-minute halves with a 2-minute break at half-time. Anyway, so it's the Lions with the ball, and that was Pellegrini who starts the play. In the hands now of Trung. They take off Pellegrini. She looks to pick up Chung on the outside. She gives it out to the winger, and they're in early. Yes. And that's Hartwig who scores in the corner. The referees are happy. And in the space of a first set of 6, it's the Lions 1-0 over the Knights.
They've jumped straight out the box, direct rucking, and then it was the punish play, Dean, I believe. A really nice clean dump, early ball, and we've got a try in the corner.
Well, I know Coach Carol Jones will be very happy with that start.
I saw a few fist pumps down there, actually.
Right, so Newcastle now with the ball. That's Nickus. Take it to the right-hand side, or the top of your screen. Back in the hands now of Baldry. She's got it again. She goes to the top, looking to get through the line. Good defence there, but no, the referees have said the defensive line was offside, so they're going to have another set of 6 here, starting on the 7, in the hands of Nickus. She gives it back there to Baldry. That's between the pair of them. They've created a very narrow short side there, and maybe want to bring it back into the middle of the field and open up space.
Absolutely, for the middle quickie. Try and get it more in the middle of the field. Oh, we haven't played the ball square there. So we've got a turnover, Dean.
Yeah, look, they were some of the things that hurt Newcastle last game against Manly. They would get themselves into attacking positions, and then a soft turnover or a silly penalty will take the Manly girls off the hook. So here we go with Hornsby, deep in their own half, driving forward now. They'll look to get some substitutions on now here. They're not expending too much energy, and that was Liang. It was a good drive from Liang, but unfortunately the roll ball at the end comes a cropper, and so it's a change over to Newcastle on their own 10. They've shifted 2 passes now. Again, that's Nickus at half. They shift the ball across again on the 2 passes to Doherty. Nickus looking to get across to the sideline to get fresh legs on. I'd like to see him drive forward rather than crab across the field, but now they go ball in hand through Cox. She gets it there onto Priestley. Cox and Priestley. Cox goes off the left. She's got well on the outside. Gives the punt. But a good defensive read there. Prevents Fagalo. No, the referees have said that they were offside and the ball was down. So it's the 5. Leah Fagalio who gets the touchdown. And we're all tied up here, 1 apiece.
Well, you called, Dean, for them to move a little bit more forward, direct running. We've actually then picked up the ball. We've got Abercrombie, who then passes a nice pass, and the referee deemed that the ball was down before the winger made the touch. So we've got 1-1.
So it's Hornsby again now with the ball. They're just starting to drive into the half of Newcastle. They spring the ball out wide. Unfortunately, it's over the head there of Hartwig, the scorer of the first touchdown for the Lions, and it's a changeover. So they'll shift the ball here. They'll probably go 2 passes, looking to get towards their box and bring set subs on. They drive around that way, and that's in the hands of Figalio, who scored that touchdown. Again, they come on a pace now, Newcastle, back towards the centre of the field. Shifting the balls. They've created numbers here. They get it down in front. Doherty, that's Jessica Doherty, who gets out of half and just couldn't get the pass away there to Power. But it's Jess Doherty in the 20. She's playing with her sister Naomi, who you'll see in the 19 singlet. So change over. Hornsby now coming out of their own half.
Oh, it's over the mark.
Yep, and there's been a lot of that with the juniors this weekend here in the Northern Conference, over the mark. So that's something the coaches will have to talk about at half-time.
Yeah, I think, Dean, the coaches would both be talking to their players. Minimise errors, complete our sets, slow down a little bit, and let's make sure that we're maximising the time that we have with the ball.
So Newcastle now through Turnbull. They get it there, this Scanahan. Scanahan with the ball. Drops it back on the inside to Power. Scanahan not happy with that set, so she just wanted to reset. She brings the ball out, takes the defence out with her. Gets it down now. She gets it back from the quickies, looking for the line. She's diving through. The referee says the touch was made.
Yep, very nice touch there from Hanson, I think it was, Dean.
I'll bring it back to the 7 now on the last. Roll the ball, brings it back into play. Just steps over there. That's Scanahan that gives it off there now to Priestley. And they missed the count there. The referee had signalled it was last touch. So that'll be something that the coaching staff will look to address to when the players come off.
Just another little 1%er for them to fix up, knowing the count.
So the Lions now, from deep inside their own half, good ball movement, driving forward. Oh, can't give the pass there, but now they can. And that's in the hands of McMahon. She'll roll the ball. Good drive forward from Green. She tries to get the pass away, but it goes to ground. Just didn't make Lou.
It's another error, Dean. We need to try and fix that up if we're the Hornsby coaching staff.
Yeah, sometimes it's really good just to say to your players, hey, listen, for the next 2 or 3 sets, all I want you to do is just get the ball, tuck it under your arm and go forward, just to settle the players down. Try and minimise errors. And as it goes to Newcastle, they've created numbers on the outside, and that was good play there out of half. That was Bouldery who saw the opportunity and gets the pass on there to Turnbull, I think. And all of a sudden, it's 2 touchdowns to 1 in favour of the Knights.
Yeah, that was really nice play there. The dummy half looked up, saw it was a 3-on-2, dummied, and then threw a nice pass, 3-on-2, and we've got number 5, Figalo, diving over for a nice try.
Yeah, we've got about 5 to go, just over 5 minutes to go here at the moment in the first half. And so the Knights lead 2 tries to 1. Hornsby now through a good drive there through Urbanak. And now in the hands of Pellegrini.
That is a great try.
A very good touchdown.
That just comes from direct running, Dean.
Yep.
Tuck the ball under the wing, girls, and let's make sure that we're running nice and hard. It was the first time that Hornsby have had a chance to really attack in a little while.
Yeah, really good play from Sarah Urbanak, driving it forward and finding Pellegrini to get underneath the defensive line, and we're tied up at 2 apiece.
Yep, nice little pass there.
So it'll be Newcastle who'll bring us back into play. It's about 4.5 to play now. Referees have cleared that from the roll ball. So you'll see the ball in the hands of Cox. She's working with Forbes Abercrombie. That's her with the ball now. They find Cox on the Rooster play. Gives the held the pass back. She had power coming around it, but decided not to give. So Cox again, working with Forbes Abercrombie. They've run the same play again. They this time looked like they were trying to cut Power out and get the ball into the hands of Naomi Doherty, but Power stuck the big mitts up and was able to drag that down, but it was well defended from Hornsby.
It was really well defended from Hornsby, but I think Newcastle will try that again. Oh, that's over the mark. Another error coming out of our half from the Lions.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times with the Lions, and I think one of the reasons they may be getting caught with that over the mark is they're not actually getting their hands out to initiate the touch.
Yep.
So when they get touched, they're just accidentally taking that extra step, and the referees are right onto it here at Dubbo. So it's Newcastle again. That's Doherty at half. She's got the ball in the hands of Cox. Cox gets out in front of Power. Power takes off from half. Dummies, gets through. No, doesn't dummy, but the ball gets down. Great play from Macy Cox. And the referees are going to say all clear. And the Knights 3, Hornsby 2.
You know, I don't want to harp on things, Dean, but it comes back to turning the ball over in their own half and causing, more defensive work. But it was a nice punish play there. Number 1 just picked up Power, did a very nice job, stepped inside, ball down before the touch, and we've got another Knights try.
Yeah, it's about 2.5 to play in the first half. The Lions definitely not out of this at the moment. 3-2 in favour of the Knights. And now it's the Hornsby Lions who are going to take us forward.
That's over them. Play on.
The referee have let that go, but it's Pellegrini there. She's been strong for them in the 11. I really like the way Pellegrini's played in this first half. And if some of the players can support her, I think they might have more success. Newcastle now. They shift the ball 2 passes. That's been their play all day. They'll go 2 passes again, so you can see that link who swept all the way around. That was Jessica Doherty. Picks up on the second pass, and they get to their box quite nicely. They bring Nickus in now. She releases the pass there to Bouldery, and those two will play together here. Nickus out of half. She'll look on the outside, finds her in the hands of Carroll, running into a hole, but good defence from the Lions this time. Snuffs out any opportunity to score.
It was good defence, but that was, I think, Newcastle's best attacking set. They actually played straight, they played direct, they've turned the ball over on Hornsby's try line. Hornsby now need to work it out. They've got themselves a penalty.
Yeah, piggyback there, going through the ruck, unfortunately, from Carroll. So, referee advances 10 metres down the field, and now it'll be the Lions try to move the ball forward. Gives the pass out there. They've shifted two.
Bad luck.
Bad
It
luck.
was on two.
Yeah, it was good play there. And unfortunately, Liang just put the pass down, but nice enterprising play from Winslow. So now, Newcastle with the ball, sweeping onto the field of play. They need to straighten, and that's exactly what Presley did. They take off from half through Cox. She's through the line, gets the pass out to the wing, into the hands. I believe that might have been Magbag. And the referees agree. And Newcastle 4, Hornsby 2. Right on half time.
Right on half time, yeah. It's a really nice play. It was a really nice scoop. Look at this, she just picks up plenty of space, gets into the in goal, and then finds the right option. And the winger had a little bit of work to do to get the ball down, keeps the feet in play just, and that was a really good try right before half time for the Knights.
Yeah, and so extends the lead by 2. If you're Carol Jones, coach of Hornsby, what are you saying to your Chargers down there right now?
I think the first thing is we need to make sure that we just relax and everyone take a nice deep breath. We look fantastic when we actually attack the line, but we just haven't had enough chances. We've got to just run, try and minimise our errors, and we're very much in this game. That would be the message, I think, Dave.
And Newcastle with a 2-touchdown advantage?
Just keep playing. We look good when we're running the ball. They're using the ball when they're coming out of trouble with 2 passes to get around the Lions. Let's just keep running.
And so it'll be an interesting second half. You would suggest that Hornsby have to be first to score, down on the scoreboard 4-2. The conditions out here in Dubbo today are hot, but we've got this nice breeze coming through, which is helping keep it down.
Absolutely.
And even though we've got into our heat policy and reduced the games and made the halftime break to make sure that we have plenty of fluids being given to the players, the breeze is doing us a favour. You've had a chance to wander around here. What do you make of the venue?
I don't think I've been to a better venue to hold a touch football carnival. The fields are immaculate, and that's just not you go to a tournament and the main 2 or 3 fields are nicer than you're playing on some of the back fields where you're looking for patches of grass with holes and whatnot. All fields are immaculate, plenty of facilities. I think Dubbo City Council and Dubbo Touch have done a tremendous job with regards to the Northern Conference team.
Yeah, and I'd echo those words. It is a fantastic venue. As you said, every playing surface, no matter whether you're on the stadium or you're on field 30, is equal in the way that it is set up. And yes, the local Touch Association, the Dubbo Regional Council, both have put a tremendous amount of work into this particular event, and we certainly look forward to being here this year, but also for the next 2.
Absolutely.
Newcastle now, they've got us going in the second half, and they've good drive forward here, and once again it looks like it's going to be Nickus and Bouldery who work together. That's with the ball there now, Bouldery, and gets the pass out to Fagallo, who's already scored today. So, but Nickus with the ball now. She gets Bouldery underneath her. Gives it back to Nickus. She's going to look on. I thought she was going to pop it. Yeah, I thought she was going to pop it back there, but dummied and went to the line herself. And as you said, good defence there from the Lions.
Let's see how they go getting out of trouble, Dean.
All right, so players just... It's a bit of a bugbear of mine that's good yardage
Great
there
run.
where players just try to get off the field and don't work off the field. What I mean by that is take a couple of settles forward and then get off the field rather than just running off.
She's dummy half.
Yep, and so just lost play there, lost the count, and the acting half got caught. But
just going back to what you're saying, you minimise the options for who you can pass to.
Yep.
If there's only 2 or 3 players on the field, the defensive team can certainly swarm up, put a ring around you because you've got 3 girls in front of the play the ball trying to get to the sub box.
And
absolutely.
That's where you see the errors occur. And
Absolutely.
You get good field
More
position.
pressure. Yeah.
Newcastle now, they come out of half through Cox. She looks like she's through a gap. She'll be looking to link up with some support players. She gets across close to the dead ball line. The referees have said the pass has gone down, but good enterprising play there from Cox to create an opportunity. Unfortunately, the Knights just not able to capitalise.
Nice hustle there play from the Lions though. No girls stopped running, they kept chasing. Here they go, second touch, almost up to the box, bringing on their... I think we've got a forward pass there. No, we don't.
Flat, I think we call that.
Okay, beg your pardon.
So Hornsby now, and that's...
There we go,
Cito.
look at this.
That's good play there from Cito. She released Trung.
Still got a couple of touches.
Cito gives the ball to Trung again. Back to Cito. Looked at, possibly could have looked outside there to Green.
I think it's...
So Green with the ball now. Demi Green steps off a left. Good footwork.
Yeah,
and that was
set.
a good set from Newcastle.
Their best,
from Hornsby.
It was their best set from the Lions. They've actually rucked the ball. They've got the ball down the other end. Let's see if they can get a bit of pressure and create their own turnover to get the ball back.
Yeah, and touching on that point you made earlier, even though they might be down 4-2 on the scoreboard at the moment, the Lions have certainly not given this up. They're full of running,
absolutely.
They're full of desire, and they're trying to get themselves back into this game. But the advantage at the moment for the Newcastle ladies. And so that's Scanhan there with the ball back on the inside there to Presley.
That's a very good defensive set there from the Lions. They're getting the ball close to the midfield.
And good decision from the referee too, I thought.
Yeah,
so,
that was over the mark.
So Hornsby with it on their own 10. They shift the ball out. That was Troyong. They get their subs on now. They want to be going forward here. The Hornsby Lions. That was Liang trying to get them forward.
Over the mark, Dean.
They're going to get a penalty for over. Oh no, I thought he was pointing towards Hornsby. No, he's given it to Newcastle, as you said. So I just thought he had his arm out there, the Hornsby. I thought it might have been for over-aggressive in the touch, but referee said over the mark. Now that's Nickus. She's been strong, and again, there's her partner, Bowlery. The pair of them have worked together all game, and here they are again in the middle of the field. Bowlery gets it down. Nickus out of half, goes to the top end of the screen, gets the pass out. They dive to the line there through Figalio.
Fantastic touch there. Fantastic touch.
Again, that's that work from Hornsby. Defensive structures have been
touch
good.
Again. That's a late pass. Nice little touch there from Liang, I think it was.
And Carol Jones down there, the coach of Hornsby, also the State of Origin coach in the ladies 50s division. She's getting her players together. They have a bit of a chat about what she wants from them when they get out there. So they need to go forward here. They're going very much horizontal, and that's again. Look, again, we've got girls coming off the field rather than working off the field.
No one to pass to.
And so there'll be pressure on them here as trying to come out, and that's Spicer. Good run from Spicer. Nearly gets through. But it was good, but going forward and just unfortunately just goes to ground. But did all the hard work to try and get a team, its momentum moving forward.
But it comes back to the first 3 touches, Dean. The girls heading off to the box without getting up to the box. It makes it very difficult for the girls who are left on the field. And we don't want to keep harping on it to the viewers at home on KO, but it's something that I think they can fix up in their next games.
They get the ball out here, long to the wing. Really nothing out of that. It looks like Natasha Turnbull scored in the corner. And it really just came from nothing, just pure foot speed.
Yeah, no, it didn't come from much. They were just rucking the ball. They saw an opportunity to pick up and run. We're just waiting for the replay here, but it was just more desire through the midfield. We pick up, we run, and then and a very nice pass out there to Turnbull, who had a little bit of work to do and gets a nice clean put down. and the referee awards the try.
She ran a good line, Turnbull, on the wing. She
did.
wasn't too far infield, but she was in enough to make sure that when she received the pass, she was running the outline to the corner.
The J line, as they call that.
Yep. To make it harder for the defence to get across.
Exactly right.
So now, what have Hornsby got in reply? That's Truong. Oh, nearly an intercept. 6 to go. Gets the ball back, so it'll be 6 more touches. Truong with the ball.
Oh, it's a roll ball. No, we're going to have to roll the ball here.
The referee's going to have a conversation here. He's going to ask
that's the right thing to do.
Truong to come back and roll the ball.
Yep.
So Naomi Truong rolls the ball. They find it all the way out in the hands of Urbanek. Urbanek gets it down in front of Lou. She's going to work together. It'll be Lou who'll go one off the ruck here. Urbanek with the ball. Gives it to Lou. Crabbing across the field. Truong with the ball. Again, they find Lou. They need to move the defence around here, so they've shifted it out now to Urbanek. They take off here, Pellegrini.
Oops. Oh,
Pellegrini.
That's going to be a late pass.
Yeah, no, they've got the penalty. Offside there. Pellegrini trying to get the team back into it there, just trying to create that opportunity. So the first defender was offside and the second one was onside. That's why they get the penalty.
I'd like to see the girls in Hornsby communicate with regards to what move they're trying to run. It looks like they're trying to combine a few different moves and they're not sure what they're meant to be running.
There's Lou out there. Good line there.
It's a forward pass on the first tackle, though.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It looked nice, but I'm sure if Coach Carroll had their time over again, it'd be a dumping, diving type play earlier in the count as opposed to such a run. And
Here's good run here. And that's Cox just taking a settle, found a hole, pins the ears back, and with a big dive under the black dot to score.
The big summy.
But yeah, just good speed on the drive and found a hole to run into.
Absolutely.
It's commanding 6-2 lead now to the Newcastle Knights. And with not much time left on the clock.
No, that's not a good try for the Lions to let in. That's just pure desire and effort. There looks like there's a few tired girls down here in the Hornsby box, whereas Newcastle look like they're ready to keep running. And so the Lions have got to keep trying.
And that's Hanson now with the ball, working with Spicer. Spicer goes out of half. She's looking for Liang.
Oh, dummy half, bad luck.
Had Liang on the outside, it could have just maybe used her up, but unfortunately got caught with the ball, so there'll be a changeover. If you're watching touch football for the first time, the acting half runs with the ball, which they're entitled to do, but gets caught. It is a changeover. With all the action being brought to you from Dubbo, live and free on KO and Sky Sports. And it's Newcastle now with the ball. That's Baldery, sorry. He gets caught.
They must have lost the count there because they've tried to dump the ball there on the 6th. The Lions are making their way over here to the box to get some fresh subs on.
So here they go now through Hanson. A good drive.
Great run.
She finds Liang. Liang gets the pass off there onto Wong. It slows down there with no half. So Green gets in there. She gives it to Cito. She's been dangerous, Cito, and had an opportunity again there, but good diving touch that time by Baldery. And so that's Cito again with the ball.
Oh, bad luck.
And unfortunate there, the pass just going above Green.
Just a little bit too high.
Goes to ground, so now Newcastle with the game in control. I make it about 1:30 left to play. They drive down their side of the field, Newcastle. They bring fresh troops on. They shift 2 passes, looking for that. And here she goes again, Cox.
Dummy.
She's gone through again. She's had a strong game and in for another touchdown, but just on the back of strong running.
Excellent running. Nice rucking. They played nice and straight off the latch, but instead of making the touch, they released the pass. And again, they've just literally run through the Lions' defence with effort and determination, Dean.
So it's 7-2 in favour of Newcastle, and we turned it halfway this game at a 3-2 scoreline, and it really has been the Newcastle Knights who have come out strong in the second half and really gone up a gear.
Absolutely they have. their running, especially their rucking, the first 3 tackle, and unfortunately the Lions keep on making errors, and Newcastle have been very good on the first three touches, getting to the box, making sure everyone's fresh and running nice and hard.
So yeah, the mistake rate has gone up in the second half for the Lions. That might be fatigue. But Newcastle now, Nickus with the ball. She shifts it off there onto Scanhan, but Nickus from half throws the pass out now to, well, it looked out there, it looks like it was Doherty, Naomi Doherty. That's full time here. The Newcastle Knights running out victors 7 touches to 2 against a brave Lions team, you'd have to say.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, their second half errors did let them down. But Newcastle probably upped the ante in the second half. So it was something that we were maybe not expecting, but they've certainly been very good with what they produced in the second half. We're just waiting for Joel Kane. We're going to cross down to him shortly with the coach or one of the players from Newcastle. And so it was a good victory for the Newcastle Knights, setting up their weekend now.
Yeah, I think both teams can take something out of it. The Lions, if they can improve their error rate, they showed in patches that they could compete with Newcastle. So, and for Newcastle, they want to keep trying to keep doing what they're doing, running hard, completing their sets. They showed that they could run over the top of teams. So, yeah, I think both teams have got a lot to take out of it, Dean.
So, yes, it was a victory there for the Newcastle Knights. We're going to cross down very shortly to Joel Kane down on the sideline with the representative from the Newcastle Knights. So when we're going to cross down to Joel. We're not crossing down to Joel just yet.
Well, we look across at that scoreboard, 7-2, massive win for Newcastle, and this young lady, Macy Cox, take a bow.
Thank you, thanks. Yeah, it was a good game, really well. We're building as a team a lot through this last game, so hopefully we can keep that going for the next one.
Fun bunch of girls over there.
Oh, they're great. Great team.
Any shout out for some of those scallywags?
Yeah, shout out to Taz, Abby. They're new to the team. This is their first comp playing with us, and they're doing great. So
You've got a big day today. You've got 4 games. The Mudgee Mud Crabs coming up. Now, there's 2 pools, top 4, of course, but you want to finish high to avoid those better teams. How confident for that game?
Oh, we'll put it on our best, and if we play our best, I reckon we can get it.
Well, Macy Cox, ladies and gentlemen, a name to watch on fire here on Rod Laver Arena here at the Touch Football. Let's get a break for the sponsors and back with a big game. Taree, they're getting ready for the Northern Beaches. Don't you go anywhere.
Welcome back to Dubbo. We have got the second round in the 18 girls competition, Taree and Northern Beaches. The Taree Flames up against one of the top sides in this competition. Very interesting start from the tap there, Taree. 3 players on the 10 and then 3 players a little further back. I'll get your thoughts on that, Mitch, in a second, as Northern Beaches probably should have scored with the first set of the game.
Yeah, it is a little bit controversial. They call that the diamond, where they try and flood 3 on the first tackle and then the back 3 come pressing up on the second tackle. The biggest problem is, on the first tackle, if you pass the ball and you get in behind them, you'll have 3 players out of play.
Yes.
Very, very early in the tackle count. So a lot of the junior teams sort of use it. But as you get to the older age groups, it's probably a little bit less prevalent because the older kids can start using the ball and play eyes up.
Yep, spin it out wide, find the space.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you could say it didn't turn out too badly for them. They kept Northern Beaches out in that first set, but you sense this is going to be a really tough one for Taree against Northern Beaches, who are fresh as well. This is their first match. They had a bye in the opening round, and Taree went down 4-0 to Carlingford. So would you say, Mitch, Northern Beaches, they're going to be one of the strong sides in this 18s girls?
Absolutely. Northern Beaches, they were the club champions out here in Dubbo last year, where they won a heap of titles and had a lot of teams in finals. They are strong across the board, and they'll certainly be strong in the 18 girls.
And you sense the big test for them is really against themselves. Can they come up against Taree, a match which they're expected to win, and do the business? Because sometimes you can just be a little bit complacent at times when you're coming up against a side you might be expected to win.
Yep.
Against, and this is a solid start from Taree. This is...
That wasn't square.
No,
square. The referee was all over it too.
They have really been cracking down on that
Yeah,
today.
they have. Yeah. We saw in the game before, errors, coaches call it the 1%ers, making sure that you're standing square, making sure you're stepping over the ball, not going over the mark, making a pass like that. Minimising those can really, damage your game.
Little bit of a clunky start from Northern Beaches, and you can probably understand it considering they are
that's right.
in their first game. But the benefit is they are a bit fresher than what Taree will be, having already played today against Carlingford, having that win. This is Jasmine Hill, and now Dignam. Zooming up at dummy half is Schilt. Could be a little bit of space out wide, but it's just put down by Grace Lambert out there on the right wing for Taree. I feel like the key for them will be, if they can stay in the game for as long as possible, then they're going to set themselves up. There's Boslin straight through the middle. They've got all the field position at the moment, Northern Beaches. Aiken on the inside. Goes out of dummy half. Can she find a teammate? Of course she can. And Isa Anderson goes over for the opening try. You felt like it was coming, and they get it after just 3.5 minutes.
Mate, that was their best set of the game. They played nice and straight. They played nice and direct. Taree were rolling back. They picked up the strike dump close to the try line. It opened up like Sydney Heads, and then they found the correct player to put the ball down. It was a really nicely constructed try, coming from running nice and straight.
So Taree, at the moment, just 4 players around the ball. The wingers staying really, really wide here. This is Watson. Taking the touch. Final play here for Taree. There was some space, wasn't there? Just in between the link and the winger, but good. It was good defence to get up and shut it down.
Moved over. Now they're direct rucking. It looks like the Beaches are heading towards the box to get their fresh subs on.
So Mia Sams taking that run. She's going to head off for a break. So always can prove a little bit challenging when you make your changes just to continue the flow of the drives up the field.
Absolutely.
They've done that nicely here, and just a neat little swerve, and Jazz James is turning on the style here in the opening 5 minutes. How about that for some footwork and acceleration?
Yeah, very, very impressive. There wasn't anything on, just moving forward, ready to make a dump. Jinx off the right, puts on the turbo jets, and scores a nice-looking try. It was a little bit too easy. But very good acceleration.
Feels good scoring a try like that, doesn't it? I know as a coach, Mitch, you'd love to see, a great move come off, but as a player, it feels pretty good, doesn't it? Little swerve acceleration.
They all earn you 1 point. Doesn't matter how you get them. Doesn't matter how you get them.
So Tari, who did ask some questions in that first set. Morrissey with that initial carry, and now Hill, but they're really rushing up.
Yeah, they are. Look at this. They're attacking the Renegades, and they're really, frustrating. And Tari just needs to get a bit more composure there. That's a nice pass too.
And popped over the top to Wandle. Jade Wandle on that left edge. Northern Beaches with another change. They're just forcing the issue here. They're determining the result of this game. It's really on their plate here, and McSweeney took the touch. Zoe Moore there in possession now in the 12. And now for a scamper. McSweeney goes herself.
Lovely
and she
touch.
Was caught.
Lovely touch. A really nice touch there from Hollaborough, I believe.
Georgia Holborough.
I think I butchered her name, so sorry, Georgia.
That's all right. There's a lot of names. There's a lot of names, Mitch, to try and keep track of over this weekend.
The pressure. Look at the pressure from the Renegades.
Yeah,
no.
And it's forced a mistake, hasn't it? Because they're thinking we need to find space out wide because they're just suffocating us with that shooters that they're sending up. Northern Beaches.
Good touch there.
Marnie Hilton just caught from behind. Cavalry coming through the middle now with these changes. Raff and Lynx. And now with McDougall. McDougall dumping down, looking to go short side. They came back the open, went back to the short side, and Layla McDougall makes it 3-zip after 7 minutes.
Yeah, that was a really nice rooster play. The girl who was running onto the ball just stepped back off her right, went back to the short side, and it was a very nice little try there. It did come back down to Tari turning the ball over a little bit too cheaply, coming out of their own half. But let's see if the Tari girls can ruck the ball down and put something on.
Well, love my stats, Mitch. How about this? 5, 6, 7, all scoring.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, not the first touch.
So number 5 for Northern Beaches scored first. Jazz James scored second. Number 6, Layla McDougall, third try. Number 7. So Joy Frost, number 8.
Okay, we will. She's
on
the wing closest to us.
She is
so
on the
we'll
wing.
keep an eye on it. Absolutely, mate.
Can the trend continue here for Northern Beaches? This is Bosland.
Looks like it might.
Well, it could well. There's a scamper. And no, they've ruined it for us. But I tell you what, Anderson goes over for her second. We were that close to getting a 5, 6, 7, 8 for the first 4 try scorers for this game. But in the end, Northern Beaches, they don't mind about that. It's 4-0.
No.
They're doing this easily.
Yeah, they were. Again, nice, direct, straight play, straight running. And it was a nice, easy try there for the link, Georgia. So, well done. Oh, that's a bit hard.
Yeah, it was a bit of a heavy touch, and he looked to just buckle back a little awkwardly, but she's all right, which is great news. Going into dummy half now is Dignam. Hill finding Agnew. Short side is where they come, and it slips through the hands of Jasmine Hill.
It looked like they tried to set a 3-on-2 out the back there, but just the pass didn't hit the mark. And here's Northern Beaches using the ball lovely, coming out of trouble. Oh, that's the commentator's curse if I've ever seen one.
Well, they're just really chancing their arm here. They're thinking here as well, if we can get a big win, that's going to be great for the for and against. Because as you know, Mitch, you'd come into the back half of the competition. It comes down to those moments when you got teams beating each other.
Absolutely. That could, determine who you play in a round of 16 or a quarter final. A harder team or a potentially easier team. So absolutely it'll have an impact.
Jasmine Hill taking the touch. Dignam popping it up to Hill, and now Agnew playing the ball. Out of dummy half went Schilt. Agnew took the touch. Things just looked a little promising there for Tara. If that pass had have stuck, maybe a 2-on-1 out wide.
Absolutely. You know, it looks like Jasmine Hill is a little bit tired, but I think if she punches in the hole a little bit harder, potentially she does catch that to make a 2-on-1. But anyway, I'm sure that they'll have another crack at that one. Here's the Beaches making their way to the box, and that's, again, good rucking. Tackle 2 up to halfway.
Yeah, they're just rolling up the field so efficiently at the moment. Consistent motion here and just setting Taree back. Zoe Moore with that previous run. Now McSweeney into the in-goal area looking for a teammate, and she finds Ava Schilt. And she took it over the dead ball line, I think, so this should be play the ball here for Northern Beaches, and will be. Tell you what, probably would have been better to maybe let the ball land, because I don't know if it was going to reach its target. Oh, hang on a second. Here's a play the ball.
Gives her another chance there for the play the ball.
The referee was initially going to call that up.
Yes, he was. Diving. Oh, good touch. I think she got off the line there.
Yeah, referee calling it. Well, you thought the referee might be a bit harsh on Northern Beaches, considering 4-0 up, 11 and a bit minutes. But no, he said, no, it's all right. Go again. McSweeney. Taking it forward, steps right, back on the inside, and the touch is made as well. So final play now, and that should be half time now, and will be. So they won't get one final play, but it's been a really impressive start here. Northern Beaches in their first game in the 18s girls competition after the bye in round 1. And they raced away to a 4-0 lead. Anderson with a double, James and McDougall the try scorers. And Mitch, it's been pretty comprehensive, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It is their first game. They took a couple of sets to warm up, and then they really got into their stride. They are playing nice and straight and direct. In the last little sequence there, they were running quickies and really testing the middle of the Taree side. You know, you'd really like to see the Taree girls make sure that they're completing their sets, make sure that they're turning the ball over on the Northern Beaches try line and making Northern Beaches run the length of the field.
Yeah, they're just being made to look quite fatigued and tired, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and yeah, it is hot. You know, it's those conditions, but we'll sort of see the girls get a bit of a drink here and a chance to have a chat with the coach, refocus, think of a couple of things to really focus on in the next 11 and a half minutes to close out the game.
What's your message to the players in terms of the heat when you're in this kind of oppressive heat, up around 35 degrees? You know, it can get into your heads, especially when you're on the wrong end of the scoreboard or it is in a tough game. The mind can start to play some tricks.
Yeah, it's a funny one. I've got a bit of a rule where no one talks about how hot it is, because then it does become
something that everyone talks about.
And then everyone else gets on the back of, oh, it is too hot.
Yep.
All teams have to compete. All teams have to deal with it, and it's a mindset. You go for 11 and a half minutes. Throughout that, you're getting a sub. Make sure that we're staying hydrated. Make sure that we're communicating. But we're not going to talk about how hot it is. We're just going to get out there. We're going to focus on our task. And, go out there and follow our assignment.
And also, you're probably thinking, well, you know what, it's not humid. It's actually quite nice, because obviously you're from the coast, so I'm just from up the road in Newcastle. It's been really humid this summer, as anyone on the East Coast would know. Coming here, I actually don't mind a bit of dry heat and breeze. It's quite somewhat refreshing not to have 100% humidity.
Absolutely. There's a big difference between standing in the shade or standing in the sun, I find, in the Dubbo heat.
Yeah, and it really is nice conditions in terms of having the breeze. If there wasn't the breeze, it would just make it a lot more difficult for the players, but certainly is helpful. And alrighty, we're going to get underway in the second half here. Taree with first use of it, down 4-0 at half time. Looking to reduce the damage in the second half, maybe get a try of their own, which would be helpful.
Yeah, it'd be great. Setting up a play here.
Heath popping it up to Crichton. Final play Heath out of dummy half, and the pass just goes down. Rutledge was under some pressure there. It was good pressure from the Northern Beaches defence.
A lot of pressure. Pressed up from outside in the link there. And look at the Renegades here. Running, using the ball, running into space on their way to the box.
Popped up now to McDougall, and McDougall is away, showing a clean pair of heels is Layla McDougall. She's got a double as well.
That was fantastic running. The Taree girls switched off just for a second, and she showed a clean pair of heels, ran around them, and finished with a tremendous dive in the corner that will feature on many highlight reels, I would imagine. You can see there was Taree girls in defence, but they just didn't have the effort there, and streaking away down the field, and a great dive in the corner.
Yeah, just too simple, wasn't it? Too simple in the end. 5-0 now, Northern Beaches lead. Hill. Almost a little knock on there from Morrissey on the stretch. Hill. Cut out pass, just hits the deck.
Look, they're still trying, which is great. You know, they're still going to continue to try different things. So we'll see if they can keep persisting and see what they can do. Here comes that running again.
And again, Northern Beaches, they just... Well, hang on a sec. Referee's going to say, knock on. Ball over the sideline. So there's a win for Taree.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting the ball in good field position here. I'd like to see them run, not pass.
Hill coming over here towards the bench. Taree going to make a few changes. They're going to get on the field quickly though, and they do so now. Schultz.
Here she goes. Pick up and run.
On the final
going to get
play.
a penalty.
Is there a penalty? Yes,
Yeah,
there is.
will
Just
be.
getting in the way. It was smart work from Lara Watson.
Where it was. She turned the ball back inside, so she got both middles up and then picked up and scooped.
So they've got 6 tackles now to...
Oh, that's a bit heavy touch too. I think the ref's going to have a chat here. Oh, 4 sub.
Oh, so it is. So referee not happy with Sophie McSweeney. Sometimes you see a warning in those kind of circumstances.
Yeah, you can.
You wonder whether he has already had a chat to
Yeah, not sure.
McSweeney.
Not sure. We always back the referee and with their decision. So
down to...
The Renegades have just got their new player on.
Yeah,
so
they were down to 5 just initially before they get that 4 sub player onto the field. And down it goes for Taree.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the play they were actually trying to set up and run there. The girls need to communicate a little bit better there. And here come the Renegades. Touch, that's a little bit forward. But anywho, touch 2, they're up to halfway already.
Taking it towards the box.
That's a great run.
And really rolling here. Well, you can see the energy which has been added off the bench. That was McDougall who scored the most recent try, and there's another one. Well, here's the trend continuing. We have got Jazz James with a double, so every player that scored here has grabbed a double.
There
Anderson, James, McDougall. If the referees confirm it, though, they still have to give it the all clear.
Yep, both touch judges say, and that's a try. And that just comes from running. They literally ran through the Taree defence. They were just running too fast. Taree couldn't handle it. Very nice and direct. I'm sure the Beaches coaches would be very happy with a try like that.
Yeah, just the way they've gone about it here has been impressive.
Absolutely.
How do you keep your pedal to the metal here, Mitch, in these kind of matches where you are taking on a side that is a bit weaker? You're up 5-6-0. How do you keep the focus and don't go away from what you want?
Oh, it's an awful cliche, but I think you have to sort of, you're talking to the guys in the box or the girls in the box. You're saying, let's focus on our next couple of sets, what we're going to do. Let's win the next couple of sets. And I think that's the really big difference between the great teams and a good team. A great team just keeps on scoring tries, whereas a good team can sort of, cruise back a little bit, drop the intensity, drop the running, and just sort of, they know that they're going to win.
Yep.
But the great teams, they keep running and continuing to score tries.
And that's what you've got to do in the big games as well, because you're coming up against sides that don't let up.
That's right.
as that ball has been thrown over the sideline. Unfortunately, you've seen this happen every now and then. You see a player out of the corner of your eye out there on the wing, and you think they're on the field. They're actually over the sideline having a drink. So just an unfortunate one there for Northern Beaches. I remember getting yelled at by my dad when I was just watching a game. I was standing there right on the sideline, and he threw a pass to me because we were in the same colour, and I wasn't playing in the game.
No.
It's like, sit down, go.
Get out of the way. Absolutely.
Cut out pass to the spectator is.
Yeah, well, luckily, so I don't think the Northern Beaches coaching staff are going to be too happy because that's the third or fourth error in a row that they've made. They really need to try and fix that up with regards to their rucking. You know, you're talking about being a good side or a great side and completing sets and not dropping intensity. I think, yeah, so we really have to work on that.
So just under 5 minutes to go here. Northern Beach is doing it easily at the moment. 6-0 up against Taree. Taree, can they find something? Can they get themselves on the board here? I'd just love a try just to give themselves some kind of confidence heading into their remaining matches. This is Holborough and Watson. Should say Gemma Heath it was. Caught on the last. So can they get their roll going here? Northern Beaches. They look out wide. Find Links. Popped up to James, who's already scored 2 tries in this match. Now Smith. Here is Boslin. They're just continuing the roll here, Northern Beaches. Crichton sticking an arm out, so they'll get another go here to work on some attacking moves. Drawing out Tariq. This is tough for Tariq. Have they got the energy to get back and stop that?
I don't think she was onside.
Yeah, and referee, well, he has said, onside, touch is made, but it's a big opportunity, isn't it? They're going to be looking for that player that doesn't get back 2 feet behind the line. Aiken dumps it down. Boslin,
great
hole for Amelia Smith to go over.
Yeah, that's a really nice try. You know, they've run a number of quickies, like a traditional quickie, but in that instance, they've run an open side quickie, where the dummy half is then simply dummied, picked up, gone back short side. You can see Boslin picks up, goes back short side, and a really, really nice hole there from Smith, chopping in to get on the scoreboard.
So Tari, as they have done throughout this match, another tap off for them. Less than 3 minutes remaining. I tell you what, we've got some warm-ups taking place. We've got the Maitland boys going through their warm-ups. They're coming up against Newcastle, a bit of a local derby there coming up.
That'll be a great match. In
the 18 boys. Your boys are in action, Mitch, just after that, is it? You've
yeah.
got half an hour between.
Yeah, we play a little bit after that, so that's dummy half court there, unfortunately.
So 2.5 minutes remaining in this one. 7-0 Northern Beaches. Maybe they would have liked to have been a little bit more clinical in this second half, but there's still time for them to add to the scoreboard. Jazz James looking for a hat-trick.
Very nice touch.
Here she is, James. Popped it up to McDougall.
Trouble.
James is in there at dummy half. McDougall for a hat-trick. James with a cut out. There is a try for Joy Frost.
There it is. That was a lovely pass. Lovely pass from James.
So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 all on the score sheet for Northern Beaches. Doubles for Anderson, James, McDougall. Single tries to Amelia Smith and Joy Frost.
Yep. Nice try there. James just picked up and throws a beautiful 10-metre right to left cut out, finds the winger, puts the ball down.
So Taree, at the moment, with only 4 players really engaged here. Both the wingers just...
having a drink, it looks like.
Having a sip of water. They just have looked so tired in this game, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
Really lethargic.
Yeah, no. If you look at both boxes, you've got hands on heads. You've got a bit of slumping around. You know, I can't actually see any girls in the Taree box at the moment.
And through they go here. Northern Beaches are going to get another one. Now it looks as though it's Smith for a double. Now, I'm just having a look down. How many players have they got in their box, Taree here?
Yeah,
2 it looks to be.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but anyway, it's a pick up and scoop there. It was a very nice, honest call there from the Taree girl when asked by the referee if he made the touch. He said no, and the Renegades have got another one.
9-0. Yeah, it's comprehensive, this win. So just seconds remaining. And that is full time. So Northern Beaches with an exemplary performance in their first match in the 18 girls in round 2. They had the bye in round 1, a 9-0 win in round 2 against Taree, who have found life very difficult. Back-to-back defeats for them. 4-0 against Carlingford in the opening round, 9-0 here against Northern Beaches. Mitch, thank you so much for your company.
Thank you, mate.
Over the last couple of matches. Now, good luck with your, who are you guys up against? Singleton have you got in the next game?
Yeah, we do. And I'll catch up with you tomorrow in the commentary box, mate. Thank you.
Sounds good, sounds good. We're going to have a little break. Jason Stanton's going to come up and join us for the 18s boys clash, which is on the way. We'll be back very, very soon.
Jason Stanton out here in the junior zone. This is where we've got our under-10s, the champions of the future. And I'm here on field 20 with Ella from the Wellington Wolfpack. How does it feel, Ella?
It's really, really good. This is our first junior team, especially boys. It's our first ever boys team that Wellington has sent to a junior state cup. I was part of the first ever team, so it feels pretty surreal to be back here being the coach of these boys. It's awesome. They're a great bunch and we're excited to see what this will bring for the Club of Wellington.
Yeah, it's great to have Wellington here. 202 teams at this event. It's absolutely huge. What does it mean for the area? Like, how is touch growing in the Wellington space?
Well, our juniors are coming through thick and fast, so we would love to see more teams next year, which is basically why we put these boys in to path the way for the other juniors coming through, and we're hoping that we get a few more teams in and it'll be great for them. So, yeah.
Yeah, great to see Wellington here. And how about you young boys? It's supposed to be difficult, this rep touch. I heard you've had 2 wins already. What do you think? Is it easy?
Yes, definitely.
We love touch. How about we get a 3-2-1? Wello, what do you reckon, Coach? Can we get it in for the boys? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Wello! They're the champs, so if you're doing nothing, you've got a bit of a break, grab your drink or your coffee, get out here and watch the under-10s. This is where it's all happening in the junior zone.
Thank you, Jason Stanton. Pretty special interview there. Great to see those boys along, and hopefully Jace is able to sprint up and join me in the commentary box at some point soon, because we're underway here. 18s boys, it's Newcastle Knights up against Maitland Redbacks, the Newcastle City Knights to be precise. It's Maitland with first use of it in this match. And could they score in the first set? There was some good pressure put on. The pass is get out wide to Jacob McDermott, who goes over in the first set of this game. So Maitland couldn't have started that any better. This local rivalry up against Newcastle. Tom Taylor, the coach, will be very impressed with that start from the Redbacks. And now Newcastle looking to respond. Harris, inside pass, beautiful movement. Mitchell French goes over. Well, this is shaping up as a mouth-watering contest. One apiece here. And we haven't gone long in this match at all. So Maitland, can they continue this set for set, try for try start to this match? They're pretty enterprising so far. Newcastle with a big win. Maitland with a win in their opening round. Kept it moving, but down it goes, looking to find the run of Brown in that link position. So 4-2 Maitland beat Taree in their opening game. Newcastle beat Mudgee 7-2. Pretty comprehensive from the Knights. Skinner through the hands of Mackenzie. And scooping it up is Stone. And there was a hole there, and the space is found out to the left, and Willis Hahn goes over for Newcastle. So the try scoring continues in this match, and it is 2-1 to the Knights after Maitland scored in the first set. And it is absolutely wonderful to have Jason Stanton back in the commentary box. You've done well, Jay, sprinting up from that interview, and you're not even puffing.
It's a bit of a hike from field 22 down there watching. Geez, they're champions under 10s boys, and what's going on here? We've got, 3 tries in 3 minutes?
Oh, yeah, it has just been enterprising touch footy this. Can Maitland get themselves back? That pass is forward, it looked, but didn't go to hand anyway. And I might see Newcastle spelt wrong on the scoreboard, so Jason's going to try and arrest that issue. That's here at the ground. Jason's in charge of expert commentary and the scoreboard. So
I've been upgraded. Upgraded. Do I get a pay rise for that one, the scoreboard?
Yeah, double the pay. As Harris plays the ball, gets it back off his teammate in Brain. Final play, Brain out to the left, down it goes.
It's an interesting one here for the boys because Newcastle got through their first game almost like coasting, almost in second or third gear. So this will be another step up against Maitland, and then I think they probably will have their eye on even some of the other teams if they can get over Maitland today.
Well, Maitland, really quick start to this game, getting themselves up 1-0 in the opening set, but now can they get themselves back level? A teammate. Oh, that's an incredible put down. Toby Brown, but no tries to call from the referee. He said no control. What did you think, Jace? That was tight.
It was very close, and they'll need those 50-50s or the close ones. They're going to need a couple of things to go their way because Newcastle probably a little bit more experienced or favourites in this one. So hopefully Maitland can get the next opportunity.
Chaos on the field there as there were players going everywhere, off the field, on the field. Settles running straight down the middle, and now there's space in behind. Is this a try for Newcastle? No. Touch has been made. Great desperation in defence to start this one.
Yeah, it's certainly end-to-end, and the ball moves laterally so fast, Ben, that you need to have a lot of torque in defence. We talk about staying connected, close to your inside player with plenty of torque, so look out for that in this one.
Tranter and McDonald. Just saw a bit of space, thought, can't outrun him, and that's really good movement from Maitland. Referee says penalty. He says there was a boot there from Nate Simpson. He's a little frustrated by that decision. But it allows Maitland 6 on the Newcastle line. Can they make it count? Looked as though the touch was made on Carlson, who dived in. Referee's in agreement on that. Got options left and right here. And it was initially Carlson linking with Tranter. Here is Campbell. Tranter, long cutout pass put down by Jacob McDermott, who scored the first try. Couldn't repeat the dose. There's a knock on from Kynan Jackson. Penalty as well for kicking the ball away after. Probably a bit harsh because it was in the movement of him.
Yeah, there's a little bit in it. Interesting. I think Redback's a very good chance to score here if they can do the reverse play where there's like a quick pass, give it back, and then a long ball to the winger. Let's see if they can try it here.
And inside, Carlson, did he manoeuvre his body so that he could get the ball down? He couldn't, so the touch was made on him. Yes. Tranter and Carlson linking up nicely in the middle. This is Tranter. Beautiful pass. Wonderful try, Maitland. It's Toby McDonald who goes over for their second. They built the pressure on the Newcastle line and they draw it back to 2-2.
And it's a pretty good lesson there for Newcastle. If you're not able to control the ball, finish your sets of 6 and have a high completion rate, you're going to invite teams back into the contest, and that's exactly what the Redbacks have done on this occasion.
Newcastle looking to hit back after conceding the try there. We know good sides often do that. Harris, inside pass to French. Speed around the ruck, it was good, but Maitland up to the task to deny McElwain. Open side is where they go for Harris, who's dropping it in there for French, who's going inside. Touch was made, but there's a penalty. Referee saying not back on the line, 2 feet required behind the goal line. Now it's Maitland's turn to soak up the pressure, and they've spilt at Newcastle. Mitchell French, he just had a little look. He was just thinking ahead of what he was going to do, and now all of a sudden Maitland are coming at them hard and fast. And there's a problem here. Off the mark, is there? Forward pass was the call, as they were rolling up the field with some serious momentum there, the Redbacks.
And this would be the same thing in reverse now, where they've turned the ball over, and the Knights have really got to make them pay and go up 3-2 here if they can get the right play down here.
There's a lovely cutout pass going over Willis Hahn. He's got his second try, and that is just a stunning cutout pass to set up Newcastle's third.
Yeah, superb. And I think you would have noticed if you've been watching throughout the day the commentary that there's a big win going to that top right corner of screen, and it's a very difficult pass to be able to get that pass backwards. We normally see those passes being thrown forward, but great work from the Knights on that occasion to finish off. And again, we've seen a try on the back of an error from the opposition.
Carlson. So that combo in there in the middle, Carlson and Tranter. This is Carlson. Tranter just in there now. Well, he was going to go in at dummy half. It's now a penalty to Maitland. What can these two conjure up? Tranter back to Carlson. Returns it here, and there is the space for a Maitland try. 3-3. How good's this match of touch footy? This, you feel, is going to go right down to the wire. This 18 boys competition, it's shaping up nicely.
It definitely is, because I think there would have been people thinking it's a bit of a 2 or 3 horse race with Manly, the Renegades, and Central Coast. But now we're seeing Newcastle had a win, Maitland had a win earlier. So yeah, it may be a lot more hotly contested than what maybe some of the pundits first thought.
So I've got Toby McDonald now with 2 tries for Maitland, Jacob McDermott with 1, Willis Hahn with 2 for Newcastle, Mitch French with the try for the Knights. Brain takes it down, out of dummy half. There's a cutout pass. Touch was made. Jai Stone really ripped that pass out to the left, making it sing. And now Maitland with the space right through the middle. Smart play, wasn't it, just to take the drive, and now they're able to continue the momentum. Calls for forward pass as it was popped up to Carlson, and they have been heated by the referee.
Yeah, really important to complete your sets in these even games more than any game. Like every game you've got to complete your sets, but in these games where both teams have got so much attacking weaponry or arsenal you really got to control it. So Knights now with a chance to get their nose in front.
And it's criminal, isn't it? You're making those rolls up the field so nicely. Brain. And Stone. Oh, a little bit of an ankle roll is there from Brain. It was so innocuous. All of a sudden he's come out limping. Stone stepping. Can't find the avenue to the try line. Stone playing the ball now. Little link up with Jackson. Off they go left. Penalty again. There wouldn't be much time left in this first half. Maitland, you feel, are just got to try and hang tough until the hooter goes. And there it goes. Newcastle, can they score? That would have been massive. Maitland with a set of defence on their own goal line, and they hold out. So at half-time, in this 18 boys clash between Newcastle and Maitland, it's a local rivalry, this one. It is locked up at 3 apiece, Jason Stanton. You just can't pick it at the moment.
It's a little bit difficult, Ben. This Maitland team as well, just sort of reflecting back, I think we spoke earlier during the day that there's 2 age groups per division, so you have your boys turning 17 and 18. Last year, this Maitland team were a little bit hot and cold. I think probably they might have had a few of the younger, first-timers. Now they look to be a lot more settled, and if they can sort of get a bit better through this midfield, control their sets of 6, I think they could probably upset some of these top teams. So it's one of those things interesting to see these clubs develop, and Maitland certainly don't want to let Newcastle and Central Coast and those sort of more fancy teams have it their own way.
Yeah, Tom Taylor, the Maitland coach, giving some instructions to his side. Newcastle as well getting similar messages from their coach. Tom Taylor, who I've been told he's coaching one of the Chinese sides, is that right? The Touch World Cup, that's what I got told by, heard along the grapevine. I was very interested to know about Chinese touch football.
Ben, how do you know all the inside information, mate? Mate, I think there's 52 countries now registered with international touch. We've got 202 teams.
That's
in
fantastic.
This weekend alone. Touch is definitely one of those exploding sports because, male, female, under 10s. If you're 62, you can play it. So it's definitely growing. So yeah, Chinese got a team as well. I'm actually involved with Lebanon. Lebanon touch is going well over there in Beirut. So yeah, we'll have to look out for the Chinese. I know Hong Kong's and Singapore quite strong.
Yeah. Well, Hong Kong I understand because of the English influence, but China's a bit of a surprising one to me. But yeah, that's fantastic. Fantastic. The more countries that play the sport, the better. It is a fantastic sport. So Newcastle get us started in the second half. Mitchell French, one of the try scorers for them. Skinner, and back to French. McKenzie getting in there at dummy half. Tosses it up to French. And flat and hard that pass onto Skinner. Touch has been called though, so Maitland survived the first set.
It's pretty good to see the referees here too, Ben. There's the main referee, but the side referees are giving calls as well for forward or off the mark, those sorts of things. And these three have been working really well, getting all those close calls right.
Can I say, I don't want to curse the referees, because we know commentators curse. They've been brilliant in this game. You haven't noticed them. That's what you always think. You don't notice them. They're doing a great job. Referee says final play here.
Yeah, well, for those new to the game, it isn't like, say, for example, rugby league, our sister sport, where the sideline referees are more just for marking the line or for the, the touch line or the conversions. Here, the three referees are all together, all reffing together, talking to each other, rotating through. So it's a little bit of a team within the team sort of thing, so to speak, another team out there.
Yeah, and the game goes so quickly. You need all three referees out there in the middle. As Newcastle, that's a bat down. Did that go forward? That looked forward from Newcastle. We've just pumped up the refs. Now that looked clearly forward, but referee saying it's all good, and this will be a try to the not. Hang on a second. Well, this is a smart. Well,
it's a bit unlucky. I don't think it's a try. I'd like to see. They're just going to have a chat and have a talk about it.
Oh, I think it's 6 again. So it's a penalty for it went forward off Maitland, and it's going to be Newcastle. Now, Chase, we just pumped up the referees about how well they're working together. Well, there's an example there. The centre referee was going to award the try, but the referee out here on the sideline said no. And that was the right call, in my opinion.
100%.
I thought that was great refereeing.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a try. I think the central referee might have been unsighted, so really good that they worked together and got the right call.
And Maitland with a massive round of applause.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard on the TV screens there, Ben, but the central referee would have potentially had two defenders between him and the ball. There's no way he would have had sight of that.
That forward action. But there was an infringement, as we saw before, from Maitland. It should have definitely been 6 again for Newcastle, which it was, and they got that right. So Newcastle, though, get another set here because Maitland have given the ball up. Big pressure here after half-time on the goal line here. Scooped up for Stone, diving in. Touch has been made. Last play for the Knights. French goes to the short side. French skips through. Newcastle are over. McElwain makes it 4-3 to the Knights. The pressure tells eventually.
Yeah, he actually had to be very patient there when he got in the in goal to find the vacant runner. But might be a good tip for the kids watching at home. When you got a dummy half, the dummy half can't score. So when you're chasing him, you want to keep chasing him. You want to try not to dive, because if you dive and miss, that player's then free to find someone. So you want to stay on your feet if you can. That's a bit of a tip for the defenders trying to watch a dummy half.
Oh, and there's an intercept here, is there? No, referee's called it back. You've got to feel sorry for Nate Simpson. He just put in a sprint of about 50 metres.
Oh, I think he's a bit cheeky. I think he knew that was being called back. But yeah, so when you're chasing the dummy half, remember they can't score. So if you're 100% you can get him with a dive, then you dive. If you're not sure, you want to keep your feet and keep chasing them because they can't score.
And you know that you're going to have one extra defender if you get on each of the opposing team's attackers.
Yep.
So you know you're going to have a one-player advantage if you just hang with your player. Here's Maitland going low. Referee points to the grass, and that means it's a try for Bailey Tranter, and we're back at 4-4.
Yeah, very sharp. You'll see on the replay, it's a beautiful, I think it was a left-hand dump. That's quite hard to do with the ball in the left hand, unless you're left-handed, of course, but that was quite sharp, and he got the ball down really quickly and got himself low to the ground. The ball in one hand for the dive, and a great finish. And again, are we allowed to wrap the referees again? Right on spot.
Yeah.
On the spot, got the right call. 4-4.
Great call as well, because it was pretty close to simultaneous. It was that close, and sometimes referees go with the toucher, but it was well spotted, really well spotted. So it is currently locked at 4 apiece, this one. It is on a knife's edge. This is going to be so crucial when it comes to the wash-up, the result of this one in the 18s boys competition. It's one pool, 9 teams. They all play each other. Stone couldn't find the avenue, needs to find someone. And the flick pass is going to earn 6 more, is it? No, they've thrown it away. It was going to be 6 more. But then one pass too many, and now Maitland. That's the door creaking open for them now to try and get themselves in front in this second half.
Definitely starting to ramp up the speed. It's like another tempo or another phase. That's both teams have lifted here.
Penalty here for Newcastle. 7 players on the field. You can hear that from the referee. So Maitland have made a little bit of a mare there of their interchange. We saw that a little bit earlier in the Manly-Newcastle 18s girls game, I believe it was. 3 times Manly got caught having 7 on the field. So Maitland caught there. That's a good spot from the officials. And Brain's pass knocked down. So Newcastle with another set. Jackson drops it down. He gets the pass, receives it, and the intercept was a good one from Toby McDonald, who scored 2 tries at one end. He's probably saved one there with the intercept. And he's going to head off for a breather as Maitland roll up the field through Curry.
And it had to be taken, Ben, or that would have been a try to the Knights. So he's stolen it, and he saved his team, kept them in the game here at 4-all.
Here come the Redbacks. Space for Tranter. Can he link with a teammate? Tranter, he's found him. No, it's put down. Well, it was Carlson, I believe. Those 2 middles who have worked so well together. He found space from his defender. They're going to get another set here, Maitland, but wow, that should have been, it should have been 5-4, you sense.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here with Redbacks because I feel really can see that they're growing into the game.
Carlson, Tranter. Well, he's got it down again. That's another Houdini effort from Bailey Tranter. You thought for all money he'd been touched there. He wasn't. Maitland lead 5-4.
Yeah, and Maitland's drive has really picked up in this last 2 or 3 minutes, and what that's meant is they've sort of made the game a little bit faster. And you'll see there the number 6, I think it was, for Maitland. He's got it down just in time. Again, they're really close calls, but Redbacks are running at the offside player. They're asking questions, and they're getting rewarded.
Newcastle now behind. Simpson, massive cutout pass out to Taj Tola. Dropped it back for McElwain, who scored it. Oh, a little bit of a referee allowing it to go. I thought there was a little bit of a mistake in the play of the ball. Anyway, French is into the in goal. Was he touched? Yes, he was. But he wasn't back. And it's a penalty to Newcastle. These are the moments that matter in a match like this. Another penalty, Newcastle. Jace, we're ticking down towards final minutes of this one.
Yeah, so that's 2 penalties in a row. If they give a 3rd penalty, one of their players has to drop off and it becomes a 6-on-5 situation.
Simpson tried to go low. Touch is made on this occasion.
So the Knights have got to use the whole set here, try and pressure the Redbacks into another defensive mistake, and then they'll get the 6-on-5 advantage if they can get another penalty.
McKenzie linking up with Mitchell French. Simpson getting involved. Going low is Cooper McKenzie. He scores for Newcastle. It's 5-all again. These 2 sides are inseparable. It's a cracking match here in the 18s boys.
It's really good to see, and I think it's going to serve the teams really well. These tight games are important. You mentioned it's 9 teams in the pool, so they all play 8 games. So 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow. So definitely these tight games, they serve you well as you build throughout those 8 games.
And a big day, isn't it? Because I think they only started their first round of matches at around 11 this morning. So they got a really short period of time to get all those matches in. Fatigue, no doubt, will be setting in as we go on through the day, and warm conditions have probably got the hottest part of the day to play their games. Curry pushing forward. Space here for Camborne, and Charlie Hostler was trying to go through between Link and winger. Final play here. Short side is where they go, and that's just a decision to try and pin Newcastle in here and back their defence.
Yeah, final moments of the game here. And then
cut-out pass. Was it forward?
Oh, I thought it was going to be forward.
Oh, for a moment the referee was going to call it and decided no, it was all right. It was pretty close. Maitland coach Tom Taylor's of the same opinion, that he thought the decision was going to be made. It wasn't, and now Newcastle continue the roll through Brain. How big a call could that be? The touch has been made. It was Hostler.
Super touch from Hostler.
Penalty, though, not coming up off the line, is it the call?
There can't be long left in this one.
Right down to the wire here. Brain onto McKenzie. McKenzie. He went down early. Touch has been made. Newcastle making a change in possession here. Well on the attack. You don't see that a whole lot. Wanting some fresh legs out there. And this is the fresh legs of French. He's back on the ball. French goes low. Referee has said there was a touch. And Newcastle, no, they're not going to get one final play. So this local derby of sorts between Newcastle and Maitland, it has probably been one of the games of the day here on the stadium field. It went right down to the wire, and in the end, they proved inseparable. Newcastle and Maitland finished 5 apiece, Jason Stanton. What a spectacle that was.
It was a great game, and I think you mentioned with having the 9 teams, this will go straight to the semis. So probably both these teams, or at least one of them, they're going to be close to getting in. The draws, all the for and against now come into play. This is going to be a really tight division, so best of luck to both teams, and I'll definitely be keeping my eye on this competition.
Well, we've actually got, a little bit later on today, we've got 18 boys. We've got Maitland and Manly, Maitland and the Central Coast. That's coming up in the 18 boys a little later on here on the stadium field. We're on that one, Jace, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out, because this 18 boys competition, I feel like it's going to go right down to the wire, which is why it's going to be even more intriguing to watch this one. We've got the Mudgee Mud Crabs taking on the Sea Eagles. You'd probably say Sea Eagles up against a Mud Crab. That's a very intriguing battle.
Yeah, who wins that one?
I
a
don't
Sea
know.
Eagle? I don't know.
Well, I don't know if a Sea Eagle could pick up a Mud Crab. Depends how big the Mud Crab is. Anyway, we'll stop that chat. We've got to go to an ad. We'll be back with this one right after this.
seconds.
Welcome back to Dubbo here. It's the Northern Conference of Junior State Cup. And we have got the Mudgee Mud Crabs taking on the Manly Sea Eagles. 18s boys, 9 teams in this division. And there's just the one pool. So it is 8 matches for each of these sides. Everyone is crucial, especially with the draw we saw Newcastle and Maitland. So both of these two sides in territory where they really need to win, even though it is early days, you'd call it. So Maitland with, I should say Manly with first use of it. Mayhew popping it up to Masters. Rico Masters with the pink boots on. He looks to be quite an enterprising player. Stewart there handing it off to Mayhew, and Mayhew has hit the deck with that pass. And touch pass is the call. Jace Stanton alongside again for this one. Jace, we heard the message from Manly. They know they're on camera for this one. They really wanted to pump that up and say, let's do it for everyone that's watching here, family and friends back at home.
Yeah, they're pretty excited, Manly, and as you mentioned, in this division, it's a really tightly, hot contested, division, and this will be a real test for these two teams, Manly and Mudgee, because we've already seen Newcastle, Maitland, Central Coast, the Renegades. Like, we've seen lots of strong performances in this 18 boys division, and
oh, what a pass in the end, and what a take! Referee's going to call it a touch pass in the end. It was pretty split second, wasn't it? So Mudgee, well, they breathed a sigh of relief there. So they look for some changes here. They've been doing a bit of defending to start this game after the error in the first set.
So 9 teams in this division, and as you mentioned there, I think there's 4 that have already showed really strong performances. And
oh, that was a decent run, wasn't it, from Jackson Pascoe? Referee's going to call it back though as he was caught. Commentator's nightmare, Mudgee, because purple with black numbers, it's not very helpful.
It makes it hard, yeah.
Makes it very hard.
Yeah, a little bit of a tricky call there. Might not have called it there on TV. So the dummy half, the scooper, actually put his hand out and bumped the defender, and that's called initiating the touch. So that counts as a touch in our sport, and that's why there was a turnover. So when you're scooping, if there's someone offside, just run past.
No, it's all good. Players are all good. There was a couple of players barreling over there in back play.
No, you got to watch out. I was in coaching mode there, Ben. You got to pull me up sometimes.
No, that's all right, Jace. Well, there's rules that come up at various points. I don't think we've seen a no touch in the matches that I've called yet, but you see at various points little odd spots on the rules come up. There's a problem here for a Mudgee player. It was William Crawley. He's gone down his haunches over on that far side of the field. I don't know whether he fell awkwardly, rolled his ankle. He's still down. You could see him there in back play, so keep an eye on that.
Yeah, so you'll see when they're driving the ball, see how he's reaching out, touching the defender, so we can do a quick dump. So when you're scooping, if you reach out and touch the defender, it's the exact same thing. It's as though you've touched him, whether they're offside or not. So that's what happened there before, so it's just something to watch out for. If you're a scooper and someone's offside, just run past them. Try not to reach out and touch them.
Yeah, basically you're putting them on side, aren't you, in that,
yes, definitely,
in that
exactly
circumstance. So Manly through McMillan, and space opens up. It was catch pass, was it forward? Referee says yes. So Mudgee holding their own here to start this game. They're doing a lot of defending, but it's still 0-0, and there's space out here to the right. Just a decent run, about 20 metres or so. Manly will be a little disappointed with how they just allowed the easy access for Mudgee. Inside pass, was it forward? Final play here, allowed to go on, down it goes. It's looking good. Their movement forward was pretty effective there, the Mud Crabs.
Yeah, they're doing really well. For those that have been following the game over a longer period, it was a little bit like rugby league at some stages there where, like the city teams would be the favourite and, the country teams, if they can, hang in there and have a game. And, we'd see results like 6-0, 8-0. now the regional teams are actually stronger, and when there is matches like this, even if one team gets up, it's only one try in it.
Manly may be able to get the first try here. Was that forward? It looked as though it was forward. The referee says yes, it was. And Manly are just wondering what is going on here. They're a bit frustrated that they're thinking they deserve a try. They probably do at this point. They've had a lot of possession down the attacking end, but still it remains 0-0.
Yeah, Mudgie's hanging in there. I'm really impressed with their fight and resilience here.
Final play, Stoddart almost popped it back for the switch, which would have been potentially the opening try in this game. You feel like if Mudgee do score first after all the pressure they've soaked up, it'll just really lift them dramatically. This is a good set of defence from the Mud Crabs.
Yeah, Manly's had the better of the game, and they've just got to be mindful not to worry about the scoreboard too much. Just be patient. The tries will come.
Good pressure. Good pressure from Taylor. Referee says you weren't back, though.
So this might be the set here for Manly where they get some rewards for their early dominance here.
Here is Truman. Truman. Touch is made on him. Certainly a bit of frustration on the Manly bench, no doubt about it. Truman. Back on the inside for Sing Chan. Truman looks short side, goes short side. Mitchell Button. Johnston. And back it goes. There's some space out here, and referee calls it back. So Mudgee still keeping themselves in this game, Jason. There is some serious frustration. We've got the advantage that we're right above the Manly box, but they're finding this a little challenging, the disallowed tries so far, as Mudgee on this final play. Can they find something here? Rowe, well, just in two minds there.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of playing 4 games a day. You know, they're obviously very fit athletes, and there's also the mental side of it as well. You've got to be up for it. It's, you know, you can't be playing, you know, 8 games total and be full of energy running, you know, top speed for 25 minutes each game. You're going to have ebbs and flows. So this is where Manly would do well just to stay patient. They're doing okay. They're dominating the game, and the scoreboard will catch up to them, no doubt.
I just feel like that frustration may be stemming from that earlier match as well, the draw with Singleton. As Mudgee diving low was Crawley, who's recovered after going down moments ago. Cry from the Manly bench is they need to be working harder. Keep fighting hard as the final play, the dive and the try. Mudgee have soaked up all the pressure to start this game, and they open the scoring here. That is quite a stunning moment in this match.
Yeah, and they haven't had a lot of ball down there, and when they got their chance, they took it. And I noticed a few people wandering past the stadium field, and they looked up and saw Mudgee 1-0 against Manly, and then they've actually stopped and sat down, because it's not every day you see Mudgee taking on the might of Manly at a Junior State Cup, and great to see him up 1-0 on the scoreboard. Let's see how the Sea Eagles respond.
So Flynn McLean, the try scorer for Mudgee. Close to home here in Dubbo. Certainly closer than Manly as the Sea Eagles. It's just a frustration that's sort of slowly building. It's just simmering at the moment. And the more Mudgee can hold them out, I feel like it may build as, hang on, this is going to continue. You can see players arguing with the referee. He's expressing his frustration, is Tobias Mayhew.
Yeah, Mudgee doing a good job of spoiling here. Asking lots of questions of Manly. Really good to see, and I'm actually quite excited to see Mudgee sort of take it to Manly, and I'm looking forward to Manly responding.
Final play here for Mudgee. Touches made. So we had an absolute try fest in the last game. Newcastle and Maitland, 5 tries each. This is more of a grind, more of a defensive match. Mudgee holding Manly to 0 so far. Manly drive forward. It's in the arms of Torrance. Out of dummy half goes McMillan. You can hear below us, there's a lot of conversation, Jace, just from the Manly coaching staff saying, boys, calm down. We'll get ourselves back into this game. But right now, the players are just getting frustrated in the heat as Mudgee. Final play here. Was the player offside? No, he wasn't.
Yeah, one of the things I'd probably try, Manly driving quite well here towards the box. One of the things I'd try to on the Manly side of things when they get down to the line is maybe to stand a little bit further away, like 10, 12, 15 metres off, really get the Mudgee team right up off the line. And that might help a bit because they're a bit impatient at the moment, run into their players.
Xavier Walsh just found a gap and straight through goes Alexander Truman to score the opening try for Manly, and that has got to be frustration for Mudgee because of how easy it was for Manly just to find the space right through the heart of their defence.
And it came just so easy, didn't it? Like they've run so many good plays and not been rewarded, then just out of nothing, just a normal drive down the middle and boom, half a step off there, and before you know it, it's 1-1.
Yeah, a couple of players just out of position up, and it left that defensive line quite jagged, and that allowed an opportunity for Manly to slice through. So they were that close. Mudgee, they may have the lead. They do have the lead at half-time. Or not. No, the referee says no try. Jason Stanton, I was just about to say they were seconds away from having the lead after Manly equalised, but very near. Let's have a look at this. Here was the moment. Just a touch there at the last moment. It was so close.
Desperate stuff, and probably 1-1 is probably a fair result coming into half-time. Manly definitely looked to be stronger, but Mudgee stuck with them and then took their opportunity. So 1-1 is probably a fair result. It's a good game. The referees are doing a good job, and I think I'm a little bit excited to see what's going to happen in this second half.
Just while you were just finishing your little spiel there, Jason, I'm just having a little listen to the Manly message below us.
Ben, you love the halftime mic, don't you?
I find it fascinating, and I think that's a great message. Stuff. They're basically, it's been a first half where we've heard a lot. Players coming back to the box, blowing up about referee decisions, frustration, swearing, and one of the players has come in there at halftime and basically said, let's just focus on the game. Let's not worry about all that other stuff. And that's also the message coming from the coaching staff, which I think is going to hold them in good stead come the second half, because it was just unravelling a little bit there in that first half for them.
Yeah, 100%. And sometimes, like as players and coaches, we can fall in the trap of looking at things too much, a little bit one-sided. Like Manly have had a couple 50-50s go against them and a couple close calls, but so has Mudgee. Like it's worked both ways.
Exactly. Close call there in that last play. Manly with a couple of decisions go against them on forward passes, and to be fair, both of us felt that they were correct calls as well, and that one that goes against Mudgee, tight but correct as well. So
yeah, so good advice if they've just got to refocus a bit on their own footy, as you said, when you're doing a bit of eavesdropping there, Ben, over the you probably can't see on the obviously on the TV, but the commentary tower sort of almost sits right above the sub box, so we can see the away team or the home team, whichever one you call it. We can see right into what's going on.
Yeah, we've got like a little tower that just peers over into the box. It's Manly we've got for this one. Would have been great to hear what they were saying on the Mudgee side of things as well, because Mudgee looking to get themselves in front in this game. That pass just over the head of Jackson Griffith. How significant would it be, Jace? Mudgee, 1-1. This would be a huge result for them. That looked to be knocked down. Referee says, yeah, it is 6 more to Manly. It did look to be played at there. The pass was going over the top. So now Manly just look a little bit more relaxed to start this second half, which is good for them. Masters linking with Mayhew in the middle. Rico Masters. Mayhew. Masters scoops it up. Looking for the dive. Touch seemed to be made there on Baxter Stewart. And they got one play to defend here, Mudgee. Masters, he's quick. The touch has been claimed, and it's a handover.
Plenty of wind picking up, probably coming through the ground, Mike. You're probably here.
Yeah, and it is behind Mudgee slightly. It's more of a crosswind, but probably bottom left of screen to top right, coming across the ground in favour of Mudgee, you'd say, in this second half, which is going to help them roll down the ground.
Yeah, the wind going across and probably to the top right of screen. So the easiest long ball on the field at the moment is a left to right from Manly to the top of the screen. That's the easiest pass to throw if they're looking for a big long bomb.
And they're working their way nicely. There is the tough pass into the wind, and how about that for a finish from Carter Sengcheng going over in the corner, little in and away, and just deceived the Mudgee winger, and Manly, they're in front for the first time in this one.
Yeah, I like seeing that. It's almost like he was tuned in on the commentary. He said, what do you mean long ball to the left is easy one? I want the hard one. I'm going to go long ball into the wind. And it's he made it look easy because that's quite a difficult pass. The wind's quite fierce, and he really got some good revolutions on the ball to get it into the teeth of the wind.
And tough one as well. It's hard to see in that full motion, but when you slow it down, it was just that little angle in, put the Mudgee defence off. Now the Mud Crabs, well, throw that pass forward and over the sideline, but penalty. Referee was playing advantage to the Mud Crabs. Almost feels as though we could be getting a storm. There's some grey clouds brewing behind us, Jace. There's Mudgee. Oh, he's stretched out, and he has scored, William Crawley, with an Inspector Gadget-style put-down. That is incredible. Look at the long arms on William Crawley. He's been able to reach out and slam it down for 2-2.
Absolutely superb finish, and it's really hard as a defender there when the touch is made on the 7 or inside the 7. You got to retreat back to your scoreline and then somehow find a way to get a step off or 2 steps off so you can touch that diver before they go sliding in like a worm almost to the try line. So a beautiful finish, and a little bit tough on the defence there. Hard to stop those ones.
We know how crucial, though, these sets are. Masters linking up. Little slip at a key moment from Xavier Walsh. You can see some plastic bags rolling onto the field, just making things more visible as to just how windy it is. Masters looking for the in-goal, the pass. Well, the touch was made without the ball. Then he caught it. Referee is going to call it, though, for 6 and change over. So 2-2 it remains here. Remembering that Manly drew 2-2 with Singleton in their first game. Mudgee had a 7-2 loss to Newcastle in their opening game. They are really taking Manly right down to the wire. The Mud Crabs now through Gallen. That's Harry Gallen out of dummy half. A good run from Taylor. Touch made, though. Just having a look, Jace, to see if there is a little bit of weather coming our way. Well, there is. It's coming at an angle, though. It could miss us. It could get us. So be prepared for a little bit of maybe a bit of lightning, thunder, thunderstorm. Let's hope not, but could be something interesting on the way here just to make this day even more intriguing here on the opening day of the Northern Conference Junior State Cup 2024.
I lost count of how many fields there were. I did walk past field 22. Such a huge event, Ben.
It's massive, massive. Mudgee put it down.
I think it's a real plus for the sport to have a venue like Dubbo. I don't think there'd be many venues that'd be able to hold 202 teams across 20-odd fields. I think it might go up to 24, maybe 26. Plenty of fields.
Yeah, and it's in great nick as well here at Lady Cutler Field. So last play for Manly. Off they go. There is an overlap. Well, that's a try-saving intervention from Jackson Griffith. He doesn't get a touch there. Manly are up 3-2.
Yeah, great save there from the winger.
Inside the final 5 minutes here. It's match 2 for these sides in the 18 boys competition. We had a draw in the last match, Newcastle and Maitland. It's level at the moment. Masters diving for the line. Xavier Walsh, referee pointing. Referee looks as though he's going to award it here. It's a try. Xavier Walsh puts Manly back in front, 3-2.
And that's a good example of, patience being rewarded. There's been lots of close calls that the referees got right. Manly on that occasion, the referees called both of the defenders offside. Close call. They got the call going their way, got the ball down, and now they have the lead 3-2.
Crawley with the ball in his hands. He scored the most recent try for Mudgee with that wonderful dive for the line. Manly no doubt will be aware of the danger he possesses. Wrap around, Crawley kept it moving. Oh, that was a huge moment for Kai Fisher. All he had to do was catch it and score, and it would have been 3-3.
Yeah, there's plenty of wind down there. This is the way here.
And now Manly through Walsh, who scored the most recent try in this game, to make it 3-2. For a moment he thought he was going to make it 4-2. McMillan taking it out wide, receives the pass on return. Baxter Stewart in there at dummy half and going for the line, and the touch has been called was Truman. Last play here for the Sea Eagles. Time of the essence for Manly. Truman on the inside, pops it back up for McMillan.
It's a big final few minutes coming up because, as we keep saying, very tight division. A draw or a win here could be the difference of whether you get through to finals on Sunday. So it's a big 3-4 minutes coming up for both these teams.
Masters looking to slide through that gap. Here is Rico Masters. There's a few Masters in this Manly side. This is Rico going for the line. Touch has been called. Torrance and Masters lining up here for a move. Masters goes short. That should be a try to Johnston. And Manly now, they have had a really tough duel this with Mudgee, but they've been able to get this out to a 2-try lead now.
It was a very crisp play there too. Ben, what they did was they sent the sweeper around the back, but then what Masters has done is actually dummied to the sweeper, making the defence think, oh, he's now going to scoop. And that's made his player then mirror or match up on him. Then the sweeper's dummied that, come back tight in a bit of a trail line there and opened up the Mudgee middles. Very crispy play.
Crawley wraps around, cut out pass, looked forward, and it went down anyway. Well, they've put up a really good fight here, Mudgee, up against one of the strong sides in this competition. They don't want to let it all go here. It's out to a 4-2 lead. They don't deserve it to be any more than this. It probably only deserves to be a one-try advantage for Manly at this point, such is the performance from Mudgee. But Manly could put it beyond doubt here.
Well, lots of little things, lots of 50-50s, like little moments in the game. We had that even just recently. We had that unfortunate put down on the wing there. That could have made it 3-3.
And referee playing on. Is this the sealer? The touch wasn't made by Crawley. Referee says no. Manly, they're going to win here. 5-2 the advantage now. They have outlasted the Mud Crabs, who have been nipping at their heels throughout this match, but it's a really impressive second half from the Sea Eagles.
Yeah, well, Manly have shown when they've got the opportunities, they can take them. I think their challenge to take on some of the strong teams in this division will be able to actually complete their sets, be a little bit tighter in D. They've got a little bit of improvement in them yet, but I think they'll be happy with 5-2.
Well, what a result that is for Manly, coming from behind after they were down 1-0 early, frustrated, but they put all that behind them. Really impressive half-time talk, and in the second half, they come out and win 5-2. Jason Stanton, thanks for your company. We have got the 16 girls coming up right after this.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalizing a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Names. Do you want to
take,
seconds, please, referees.
you want to take a
30 seconds.
photo of mine? Welcome back to the coverage here at Dubbo, where it's been a balmy old day. But I'm just getting the weather up because there may be a little bit of precipitation not too far away. Jason Stanton in the commentary with me as we turn our attention to the 16 girls, the Ballina Sharks, the Bull Sharks taking on the Newcastle City Knights. The Bull Sharks with the tap off. Jace, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good, mate. Pleasure to be joining with you. This is a good one. Both these teams looked pretty good earlier in the day, so this is quite a timely matchup.
Excellent. It is the Ballina Bull Sharks who are going to kick off proceedings, and great young kids. I was talking to a few of them warming up, likewise for Newcastle. And here come the Bull Sharks now with their first assignment. There's speed, and there's a good pass. Can't quite land, though, from Ava Crethar, and Newcastle survived the first raid.
Yeah, the conditions have been a bit weird. You mentioned the weather might be coming in. Very hot early and dewy, then it sort of dried up a bit. Now it's a bit more windy and blustery, so a little bit there for the players to contend with.
So here they come onto the field now. Ella Ty. I wonder if Ella's related to Brad Ty, who spent many years up there at Newcastle, of course. And they'll pass the ball across here, and the Newcastle Knights, only 15 out, swooping upon the ball. They go through MacArthur, and the Bull Sharks up to the challenge. Keep an eye on the 4 for the Newcastle Knights. Shogun Ella's. There was a famous racehorse back in the day called Shogun Lodge. By gee, couldn't that horse run? And I reckon Shogun Ella's might show us the same thing this afternoon. Special shout out to Rachie Jeffs too, who's on her way. Punctuality's everything, Rach. You should be here, the girls are saying, but you're on your way and they can't wait to have you. Probably listening to the broadcast in the car. Here goes Ty. And now comes away with Rosie Bond. Here come the troops. Brianna Rawlins is into the action. Ava Ramian's there. And Ava Ramian says a special hello to Nan and Pop who are watching this. Tamika Upton, her favourite player. So good luck to Ava and hello to Nan and Pop as they watch on. But the Ballina Bull Sharks survived that raid. I think we might be okay today for the rain. Jace, I've just had a look at I like to follow the Rain Parrot app. And I think we might be okay for the time being. As the Bull Sharks setting something up middle of the field. This is the last. And temptation for the intercept. It won't happen. And Newcastle will have the ball just on the halfway line.
Yeah, I think the Ballina team were quite dominant this morning. They had some opportunities with that dump scoop type game getting into the in goal. So it'll be interesting to see whether they could try some of that out on Newcastle. Newcastle themselves were quite dominant.
Shogun Ellis. Here goes Shogun, and now they come across now, and the Knights diving and scoring. Michaela Ireland gets the first for Newcastle. A flashing start for the Newcastle side.
Beautiful running line there on that trail. Really good to see that. And this is 16 girls. It's not like you're watching, the Women's Open here. These are the younger girls that have been playing touch probably from the 10s all the way through and running some great lines as we saw there.
So Ballina Bull Sharks. They look like a very athletic side, Newcastle. As Shogun makes a touch. Here come Ava Crethar. And now with Ledgingham, Crethar. Last play. And, well, they're going to have a shot here. And this is where, Jace, they did a nothing play about 10 in. You may as well just go right out on the beach. Just stop it right out there, making it easier now for Newcastle to get the box.
Yeah, I think the finish to the sets is something that...
It's Nathan Cleary. It's a Nathan Cleary mindset. And just like that, Newcastle capitalised beautifully and setting start of the trial. And look at a fly. Absolutely flying. Isabel Alupis. Alupis goes all the way, and the Newcastle side go 2-zip.
Yeah, it's really It's really interesting. It's a little bit deceptive. See, Ballinar's won their first 2 games quite easy.
Yes.
So Newcastle to be out 2-0 after, coming up against a team that's got the 2 wins, that makes it even more impressive. Let's see whether Ballinar can adjust to this, because Newcastle are definitely out of the blocks.
Just having trouble with the scoreboard, but it is 2-0 Newcastle. Ballina Bull Sharks heading up the field, and they're going to chance their hand. The number 11's on the field, Madison Coppola. Now, she plays a bit of rugby league and rugby union, and her old man Damien's watching the game. Hello to you, Damo, up there in Ballina watching the game. Good to have your company, Damien, and your daughter's doing a fine old job so far this tournament, Madison Coppola.
Yeah, a lot of the young girls are so talented. They can play. They're very multi-sport, aren't they?
Yes.
Joel, they might be good at league and touch, maybe sometimes netball or other sports. They can definitely, put their hand to most things, and they're very, very talented.
Pitfield into the clash. The Lupus who scored that last try, and the ball goes a little wayward. (2-0) Newcastle. And the ball comes across to the Ballina Bull Sharks. They'll probably need to strike next. Still on day one, we're upping 11.5-minute halves with a 2-minute halftime break. So Kiana Hickey's out there.
Yeah, I think this is game 3 in this division, Joel. Both these teams, we think, with 2 fairly comfortable wins coming into it. So this is the perfect game they need here on day 1 to see how they're going.
Shogun Ella's back out there now, and they'll play the ball back about 20 metres out with Shogun. They get the pass away, and Ella's to the left-hand side, 2-on-2, but just speed created by Annika McCarthy, and the teammate said, watch out for Annika, she is lightning. And it was 2-on-2, got to the outside, but they just couldn't finish it off. Score remains 2-0. There was nothing doing there, Jason. Then just the in and away from Annika put immense pressure on the Ballina Bull Sharks.
Yeah, well, those gentle running lines, sometimes it's a little bit hard to see them sometimes on the TV, but the players that off the ball, they're running sort of in, they're running out. It's not just straight up and down the field, so definitely those running lines make it really hard for the defender.
Here they go again, the speed, and just sneaking up behind to make the touch was Amalia Anderson. Great touch. 28 for the Knights. (2-0). This is a real big part of the game right here in the first half. And a little short pass that makes the touch. And so they're looking good here, Newcastle, to start the match. At 2-0. No one there. Oh, just called off, which saved the day for Ballina. So the Bull Sharks throw it wide, and the touch is made about 10 short of the halfway line. 2-0, but Jason Stanton, the Knights, well and truly in control in this game.
Yeah, they're doing well. We've been seeing a few of the ebbs and flows in energy from the teams throughout Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. You were involved with the Sharkies at the Southern Conference. How did you keep the kids up over the course of 3 days? It's a bit of a challenge.
Yeah,
I think,
you can't. Well, you know what I find hard, Jason? We'll just get through this play. Here's a chance, big chance. But just making the touch on Letitia West. She's been playing touch since she was just 7, Letitia West, and she's a South Sydney Rabbitohs fan, glory, glory. She's just snuck in to the Knights team, of course, being a South fan, but good to have Letitia West up there in the Hunter. Look, we spoke about this earlier, Jace. You can't have 10 perfect games, and as a coach, almost to a rule, I call it third game fever. The third game on any given day is generally always how you going. You find that?
And this is game 3 here. So
Yeah, it's always really hard yards as Ty carries it up. Nice little show and go. And I like this football, and away we go again. Lupus has another try down there, which they're just playing football, these girls. I love this stuff. Great coaching for the Newcastle Knights.
It's just speed, and some of the tries seem to come out of not of a lot. Like, it's not like it's a big move or a big, sweeping play or a flick or something. It's just crisp through the hands and speed. So the Knights out to 3-0, I think it is, looking very dominant here.
3-0 it is, yes, and we have got in the first half. I think we've probably only got a few minutes left in the first half, or less than that. In fact, this will be the final minute of the first half. The Ballina Bull Sharks just trying to find their way. And a special shout out to the coach of the Ballina Bull Sharks, Mike. Maria Mitchell sends out that. And Maria, of course, proudly half Filipino. And I tell you what, the Ballina Bull Sharks, I thought they were going to give that. They think they've scored it. But score remains 3-0.
I think you mentioned there, was it Letitia West, you said? Since
Yes.
she was 7.
She's been playing touch since she was
Wow.
7. Maria Mitchell, the girl I was talking about, is on the right wing here. And plays a bit of hockey too, Maria Mitchell.
Well, touches you can play at all ages. Imagine if the West plays through her, she's 50. That'd be like she'd be running out with 43 years of experience.
Here we go, racing up they go. The chase is on, but careering away. I think you'll find it is Mackenzie Forbes Abercrombie, and she goes all the way, coast to coast. Mackenzie Forbes Abercrombie punctuates the first half. 4-0 Newcastle.
Beautiful run, and 4-0, and I think 3 of the tries have been from runaways, Joel. So there's no shortage of speed in this Knights outfit.
Good to watch, aren't they? Play a bit of footy. And the Ballina Bull Sharks are shocked.
Yeah, you certainly don't need to do sideways drives to your sub box when you've got speed like that.
No. Just having a look at the little ladder here to.
4-0. For and against comes into play. If we quite tight divisions normally.
Okay, have you seen much of this division?
No, not a lot of this one, but we did watch these. I've caught both these teams earlier today, and they both had a win on their main game field, and then they also had wins in their other round games. So
okay.
This is a really good one for them for both teams. Like, I know Ballina's down here 4-0, but day one, this is what you want. You want to have a couple wins plus get a feel for where you're at, see what you need to improve on. Plenty of games tomorrow as well, of course.
Top of the table clashes, Jace.
At the moment, yeah.
So coming into this, as you say, both undefeated. And, well, the Bull Sharks had only had 3 tries conceded against them, and so far it's 4-0. So Newcastle really, and there is, how many pools? There is 3 big pools. But when you're in Pool A, I think I'm right in saying that when you're in Pool A, if you top the pool, you don't meet, or you can't meet the top of the other 2 pools until the final. They would meet in the semi-final. So it's a great position to be in for Newcastle.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that's interesting, we don't always see it in these games, but to have these runaway tries and just pure speed, I'd be a little bit worried if it was in the other pools matching up against Newcastle, because they look like they've got plenty of options there in attack.
A lot can change because you don't know who's played who, but Manly leading Pool C and Maitland leading Pool B. For this Newcastle side, let me tell you, they're going to be very hard to beat. I get the sense. So Ella's, they're working things around here. Get to the 7, they're saying. Well, they're going to head that way now. Sweeping across is McCarthy. We know she's got speed, and they come back to Ella's, and this is filling up. Oh no! Lupus had a hat-trick if she holds on to that. And the score remains 4-0.
Yeah, we've seen a few drops in that bottom right corner on your screen. The wind's quite gusty coming behind you, and I think it's getting the ball swirling a little bit. So you really got to be switched on to finish a try in that corner.
What are you holding into there, Jace?
This is Sultanas, mate, and a few dates.
Yep. Here we go, and they're going to roll through McCarthy speed. McCarthy speed, they're going to clear that, and Annika McCarthy slides through. That makes it 5-0.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of, again, just that speed off the ball. I think earlier you mentioned the running lines, and it's a little bit hard to match up, try and think of how Newcastle may go against Manly in another pool, but certainly you can only beat who's in front of you. This is going to be their third win, and they're looking pretty sharp on day one.
Very, very sharp. 5-0. So across all pools, they've been the most dominant to this point. And admittedly, you don't know who's got the stronger pools. But the Bull Sharks are back to reality after this one. And it's unfortunate because they've had a really good day, 3 from 3, and then you finish the day with playing a class act like Newcastle, who are just so in control there.
Sometimes it's good to have a few things to work on, I think.
Absolutely.
If it happens early enough in the tournament. We saw that last week.
Yep.
Some of the teams that had an early loss or a draw on the Friday end up being right there at the pointy end of the tournament on Sunday.
Well, you know what, Jace? The best time to fix your roof is in the sun, when it's good.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't want to be up there fixing it in the rain, do you? So if you can fix it while things are going good, that's the time to do that. As Brianna Rawlins goes back, the pass came back away and found Scarlett Hagan, who linked up later, but they will manage to get there to Pitfield. Pitfield now. No. It's 5-0. 5-0 Newcastle at the moment.
I don't mind that fixing the roof in the sun. That's a T-shirt, isn't it, Joel?
It's a T-shirt, isn't it?
Can I make it? That's
yeah,
a T-shirt.
If you
I
want
like
to fix
that.
the roof, do it in the sun. So it is 5-0. Newcastle leading the Ballina Bull Sharks. Well, we mentioned that the Newcastle assistant coach is making her way up, Rochelle Jeffs. She'll be pretty happy here in the day's play for Newcastle. They're on their way to 4 from 4. Here's McCarthy again, the wheels, just puts pressure on teams and just pops it up. Good run. Rawlins. And Ellers. Shogun Ellers out the back. And they drive it. Ellers, short side. This is 3-on-2. Do they cash in? 3-on-2. Ellers looking for the winger. Finds the winger. Class act. The Shogun. The Shogun show. Mackenzie Forbes, Abercrombie scores in the corner, but they've picked up something here.
Yeah, I think they found an indiscretion there, but I tell you what, Joel, we've seen the scoop, we've seen some long balls, chain passing, speed. Newcastle definitely showing a very wide variety of attacking options here.
Just up in the face of the Ballina Bull Sharks. So here they come, the Sharkies. And Asher Lettingham turns the ball over about 20 short of the line for Newcastle. Does Alupis get the hat trick? Down on the wing here? No, she's going to have a spell.
Yeah, can we back her in? I reckon she's got one more in her.
I'll back her in.
Yeah, one more, why not?
Yeah, the crowd want to see the Alupis hat trick. Can she get back out there for the third? Here they come, the Ballina Bull Sharks. On the attack. What questions can they throw up here through Madison Coppola? Dummy half, she scoops upon it. Taylor Matthews is there. 6 to go. 6 to go. In fact, it's a touch pass, so it's going to be a Newcastle touch.
No dummy half. Swarming. Great touch. Great work from Ballina Bull Sharks. And it's keeping the Knights for the first time under a little bit of pressure. That speed just continues to cause all sorts of havoc. And Rawlins. Geez, I tell you what, this is ominous here.
Yeah, I know they got penalised for offside, but I'd like the energy there from Ballina. Like, they're down by a fair bit on the scoreboard, and they're still pressing in defence. They're still being active. So yeah, so some good signs there for them as well.
5-0 still, Jace, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can find it.
Yeah, I think it's 5 or 6. Oh, they got disallowed that last one, didn't it? 5-0, yeah.
The Knights hunting for 6. They got to 5 in decent time, but it's just dried up a little bit for the time being. They jump into dummy half through Rawlins, and there's the dive from Letitia West. And the Bunnies fan can't quite get there. Rawlins. Scarlett Hagan. And the pass just at the line. Of course, Michael Hagan, famous Newcastle Knights coach. I wonder whether Scarlett is of relation. Here's Scarlett now. Ball dumped down, just beyond the 7. Cut out ball, just catch it, they do. Ava Ramian plants the ball down, Ava. And as I mentioned earlier, there is a crowd watching on for Ava. And Nan and Pop will be loving that.
Yeah, and that's that variety that'd be a little bit concerning if you're one of the opposition teams wondering, watching, you know, because we've seen speed. Now we've seen a long ball to the winger. It's not like you can walk away with your little cheat notes and say, oh, if we stop this, we can beat Newcastle.
That's right.
They've scored from a range of ways.
6-0. Oh, good pickup. Great pickup. Really good hands there from Ava Cretha. In fact, that was Manu Harding. Olivia Kiranu diving. And Kiranu forced to go back while Cretha jumps in the dummy half position. Kiranu again. And Hickey. And they drop it in the corner. This will be fascinating here. First time they've done it, really. If they can work hard and not let them off the hook. No, they're going to be too passive in all of this. They had to go up and hit them. There's one, though. That's 2. So it's been their best field position, really. That's 3. So they're not at the halfway line just yet. This is going to be 4. They look for the pass and off the mark. So they can get good field position with 2 more touches. It's the power of finishing in the corner, Jay. Seriously, when there's nothing on, the advantage you get. Look where they get the ball against a hot side like Newcastle. It's the most underused play in the game.
Yeah, definitely got to finish your set, whether it's with a scoop or in the corner. You've got to do something on the end of it. You don't want to just turn it over midfield.
Great ball. And racing away was Isabel Slater. I thought it was Billy Slater for a moment. And if you do it repeatedly, Jace, and they just keep seeing no try line, the pressure starts to build. Whereas if you come up with, see, that's a nothing play on the last, and then they're going to beat their box in 3, and all of a sudden you're back on your own try line. It's just big picture thinking, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you get 6 touches, you want to use all 6. You want, at that end there, you want to be, as you said, put it in the corner or having a scoop into the in goal.
Yep, so
you want to really use it.
They've got fresh plays on. They're there for 3. Good play, good play.
Here's the 3rd.
Sending it away, and there's a Lupus hat-trick. There's the hat-trick. The team applauding. It was a pass from Annika McCarthy. She's so quick she gets into bed. She turns the light off, and it's still light when she's in bed, Jay. She's lightning.
Very fast, and you asked for the 3rd, and she delivered.
The Lupus hat-trick.
It's a simple game, isn't it, Joel?
And earns a rest too.
Lots of smiles and hugs there. It's not every day you pick up 3 on the stadium field, live on KO. Does it get any better?
Correct.
I think I'd be happy just watching live on KO.
Oh, wouldn't that be good?
Without even scoring the tries.
Oh, no.
And she's got 3 tries live on KO.
Yep.
Well done. What a game.
What a game. So, Madison Coppola, they hand it over. So this, I can't stress this enough, and I hope they watch this back. Ballina playing one of the better teams. The one time you drop it over there, you get the ball back just short of your halfway line.
Yeah, it's only second or third touch to your point there, Joel. Definitely a good platform for Newcastle, and there could be another one coming out wide.
So here, this is big trouble. Alarm bells ringing. Alarm bells ringing. Shogun through. Shogun gets the pass. Mackenzie Forbes. Abercrombie gets 3 as well. Oh, she did have 3. Full time. Dominant display for Newcastle. Comfortable victory over the Ballina Bull Sharks.
Yeah, pretty good win there. Some learnings, as you said there, for Ballina. They'll have 2 wins out of their first 3, so definitely got plenty of footy left in them. But overall, a very dominant performance from the Knights.
Time slot. The next round of games will get underway as scheduled. We are right on time. That's the way we like it. We do ask all players and referees to make their way to the field to ensure that we finish today on schedule.
The Shogun Show. What a performance from the 4. What a performance of the team. McCarthy was great. And they have a big win, the Newcastle Knights.
Yeah, very good win there. And I think if you can stay tuned, I think we've got some more games coming up in the 18s boys and in the girls as well. I think the next one's Carlingford Cyclones, I think it could be, versus Taree. Is that the next one on the schedule?
Correct,
there,
Monday.
Joel?
Yep, Carlingford versus Taree. That's at 3:30. And Deanie Russell's going to be back for that one. Great stint from you, Jason Stanton. You have a rest and we'll catch you later.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Buy tickets now at taronga.org.au.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. Wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't a Mackle, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning, not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates,
run around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. Yeah, it's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the nearly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So
back to the main stadium here at Dubbo, where there's a big clash here. The boys from Carlingford, the mighty Cyclones, taking on the boys from Taree. What a clash this is going to be. And really looking forward to this. Dean Russell, who's back in the box.
Afternoon, Joel. We've kind of been blessed a little bit today with the weather. It's been hot, but we've got a nice cloud cover and a breeze, which has helped cool things down.
Yeah, we've been a bit lucky, actually, really, but they swoop across. Here's Taree against the grain. I love this. That's one of my favourite plays. The sweep, but you get them on the other side through Joshua Hopkins, and a brilliant start for Taree.
Yeah, really nice play there from Taree. Well executed. You'll see when it comes up on the replay what Joel was talking about. They sweep around to the bottom side of the screen, and then they'll go back against the grain. Here it comes now. Well, there's the touchdown being scored by Hopkins, but they swept around to the bottom half of the screen, went back against the grain, threw the passive ball in behind the attacking line, and found Hopkins going into a roaring hole.
Ashton Wynn is the man driving it out there, and he's got a special shout out, Ashton Wynn, which I think is very cool. Ashton Wynn says a big special shout out to his brother Byron, who plays touch in the 14s, but he couldn't be here because, there he is, Ashton Wynn. Nice little pass, but he couldn't be here because of an ongoing knee condition. His family, mum, dad and sister, and his girlfriend Amber, they'll be watching his stadium game. So hello to Amber, mum, dad and your brother Byron. Good to have your company here in the coverage as Taree lead 1-0 over the Carlingford Cyclones.
I've got some tall timber out there too, the Taree boys.
Just back on onto our man, the 25, Ashton Wynn. He loves his junk food, so he just craves his junk food. In fact, we'll stay with this because they pick up number 2. No, they get the touch. So he's a big fan. He lists them in order. Macca's, KFC, pizza. He's got Guzman Gomez on top, I think. And with all that happening, national youth swimming, rep, state athletics. How do you get away with that?
Mate, it's because of, well, as we know, Guzmani and Gomez is very healthy for you, and it's the healthy food option that athletes want and love, and they go to. But he's obviously burning a lot of calories with all that exercise he's doing, and he's running well out here today too. It was Ashton who made that diving touch to save the second touchdown.
Taree looking quite sharp and sprightly so far with a 1-0 lead. And Hopkins has the sole try to this point, but they're turning all sorts of angles through Lane Poulsen. Yeah, back to that sweep play, Dean. I reckon more tries these days are scored against the grain than with the grain on the sweep play.
Yeah, but it comes down to execution all the time. And we're talking about execution. Great out ball there. Just put his attacking player on the outside of the defender and good use of his body to twist and turn and get the ball down.
I love what they did there, Dean. They set up the old-fashioned rooster play, but instead of the guy coming around tight, he's gone around the back for a block, and then the guy who was running the block, he just stood there and, okay, I'll score for you. And it was a beautiful pass, well executed. Taree out of the gates.
2-0 the Taree boys.
10 away. Time for the Cyclones to strike here. So they've gone their own little rooster. They'll dump it back on the 7, so a bit of a phase play. And whoa.
He's just kind of trying to throw that ball right to the wing. And because he's trying to get that extra length in his pass, he's just held on it too far and really just threw it way behind and lost all momentum through the pass anyway. Might have been better going through the hands.
It was as though he got stuck, wasn't it? Anyway, this next try is very, very important for the context of this match. Taree moving the ball around beautifully. Quick play, jetting up the field, goes to number 16, but the wing defence, or the leak defence for that matter, was perfect.
Yeah, really nice structure defensively that time from the Cyclones. They've been caught out a couple of occasions with their defensive structure, but at that occasion, they were everyone was in their right channel and they took their right assignment.
Plenty of zinc in the middle here, and they're darting through the middle of the field and just holding the ball So Taree, great field position, leading 2-0. Going forward and direct too, we like to see that. They're there in 2.
And they're not afraid to use the ball too, Joel.
Love it.
2 pass, 3 pass, rather than just those single drives.
And if you've got a lot of leagueies in your team, which these days a lot of kids do, use it to your advantage. At the 7, he's been threatening our man, the 7, that being Lane Paulson.
He's had a strong start to the game. Lane nearly tripped himself up, but he's had a strong start to the game.
Hasn't Benny Homer been good today, Dean?
He has been.
Yeah.
I don't want to show my age, but I actually played in the state team with his father.
Is that right?
Yeah, back many, many, many moons ago.
Wow.
Warren Homer and his lovely wife Sally, who also played for New South Wales.
And Ben himself played for Newcastle State Cup, Junior State Cup. He'll be calling the next game, but here they come. That's good wheels and good touch. Burning up the field was William Grattan.
I think it was Paulson who got across there again. Been prominent for Taree early. Referee wants it back again. It was a penalty, so they've actually brought it forward now.
Great footy. Love that. Love that. They go down the short side, and they're there in 1. Queuing up now to take a charge, Carlingford, the Taree side, rather. This is looking very fluent. The old fly play. This could... Oh! I'll tell you what, great touch made by Brad Agajani, the mountain biker. He loves the mountain bikes, Brad, and he had to come up with a big mountain there, and he stopped the big one.
Yeah, they look fluid when they come on and they play the game at pace, Taree. And like you said, they ran the fly play, and our man from Carlingford, he got in the channel there to block the pass from going out to the wing, and had he not been there, we were looking at another try.
Taree, ooh, shut down. It was like a block in basketball, wasn't it, from Oliver Scully?
Yeah, and again, Carlingford getting their hands in that passing channel, knocking that pass down, so Taree will have 6 more opportunities here.
Okay, this is real ominous now. You can just feel it now. They've got the passive out the back, and the wing play from both wingers on that occasion for Carlingford was William Scully, has been brilliant, stopping a couple of tries already.
And they've had to be. They've had to be right in the right position. And then...
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Billy Buck. That was more than a buck. That was brilliant. That was a brilliant play. He come charging across the deft, soft pass. Take us through the replay, Dean.
Yeah, you'll notice he just comes around here on the sweep. The replay will come up shortly. Here it is now. Here he comes. He drives in. He finds that hole, and he just... looks like he's going to throw long, and that deft little flick of the wrist to the short man running a really good line to get inside the defence and put the ball down. And Taree, 3-0.
Yeah, we've got a bit of an ankle problem here, Dean. Play may be stopped. The number 16 has copped a few studs to the ankle, I think, through Bailey Dreyer.
He looks in a bit of trouble out here at the moment.
He was trod on. I'm pretty sure he was trod on. Hopefully it's just one of those ones you can sort of time out.
Well, he's down again, so it might be a bit more serious, Joel. Hopefully it's not ligaments, but you know, Joel, when you get that first 2 minutes of a ligament, it's the worst pain. And he seems to be in a lot of distress. So the team management now helping him off. No doubt they'll get him to the medical tent and get him assessed, and hopefully get him back on the park for their next game.
3-0, I think we're at, Dean, at the moment.
Yep.
Taree. Might go and check out, while we've got a bit of a downtime, how their carnival's been so far today.
While you're doing that, I've just noticed Carlingford, they've had a little bit of a conference in here while this is taking place. So they're obviously setting the play that they want to run, and I'll be interested to see whether they're patient and they set it up, or they try and run their play in the first couple. I noticed down in Wagga last week, and a lot of teams in this type of scenario didn't have any patience.
Yes.
They just went straight in and often turned the ball over. So patience the key here.
And generally try and use your safer plays earlier in the set. But that's the last. And I suppose they got a bit confused there because of the stoppage in play.
So they're Taree with the... We'll be interested to see how many yards they make here because they've been really good on the drive and they use a 2-pass as they drive forward. And, unlucky there, but within 2 touches they were just short of halfway with the referee pinging them there for over the mark. So just a little bit too exuberant.
So far today, both teams have had a loss. So Maitland was the case for Taree, 4-2, and then the Beaches went by Carlingford. So they had the bye first, but both teams having their second game. I'm just really enjoying how they're playing, Dean. Like if there's ever a 2-on-1 chance, they're not taking the touch and they're just getting rid of the ball, which we love.
Yeah, they're always looking to give it to a player who can promote the ball. So somebody who's in a better position than they are.
Yeah, he's called the touch. He got onside. The referee let him go as long as he could there. Callum Mitchell, who's got wheels. Callum Mitchell, Taree. Any relation to the great Latrell, perhaps?
Well, you never know, but he does have wheels and he does have good footwork. And you notice that when he went through the line, but unfortunately got touched, and so it's a penalty now. Carlingford, the good yards there, Joel.
I was saying, Dean, about, obviously there's been a lot of players who have come through these grounds that you've gone on to know, but a lot of parents, so many parents. Matty Burke walked past before, Brad Haddam was up here, Bengalir, list goes on. Carlingford can't quite get there, but it's just endless, the list of mums and dads and nans and pops who are coming up here.
We could nearly have a celebrity game.
Yeah.
Because there are a few here. I did bump into... Here's an opportunity.
There he goes. There he goes. Flies around and scores one for Carlingford. He has looked the most likely, and he scores the try. The family's watching on, and it's been denied.
Yeah, they said there was an obstruction there.
You don't often see that, do you, Dean?
No, we don't often see it, but as the player was running, I did know that he did go behind his attacking partner, so it's just a matter of whether the referees thought that he obstructed the defence, and they obviously have.
Oh, Ashton Wynn's on the chase. I wanted him to chase because this was Mitchell versus Ashton Wynn, who's a state sprinter. I needed to see that played on.
Yeah, I think Ashton might have had his measure there, to be honest.
Okay, so half-time, Dean.
Yeah, then we've got Taree leading 3 touchdowns to 0. To be honest, they have looked a better team. They've looked more fluent in attack, looking to promote the ball on every opportunity they have, but only to a player who's in a better position than they are. So I like what I see with Taree at the moment. And Carlingford probably got a little bit of work to do with some defensive structure, especially when they're in the middle of the field. They just seem to be rolling off and letting Taree get that drive rather than pressing forward, put some pressure on them and see if they can force a turnover. So it'll be up to the coaches now to adjust any game plan that they might have.
Yeah, we have been blessed. And I know you guys have got to make a call early in the day. We might have even got away without it, with this breeze that saved us.
Yeah, look, I think earlier, about 1 o'clock, even though we had the breeze, at 1 o'clock, the temperature was getting to a stage where we nearly were going to look like going in the red. If we didn't have the breeze, we might have gone in the red, which would have meant that we had to postpone play for a few hours.
Oh, wow.
So, but the breeze and the cloud cover has kept the humidity down. So within our heat policy, we measure ambient air temperature against relative humidity. That gives us a point on the graph, and it will tell us whether it's moderate, whether it's green light, everything can go ahead, or whether it's in the red, what we call the red, where we must halt play for a while. We've been in the moderate all day today, so since about 11 o'clock this morning, early on today, the temperature was fine, but we've been keeping a close eye on it, and we've got through unscathed.
What's the forecast for tomorrow and Sunday?
Tomorrow top is 31. So that should keep us pretty much with humidity low. So that should keep us pretty much in normal game mode.
Yep.
We'll make that decision at the end of today's play. And then Sunday currently is again up to about 33. So similar conditions to what we had in Wagga last weekend. Gotcha.
Okay, here we go. They're setting up for Ashton Wynn here. So he's going to head to the line. Oh, they had his little short ball there, I thought. Did you, Dean?
Yeah, unfortunately the defence slipped over. And if they had read that, just pop the ball short, it would have been an easy touchdown.
Still 3-0. We have seen games before come back from this, so you just never know. Carlingford Cyclones juggling. But I'm just enjoying this Taree side. I'm just really enjoying their style of players. Mitchell almost skirted the touchline. In fact,
he did put his foot out there, the referee said. And you're right, Joel, like, you're 3-0 with 11 minutes to play is not that big a gap to overcome. And our game, like most sports, momentum is a big thing. If you can get momentum, you can put the pressure on the opposition and turn it into tries.
daring stuff from the Cyclones, but they execute well. And now they got a little cheeky glance at the line, but they haven't got any troops on. They come on now. So William Grattan. Grattan's there, flying from dummy half. A little late switch. And it was Jeremy Studdert.
You probably need to hold his run there, Studdert, a little bit longer and let Grattan get it further across him, drag the defender in and come back into the hole.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. You've got to give them more time to make the mistake, don't you, Dean? On those late switches, it's got to be, when you think you're ready to go, and I say to the kids, just give it a little bit more for me. It's got to feel uncomfortably late.
Exactly, and read what the defence is doing. Like, you really wanted that defender to turn his body infield so you can get him on the out. When he came back inside, the defender was still horizontal with the line.
Yes.
So you've got to work him over. Penalty here to Taree, so they're going to have 6 touches in the red zone shortly.
Most of your footy, Dean, at link or middle?
I was middle, mate.
Yeah.
We did all the hard work for all the links and wingers to take all the glory off our backs.
And there's a long pass, great shutdown, great work there from Brad Agajani.
The wingers from Carlingford have been impressive. They've read those shutdowns really well.
Scully, and yeah, he done it again. 2-on-1, but he got up in the channel there, and he saved a few here. Has Agajani and Scully.
And it was a good attacking play too from Taree. It wasn't as if it was just a half-hearted attacking play. It was full force from the Flames, and he read it really well.
They've done great, isn't it? Move over Scully and Moulder. This is Scully and Agajani. They're doing a great job, the wingers for Carlingford. But this time,
they've just got themselves mixed up there in their settling play, and this is where sometimes where players want to get to the box and get off. And if you want to get to the box, I'm happy with that, but work to get off. Get in, take a drive from the open side, drive into the box, rather than just run around the back and try and get off.
I can't have this, Dean, when you're 15 metres out and you're running back to get teams on. It very rarely ends well. Very rarely ends well. Which means they're going to score here. Here they come, Tara. You can bet your bottom dollar on that, as they've got the ball 10 metres out. I felt that was the last, but anyway, this will be the last coming now. Well, it's definitely going to end well now.
Yeah, they've got another 6 here. Just not listening to the referee. I could see him calling the defence offside, and they still move forward. So, Taree, big opportunity here to go 4-0.
Yeah, get your pen ready for try number 4, Dean. It is going to be very, very hard to defend this, as they get the Roos to play with a block out the back, and, sniper.
Yeah, it looks like he's gone down. He's already got strapping on that left ankle, and there was like a half gap opened up for him, and so he thought, well, I'll dummy and go myself. And when he went to take off and try and dive low, it looked like his ankle just gave away, but he stayed out there.
Macklin Green and Billy Buck, who has been good. I feel sorry for these kids we had a kid in our team, Dean, who copped an injury day one, and you've worked all this time to get to something you're so excited for, and you can't, whilst he played on, he just couldn't be at 100%.
Yep. Yeah, and look, it's part and parcel of the game at the state level events. Here's an opportunity. Yeah, part and parcel where injuries do play a part. A bit of luck can go your way or can go against you. You can lose a key player, and that's where good coaching comes into making sure that everyone knows each other's role. So if you do lose a key player, somebody else can step into their role.
And here they come. Paulson, sharp, good defence. Great defence, Carlingford.
Yeah, they've been right under the pump. That's the 4th set in a row that they had to defend, and they did so without conceding a touchdown.
They haven't seen the northern end for a while, but that run's going to help that. Well, it was going to help that.
commentator's curse.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, just overstepping the mark. Just too eager to try and get the team on the front foot there and just overstep the mark.
Well, Dean, you and I both know we've been looking left of your screen for a fair bit now, and history just says that results in points, doesn't it? It has to pay a toll at some point.
Yeah, they've been under a lot of pressure here, Carlingford. Like I said, 4 consecutive sets they defended last time. They took 2 touches and turned the ball over again. So you could virtually say this is the 5th consecutive set they've had to defend on their line.
Billy Buck, he's been good, Billy Buck. Bit of a waste of a touch there. So they push back about 10 away. They set it up. Paulson wants to go short. Billy Buck back to the open. They can't hold out. Another penalty, set number 6.
Yeah, and
you just can't, and your most athletic player has been removed from the field. So temporarily, 5 on 6.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going here. I thought the signal was a forced sub, but Carlingford might think that he's been sin binned, and it could have simply been just the replacement player. Where if you give 3 penalties away on the line, you have somebody moved off the field until you get possession back. So, but he's gone down the sin bin area of the field. I don't think he was sin binned.
Well, I'll tell you what, they've been gritty. They're being gritty. The play before, Tari will watch the replay and say, boys, we went left. There was one cyclone covering 40 to the 50 metres.
Yeah, and the referee, the side couldn't work from the sideline referee. He's come on to correct that situation where
to have 6 on.
Yeah, it was a forced sub, and he's made sure that Carlingford have got the 6 back out there now.
Great defence. This is brilliant defence. This is outstanding defence from the Carlingford side. Can they hold out? You want them to hold out now. They've gone so far. But diving through, Billy Buck's going to make you pay. Billy Buck comes back with a change, that change being a try, and that takes us out to where, Dean?
Yeah, look, it's 4 touchdowns to 0 now over the Fatari over the top of Carlingford. And yeah, you knew that was 7 sets in a row that Carlingford were defending on their line. And they've got to take credit. Like, to defend for 7 sets, not many teams will be able to do that. And you can see here, just a little drive through, dummy on the outside and gets the ball down quickly. And but hats off to Carlingford. Like I said, not many teams could defend for 7 straight sets.
I think I've seen enough of Taree, Dean, to suggest that they're going to be quarter-final bound at the very least Sunday. That's my best guess.
Yeah, you think they're going to be somewhere in the mix come finals day. Guzmani and Gomez finals day here on Sunday, and here's Mitchell going down there. But yeah, they've been pretty fluent, especially in the middle of the field.
What's your go-to, Dean? Guzmani and Gomez.
Mate, I like it all.
Yeah.
Everything on the menu. Everything on the menu.
I don't mind the chicken burrito and a little extra little taco, a couple of little mini tacos.
Yep.
I like those.
Yep.
Anyway, the Cyclones on the attack. Ooh.
Well, he's got a bonus
there.
there.
They're tough on the refs, those calls, aren't they? Like,
yep.
And they're such big swingers. It's a team. Well, either team's going to end up on the line, whichever way you go.
Yeah, 50-50 call, and you can't argue either way. Like, if he's given it to Carlingford, I can't argue with that. If he had given it as a changeover, I couldn't argue with that either.
Is there a call just to play the ball on the same touch?
On occasions, yeah. If the referee thinks it's just a general collision in the game, and he can
reset.
Sometimes say, "Yep, mate, just pick it up and roll it."
Yep.
Touch 4 or something.
So, speed. Just speed. Ashton Wynn goes through. And this time, I went early, Wynn family back home. But this time, the young fella scores a great try.
He does have some whirls and fantastic acceleration there when he gets the ball. It was not a great deal on happening. And you'll see it here. They take the tap here. They pass the ball. The old line was offside. He just, afterburner it straight away. He just hits the turbo button. He's over in a flash.
So here they come now. 10 away. Mitchell had no support. And I think they'll be very pleased with his second half. Not that they've had a heap of ball, Carlingford, but they've really tried their guts out.
Mate, they've been impressive defensively down here. Like, really scrambled well. And
so that was Jason Mitchell with the long ball.
Again, some good defence from the Carlingford wingers. They were in field, making sure they could shut down the link play. And as soon as the ball went to the wing, turned, got good body position to shut down. Yeah, good call there from the referee. Unfortunately, the roll ball had the foot on the sideline. They're directly below us here, and we had a very good view of that.
I'm going to guess just similarly built, and I can imagine Latrell would have been similarly built at this stage. Calum and Jason Mitchell, I'm tipping they're related to the great man.
They possibly could be. Here's Carlingford.
Racing away, looking for support, and they can't quite get there. Razzle-dazzle on the bell. Brave stuff from Carlingford. The first half from Taree was superb, which really tucked everything into bed. And after all that, Taree continue on their merry way towards potentially going deep on Sunday. Dean Russell, thank you very much for that. You're done for now. Benny Homer's going to take the reins with Jason Stanton. We've got Maitland taking on Manly and the 18 boys.
The bins provided around the venue, particularly your cans and bottles, helping to raise funds for the community here. If you put your cans and bottles in the blue and white bins scattered around the venue, you'll be helping the Dubbo community for
Welcome back to Dubbo. We have got the 18s boys coming your way. It is Maitland up against Manly. It is match number 3 of 4 in this part of the competition today. Now, notes blowing everywhere, so we're trying to keep them...
It's all over the place.
Got Jason Stanton along, so we're trying to keep track of everything. Alrighty, so here we go. I'll tell you the tail of the tape. Maitland a 4-2 win over Taree in round 1. Newcastle they had a draw with in round 2. Manly, they had that win over Mudgee 5-2 in round 2, and a draw with Singleton in round 1. So you can see a win and a draw each. Both of them need to win because it's straight to the semis, 9 teams, 4 going through. So they play 4. There's 4 rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow, 1 round on Sunday. Manly, this is their final game of today.
Yeah, Sunday will be the semi after the final round. Yeah, so this is hopefully you've been watching a few of the 18s boys today. There, if you're watching in live on KO at home, because you got to sort of start to get to know these teams, and both these teams will need to be a little bit better and look to step up if they want to match, the top 1 or 2. So really interested to see how that plays out here.
Yeah, so Manly, who have first use of the footy in this one. They're a little bit scratchy to start against Mudgee in that first game. Masters looking to dive over. Touches made on him. And his dad is the coach of this side, Rico Masters. And he says he didn't want to play in the middle, but that's where his dad wants him to play. So he's certainly doing a wonderful job in that area of the pitch. Here goes Tranter, and down goes the ball. Plenty of energy coming from the Manly side of things. You feel like, we hear a lot of this, Jace. I don't know how much I love it, but they really will be keen to load up all their energy into this game. Front load their energy into this final game of today because they get a rest in the bye at the end of the day, so that's helpful for them. There's a knock on from Truman.
Yeah, I don't mind the start from both of them. I got a bit of a feeling the Redbacks have got a bit of a spring in their stride here.
I thought you were going to say a sting in the tail or something like that.
I should say sting in the tail. No, I actually got a bit of a feeling. I think this could be the one where Maitland, puts their foot down in this competition. Let's see if let's see whether I'm proven right or proven to be a fool. But I'm starting to lean towards Maitland in this one already. I like the way they're going about the footy.
Well, this is the great thing about this competition is we're getting into this middle section. As you said, the storylines are starting to present. We're getting to know the players, what they are capable of. And we know the storylines of each of these two sides as Walsh was playing it. Johnson out of dummy half, now with Masters. Pops it over the top, coming up on the inside. That's going to be thrown over the sideline by McMillan. And touch pass the call, so forward pass I should say it was in the end. So Maitland now, knowing that they've got the Central Coast coming up next. So this is a really, really tough finish to the day for them. But they cannot take their eyes off this one. They know this clash with Manly could be crucial when it comes to working out the top 4 in this 18 boys. Brown onto Camborne. Get pushed off balance as he went to ground. Now with Tranter and Carlson. That combination has worked well for them so far. Tranter into the in-goal. Manly looking for a player, and they found Carlson to ensure that it isn't a try. You could just say, and that was great defence, wasn't it? Great example there, Jace, of what you do when you've got the dummy half in possession, run at every other player in the in-goal.
I think so, and the defence there, they do their best to match up, or sometimes they call it mirroring, getting a mirror on your opposite. You want to sort of take one each and hope that your defender, the one that got beaten by the scooper, can pick them back up. So interesting one. You mentioned Maitland versus Central Coast. Would that be correct that the Maitland team then gets a short break, only half an hour, then they're back on again? That'll be a challenge because Central Coast probably the favourites in the division now, from what I've seen today.
Yeah, really challenging. But I think that's the key, isn't it, Jace? They literally just have to be in the moment here, because the minute they think about that, they're thinking, oh, God, we're going to be tired for that. They've just got to try and get the job done here. And maybe Central Coast match, important, but this is more important because Manly will be around them, and Manly are over for the first try. Alexander Truman opens us up here in round 3 in this 18 boys competition.
Yeah, beautiful try there. Manly right on cue. As soon as I tipped the Redbacks, they've said, you know what, we know a little bit more than this bloke, and they've gone marching down the field, and a really good finish there for a try. Manly out 1-0. It's one of the little little tips there I wanted to share. You might catch it on the replay. Is that the actual middle's he's reached to touch like with his right hand, which is the furthest hand away rather than his left. So he's given an extra metre on the diver.
That's a great little 1%er, isn't it? Thinking about which hand you're making the touch with. There's a cutout pass, which was really neither here nor there in the end. It lands short on Caden Weller.
Yeah, so hopefully that's easy to follow, not too technical, but whichever side the player's diving on you, if it's the right or the left, you want to be reaching with that hand because that's the closest one. And if you're a bit right-handed like you saw on that occasion, the player was a left-hand touch, but he's reached across, giving the attacker an extra metre. And that probably was the difference there, Ben, on whether it was a try or not.
I think that's a really important aspect of the game for players to think about throughout the levels, but especially as you're getting older, you start to think more intricately about how you can improve your game. Penalty here for Maitland. And see stepping across the decision from the referee. A little bit of force as well as Tranter and Carlson. Watch these two. Well, I say that, and there's a little mistake. Frustration from Bailey Tranter there. He just couldn't pick it up from dummy half, but those two really can unlock opposition sides.
Yeah, well, they got in the in goal, which could have easily been a try. They've had a couple, maybe wasted possessions there for Maitland, so they're definitely in this one, but they've just got to sharpen up a little bit.
Truman and Torrance. And this will be a Maitland ball. Asking for it to be taken back. The Manly, to me, look a lot... I know it's easy when you're up 1-0 on the scoreboard, but they just seem a little bit more relaxed for this one than they have been in the matches so far. Tranter, now to Carlson. Carlson turned back on the inside. Maitland through White. Out of dummy half. This is a good run into the in-goal area. Is there a teammate touch look to have been made? It was Brandon Cox who rushed into the in-goal. And Manly again, that defence when the dummy half goes through has been excellent.
Yeah, and again, see, that's another close one. So Maitland, instead of, could easily be 2-1, 3-1 up. Instead it's 1-0 because Manly's been resilient. They've been able to hang in there, save those half chances. So, shout out to Manly doing a really good job here, even though I feel like Maitland's turned the corner and they're looking pretty good, but not on the scoreboard. Manly's still in control of this one.
And that's really tough, isn't it, for Maitland? They've got to make sure they put sort of the disappointment out of their minds of not getting over the line and scoring a try, and know that they are capable of doing so. Curry diving! It just all opened up for Dylan Curry. It was almost too easy in the end. Manly players were looking for his support, and he goes over, and let's be honest, they deserve that, Maitland. It's 1-1.
Yeah, they do 1-1. It's probably a more of an even reflection too of the whole game. So after tipping Maitland, I was getting a bit nervous, and Manly were down 1-0, and you're saying they got the run of the game. But no, I think Manly's got it now kicked. They had that lot of energy early. There's probably a little bit of a dip there. It's hard to be up the whole time, and now they've got to see if they can respond here. But yeah, 1-1. We're really set for a good one here.
Masters with that initial carry. Ball on the inside. Manly are over again. Baxter Stewart goes over.
I like that, and he's happy about it, and why not? Because it was a very sharp play. Really, the dummy half there really poking himself into in between defenders into that in goal, making the Maitland defender shut down quite aggressively. You'll see it there on the replay. The number 16 there kept a tight line, and it was really hard for the Maitland defender to come in, and Manly back out to 2-1.
Baxter Stewart, he's been part of this Manly side since under 10, so he's come through the grades all the way. Maitland, can they hit back? The forward pass has been called back, has it?
Forward, I think.
I was just going to say as well, Jace, Baxter Stewart, we've got some info on him. He says he got attacked by a bear and cut his leg, but he won the fight. Now, some of these Manly players have given us some info on the spreadsheet. We might have to play what's the truth and what's a lie with some of the.
Is that an actual bear? It might have been the North Sydney Bears touch team.
Maybe, that's a good point.
I don't know if it's an actual bear there.
That's more believable, isn't it? Final play here. And he's caught in possession is McMillan. Well, speaking of truths and lies, McMillan has some rippers here. He says he's a professional chess player and he survived a Mako shark attack while surfing at Shipstern's Bluff. So which one's more believable? We'll try and have a think about that. Might have to ask Oscar at the end of the game. This will help his side. He's playing the ball here.
I'm not sure. There seems to be lots of attacks going on in the wildlife. Maybe after this weekend there'll be a couple Dubbo Zoo stories. Western Plains Zoo at Dubbo.
I've got a Western Plains Zoo story for you, Jace. Is
it on the spreadsheet? We need them on the spreadsheet.
No, I got attacked by a magpie there one time as Masters, and down goes the pass. I was riding a bike because you can ride bikes around the zoo, and magpie came at me from behind, knocked me off the bike, came at me in the side of the head. When I was about 8 or something.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. Was that live on KO? We're live on KO here, Ben. I want to see that on KO.
It's in my parents' memory banks, and whoever watched that happen. So, Maitland, speaking of animals, redbacks, you don't want to get bitten by one of them, and trying to put a bite here on the Manly goal line.
A big set here for Manly, 2-1. They've really got to get a stop and try and maintain this lead going into half-time.
Campbell's playing the ball. Popped up to Camborne. And now Curry, who scored their try. Camborne, as he got there. Jeez, he almost did. It was quite miraculous the way he was jinking and stepping. Looks like the last play here and is. So another good set of defence for the Sea Eagles.
That's Campbell, very sharp on his feet there, wasn't he? Stopped on a dime, left, right, forward, back. Manly doing really well to save it.
That was a bizarre pass, wasn't it? Rico Masters, we know his quality. That was a moment of brain fade, wasn't it?
Yeah, might have been thinking about half-time, which is what he's got right now.
Can Maitland find something right before half-time? They're not. So that is a good first half from Manly. We spoke about front-loading your energy in their final game of the day. Well, they certainly did that. They put a lot of intensity on Maitland in that first 11 and a half minutes, and half-time, Manly leading 2-1.
And they've been quite resilient. I don't mind being proven wrong there, because I did feel as though Maitland sort of started the game, were playing the right style, and I thought they'd come over the top of Manly. But Manly have hung in there. They've been resilient. They got the try. When it was locked up, they didn't sort of wilt. They went again and got another one. So, yeah, well done, Manly. They're going to have to bring the energy again in this second half. I'm sure Maitland are over there coming up with some plans of their own.
Here we go, boys. Hey, use that ball, hey. We're in front. All right, okay, we just put the pedal down, boys. Okay, here we go. You know the rules? You know the game plan? All right, okay. I've got one more half, okay? We're going to keep playing like that. It's like a fucking shot. You don't take it. It's like a shot, okay? But, the only thing that's going to play is when we are going to okay? So, first touch, 2 minutes on that. That second touch, they're far, whatever, potato box starts, right? No one goes towards their box, sort of.
And some nice footage coming through there.
Yeah, I hope you're getting a little bit of the audio. It's great to have them so close. But
I feel like I'm in the. You're in the huddle, aren't you? You're in the huddle there.
It's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that. You don't normally get those angles. Normally you're either in the huddle or you're on the sideline. We've got a nice elevated view there for everyone back at home. And this half-time, it's almost a shame we don't get to have them tomorrow. We've got the half-time because of the weather rule, but it enables the team to take a bit of a deep breath, reset, and sometimes we see a very different second half.
Yeah, and a good message from the coaching staff. They were really happy with the first half. They really want them to use that confidence, keep playing well with the ball as they are, and keep testing out Maitland. So Maitland with first use in this second half. They really needed halftime, didn't they? Just to sort of get a reset on the game. And I tell you what, they will be very appreciative of halftime because they've come out and Jacob McDermott has locked us up at 2-2.
I think they would have loved that half time there. And do you think it's time for me to stop the commentator's curse and stop saying I think Maitland's going to win? Because every time I say that, I merely grow a leg. So I might have to back off that. But yeah, Maitland definitely would have liked the half time and a crisp play with a runner out the back there to start the second half.
Are you prepared to say, Jace, whoever loses this, their hopes of making the semis are pretty much gone because of the quality of Central Coast, Northern Beaches, who we're saying are going to be the top two. So you're really fighting it out, the other 7 teams, for 2 spots at the bottom of those semi-finals. So that's how crucial this match is, I feel. Are you prepared to go out and say that?
Yeah, there's a lot of... we'll just wait and see what they conjure up here. The wingers, free if you can get it there. Yeah, I actually think to probably expand a bit on it, Ben, it's also the way they're playing and, you know, whether they have that finals-type footy approach in their tactics. And I think we mentioned before that we're looking for one of these teams to step up. So I think if the loser of this... more, you know, probably got a big hill to climb to get back into it, but the winner definitely sets himself up.
Walsh going low, touch has been made, and that's the thing, the winner of this has obviously stepped up in a big moment, so that's going to be huge for them going forward. Walsh again moves the call from the Manly bench, attempted switch from the flick pass, but never really got going, so touch past the call. Maitland with a chance to reset and roll here.
Yeah, I think you mentioned before we were talking about this, you know, Renegades and Central Coast, Newcastle, very strong division. Top 4 get through to the semis. So this game very pinnacle.
Oh, that's a tough attempted catch. Carlson just come onto the field. Tranter goes through. He has got Carlson. He is looking for space. Oh, it's put down. Toby McDonald. Bailey Tranter and Harry Carlson, they just make things happen for Maitland. They just look like they go to another level with those two on the field.
I think that's the 3rd time they've gone
Pressure.
in there without a result, Ben, so that might be weighing on their mind a little bit, like 2-2 on the score, but 3 times in the in goal for Tranter. They're going to need to get better. They need those to be converted to tries.
This is a good little second win here in the second half for Maitland. And they have earned themselves a penalty. Off the mark, the call. They were just compressing the space and squeezing Manly there.
Yeah, one of the things, I know he's not on the field now, but one of the tips I'd probably give to Maitland is when Tranter does go through, it's almost like a default that he's going to run to the corner and try and find someone. And I think often the hole is right behind him, like exactly where he crosses the line. If a runner can tuck in that hole, that's where the try is going to be.
Curry, what a pass, and what a hole run from Maitland. Charlie Hostler hammered into the hole, and Maitland all of a sudden lead 3-2.
Yeah, sharp play there for Maitland. It was almost like watching the men's open. That's how crisp and sharp that pass was, and the hole. It was coming in. Hopefully you can get that on your TV screens. He come firing back at the 45, which will be down the bottom, almost scoring in the middle of the field as a left link. That's how tight that line was. So
it was a spicy pass from Curry, wasn't it?
It was sharp. It was like a rocket. It was a bullet pass. Great take. They're hard to take them.
He's impressed as well. Dylan Curry scored in this game. He sets up that try. Manly, over to you now. Masters. So now is the test, isn't it, Jace? Because Manly were tested against Mudgee in the last game. They were able to overcome that. They're behind now against Maitland, who you would argue maybe a little bit more of a level up than what they faced in that previous game. So, of course, they haven't faced off yet. But you'd probably argue that. And here's a mistake from Maitland, put down by Cox.
Yeah, just a few mistakes there. Yeah, it's pressure. Just a few mistakes there from Maitland. And then, as I mentioned, those 3 times in the in goal. These are, you know, very high performance teams. Like, you need to take your opportunities, and that's why the game's close. I think 3-2 instead of Maitland being out by a few. And I'm almost waiting for this next big Manly wave of energy. They come in spurts here.
Well, Manly led 1-0 and 2-1 in this game. Maitland pegged them back both times. Now they have the lead, the Redbacks. They've been relentless in this game. Truman, and the touch has been made. The cry from Manly was that he was offside, but no, it was the call from the referee. He was caught, the dummy half. Feels to me, Chase, penalty here to Maitland. Maitland have been very even throughout the game. They've just been fairly relentless. Manly have been a bit of a roller coaster. Is that fair to say in terms of the energy?
No, 100%. That's one of the things that I'd sort of picked up on a bit early, which is why I thought Maitland were going to finish on the top of them. I felt like Maitland were a little bit more methodical and a little bit more direct down the field and dumping for Tranter and that. So, but Manly definitely, they can still play that way, but they've got their work cut out for them if they're going to go up and down against all the teams.
Tranter stepping. Carlson, he bats it on. Well, could he have taken on the line there, Harry Carlson? Was there enough space?
Yeah, he might have been. Like for Maitland, if I'm in the Maitland box now, I just want to charge down the middle of the field. Roll in, dump, scoop. For Tranter, I think it was. That's what's working. That's how they need to play. Manly on the other side, they've got this emotion going up and down. They've got to try and steady that a little bit, to your point about, them being a bit of an emotional type team. So, they both got some things to work on, and they could be even better.
Walsh. And the pass has been intercepted by Maitland. Is there anyone quick enough in a Seagulls jumper? He looks like he's on the treadmill here. And he's charging away as Weller, and he's been caught.
What a chase.
Xavier Walsh, it was brilliant. Maitland have got the numbers. And they go the short side. Well, Manly are celebrating like they've won the game. That's how crucial they feel that moment was. But they are getting another 6 here, the Redbacks. Tranter and Carlson. Tranter goes low. Tranter has been touched.
It was close.
Oh, it was tight, wasn't it?
I thought Manly were on the rack there. They still are on the rack. They've got to hold on. If they're going to be a chance in this one, they've got to hold them out for one more play.
Carlson, they got space to the left. Tranter goes long. Was the touch made? Yes, it was. Great defence on the wing again from Manly. You just can feel the atmosphere around this set. Oh, that's a big mistake from Tranter. Yet you feel the atmosphere around this set, and this period of the game is so crucial. Manly down 3-2.
And this is where, when Manly's emotional as they swing up and down, you've got to try and balance it. So, I mean, you might be thinking, well, what is that? What we're talking about, it's like not making these small errors, running at 90% when you need to, not, going 100% or nothing. Like trying to steady it out a bit and try and control the emotions a bit. They're going to have to hold them out here. I think Redbacks are looking good to maybe get one here and maybe take the match. So big set. Let's see if Manly can prove me wrong. They have. Here we go.
This little period of the game, it's where it hangs on a knife's edge. It's where whether you make the semis or not could come down to this period. Two sides fighting it out for a spot in the top 4 of this 9-team competition in the 18 boys. Torrance straight up through the middle. Mayhew getting in there at dummy half. They just slow things down here, calm things down. Torrance there, popping it up. Walsh dives low.
That's down.
It is. It's 3-all. Manly respond as Maitland has before. And once again, this match is back on an even keel.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I keep writing Manly off. They keep coming back. I love it. They don't want to go away, Ben. They don't care what Maitland do. They don't care what I say. This Manly team's here to play this weekend.
Well, we're inside the dying embers here. Maitland have a key set, though. Oh, little bobble there. Referee says it was all good. Maybe a defender, just a little boot in there. Through the arms of Brown. This is Brown stepping. Couldn't evade the Manly defence from McMillan. Cox taking it down. Brown. Cox. Cut out pass. Maitland. Are they over? Was the pass all clear? They're going to check this. And it's not going to be a try. It's going to be a penalty.
So it might have been offside, but no try because of the forward pass, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ben.
No, that's fine, Jace. No, you're right. Yep, forward pass. So Maitland get another set here. Diving low. Does he get there? He went low, did Weller. Touch was made. This is sort of competition at stake here, this kind of defensive set. Weller inside. Cox, cut out pass. And he's put it down. Ashley Clark on the wing. Referee, though, They are going to call it back for a forward pass.
Yeah, a lot of noise from the box. They're definitely an energy team, Manly, aren't they? They really want to ride that wave. So really, really great set there. I thought Redbacks were a very big chance to score, but this Manly team, they're resilient. There's plenty of talk. They're bringing their energy to their footy, and it's great to see.
Yeah, they are abuzz with energy at the moment, Manly, after getting it back to 3-3. Just get a moment just to get our breaths here.
Off the mark.
Masters. Well, this will probably have to be the last set or close to it of the game. Our clock has gone dead, but it is so close. The difference between winning and drawing, it comes down to this final play. The Hooters gone. They have to find something here. Brown for the corner. He's run over the sideline, Ashley Clark, and it finishes a 3-3 draw. Well, what a cracking conclusion to that round 3 match. So Maitland and Manly end all split up.
That siren concludes the 4 p.m. time.
That's where the points are going to go, split between both of these two sides.
At 4:30 in just under 5
And
minutes.
we are going to take a bit of a break very soon. We're actually going to get some reaction with Jason Stanton. So we are going to take a break, and then on the other side, Jason Stanton's going to get some reaction with the Manly boys.
Jason Stanton here, sideline with Aidan, the Manly coach. 3-3 draw. How did you feel about that one?
It's actually pretty good, we came in with a different game plan than the other games, we knew Maitland were going to be a tough team, and in the end, we executed, and the draw, we're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the Manly team. I was in the commentary box. I kept writing you off. I kept saying Maitland's too good. They kept getting the in goal, but you just kept hanging in there. A very resilient team. Lots of energy in the group.
It's all positive energy, the coach Joel and myself, the whole point of the campaign was positive energy, have fun out there, and I think it reflected on the boys and the score, I guess, by the looks of it.
No worries, and undefeated of course today. Going to have a really big day tomorrow with 3 or 4 games again. What sort of recovery, what do the boys have to get through tonight to get ready for tomorrow?
Probably just ice bath, the regular foam, all that stuff, and for the parents, cheeky beer, why not?
No worries, always really good watching you play. All the best for tomorrow. Back up to you.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't a Macca, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning, not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, running around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the nearly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so I know.
It's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now, so I used to play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it, so it's good to be here.
I got to ask, What's going on?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls' Opens Bulldogs team, and yeah, it's the only time you'll ever see me in a Bulldogs shirt. But I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for them. But Sharky's through and through.
Welcome back to Dubbo here. We've got the Newcastle Knights taking on the Mudgee Mud Crabs. It's the 18 girls, Pool A, Newcastle. They've had a win, draw and a loss. Mudgee have had a couple of wins and a loss so far today. Final match of the day for both of these two sides. Newcastle had a big win over Hornsby in their last game, 7-2. So looking to continue the momentum. Mudgee a tight loss, 3-2 to Maitland, and we're underway here. Final match of the day for both of these two teams. Ben Homer alongside Adam Collins in commentary. Adam, really important game for these two sides as we end day one.
You want to close day one on a high, and as you said, they're both pretty evenly matched teams here. The girls from Mudgee will be on a high with those couple of wins under their belt, and they'll be looking to close out day one. But Newcastle here with the first opportunity. Let's see what they can do on the final touch. Good defence.
That's the end of the first set of this one. So really important, especially for both sides. But Newcastle, the fact that they've only had the one win so far, they have had that other draw with Dubbo. But Mudgee had a win over Dubbo. So that really heightens the importance for Newcastle in this one. So you expect this to be tight based on 3-2 victory that Mudgee had over Dubbo. Newcastle had a 2-2 draw with them. So expect this could go right down to the wire.
Little off the left foot there.
Good touch on the line.
There's a big touch to close out the set. They were asking some questions there, the Mud Crabs, but the fence was right up to the task. A diving touch on the last one to shut it down, then a penalty. So they'll roll off their own line.
Looking to use some width and maybe make some changes as well as Power dumped and went off the field. Bouldery as well is...
Show and go. I thought she was away there, as did she, but the referee said the touch was called and sends it back to close enough to the 10-metre line. So they'll have to get up over the halfway here if they can. That'll slow them right down. Good defensive pressure from the Mud Crabs, but she gets away. That's good footwork.
Almost for a moment you thought there was potentially an intercept. Just snuck up unbeknownst to the Newcastle attack. So here's Mudgee ball.
Yeah, that play there where there was no half in position, that's a coach killer. It's all about the timing. They did well to get off their line, but then it just breaks down in that one play.
Mudgee's chance to come over the sideline. Oh, it was a bit suspect, wasn't it?
Right in front of us. It had to be dead in line with me, and I'm going to call it forward, but the referee said play on, and that's where we're at in the game.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. O'Brien playing it to Marshall, and O'Brien diving for the line. So some good scrambling goal line defence to begin this one.
Yeah, the Newcastle Knights, they've done that a couple of times. They've shut down a couple of opportunities from the Mud Crabs. So, as you said, that intensity, last game of the day, they know they don't need to leave anything out there, so they're going to throw everything they've got at this Mud Crab outfit.
Newcastle off to the short side they go. Doherty there. Now popped up to Macy Cox. Now they look to explore out wide through Skennon. And now with Figalo on the final play. So Mudgee with possession now, and a really even start to this game from both sides. No side able to crack each other thus far.
It has been end-to-end, as you said, Ben, a real even matchup so far. And that form line you talked about, it just shows how close these two teams are. As Mudgee get a good roll on here, up over the halfway line with a couple of touches left.
Rawlinson.
This be the last touch.
Marshall. Back now to Rawlinson.
There's an opening for
and
her.
There
yeah,
is the opening try here for Mudgee. It looks as though it was Marshall who got the ball down eventually. And Mudgee get the opener here against the Knights.
Marshall did really well there. She handled the ball early in that set and then tucked herself into a position to be valuable a couple of phases away. And she found herself in space. It was a really nice dish off from half. Brought that defender right up off the line, as you can see there. There she was, perfectly positioned, and the ball to the ground quickly. So a great try to the Mud Crabs. So it'll be Newcastle to tap off. They roll up to the halfway line.
Turnbull playing it to Bouldery, and now with Nikas back to Bouldery.
Nikas at half. This is too slow for me. They're really not, punching into that defensive line. Now there's a change of pace.
Well, Bouldery has just found a gap and gone straight through, and it is called the final touch. So
Macy Cox came in hard off the line to shut that one down. But it was, again, that acceleration, that change of pace that asked the questions of the defence.
Nikas, short side is the exploration from Newcastle, but Thomas is caught. So last play, and that will do that set for Newcastle in response. But do look a little fatigued, don't they, to start this one, the Knights?
But look at the intensity here from Mudgee as they roll forward at pace. This box set that they're looking for. This is where it matters now. These attackers, that sweep on into attacking positions. They move the ball to the left. They've got an overlap already.
And that pass, little suspect, but allowed to go by the officials. So final play now for the Mud Crabs.
A dummy off the right foot.
Good footwork, wasn't it, from Rawlinson?
He really turned herself around
and
there.
Kept it moving, and they've got a try out of absolutely nothing here. O'Brien scores. And Newcastle, there's some concerns here for the Knights. Mudgee have been excellent to start this game, but Newcastle look quite lethargic. Are you feeling that, Adam?
Absolutely, but in both attack and defence, the intensity is completely different between the two teams. And as I was saying earlier, those sets where Newcastle are just happy to walk the ball forward almost. They're not really putting any pressure on the Mud Crab defence. And then turn it around, you see the speed that the Mud Crabs came off their line with, and that set them up beautifully for that try.
Turnbull driving forward. Cox.
If you can hear me, please go to the Manly
and now
team.
Power down for
Loan,
Cox.
please go to the Manly
to
team.
Power. They're sort of playing in a manner that you'd expect for a side that might be up 2 or 3-0, just trying to take the sting out of the game. But they're behind 2-0, Newcastle, and just lacking a bit of that extra speed and acceleration. Cox, was the touch made? It was called, and that's the decision from the referee.
And another nice touch to close that set out. And they'll look to come to the box again. So this is their heads-up play on the transition. They work hard to the box. There's 2 touches. They'll make the halfway line on their third. Little ball back inside. That's worked for them in the past. And then a hard touch, so they'll get a penalty here, 5 metres inside their own, or inside the attacking half.
Popped up now to Walker. Walker driving forward. Marshall there, and now Madison O'Brien.
That's the try scorer. She's put herself into another nice position.
And again, some good footwork on the line from Rachel Marshall. And she scored. You're joking, Adam. You are kidding. I thought for all intents and purposes she was just going back there to play the ball, and somehow she's little 2-foot shimmy. It was almost like a ballet move, and 3-0 to the Mud Crabs. That's concerning defence, isn't it?
We'll see the replay here, Ben. And as you said, I think the player may have been called offside.
Yep. But that's just a bit lazy, isn't it, from a Newcastle perspective?
I think they'll be looking forward to this halftime break where the coach can just possibly give them a bit of a rev up.
You've got to give credit to Mudgee for the way they've started this game, but I also feel like there's a level of, as we've touched on, Newcastle just not really showing up to start this game as well. It's a little bit of both. Newcastle off they go to the short side, and that will be a touch pass.
They look a young side too, Newcastle, I have to say, and I think that's showing in a little bit of the lack of experience. Could be, that'd be what I'd be sort of looking for. It'd be interesting to know the age groups of this, within this team. I know it's under 18s, but they could be right at that bottom of the age group and just lack that experience at this level.
That's the thing, looking at results, I know it's always hard to judge, but 7-2 they beat Hornsby. Mudgee beat Hornsby 5-1. And Newcastle 2-2 draw with Dubbo. Mudgee beat them 3-2. So that tells you the story that you'd expect this game to be extremely even. But 3-0 to Mudgee.
That's the thing they say, you know. It's a tight game on paper, but we don't play it on paper.
Yeah, exactly. And the way it's matched up on the grass, which is the only place it matters, is Mudgee leading 3-0 well before half-time.
So even here, this change, this is a much better change from them. They're actually rolling forward now, punching a little bit harder into the line.
Nikas out of dummy half. This is the best set from Newcastle in this match so far.
Without question.
They need more of it, don't they?
Sure.
They need more of it.
You know, the way the games are being played today, 11.5-minute halves, the heat out here has been quite oppressive, and the girls, they'll be looking forward to the half-time break. But it's only a 2-minute break, but I think that'll be enough to recharge their batteries.
Mudgee getting a roll on. O'Brien dropping it down for Walker. And this is Matty O'Brien.
And a penalty. I'm not sure what that was offside.
Not back
but
to 10, yeah.
For mine, that's a tough penalty. But it doesn't matter what I call up here. It's the men and women in the cerise shirts out there that are making the calls.
Yeah, maybe they're just sensing a little bit of Newcastle laziness, not getting back in line with the referee. You get the feeling that they may sense that during this game.
Yeah, can the Mud Crabs get another one here? No, just that short pass didn't quite work for them on that occasion. It was number 23, Hallie O'Brien it was, that held up on a run. She didn't really take the line on, and the short ball was out in front of her and she put it down. But they'll get some more opportunities. Again, this is much better from Newcastle. They're rolling forward here. That tight subset play, now they're spreading out into attacking positions. This is 2 touches remaining. Half goes. This is good for them.
Cox popping it over the top for Turnbull. Cox, who you feel is one of their key players.
Last touch now, 7 out.
Here she is. Macy Cox goes to the line, puts the ball down. Referee says that it's a penalty.
Last touch penalty.
That
7 metres out.
That's big for Newcastle. Cox just trying to really show some urgency here.
As you said, I think she's the dominant player out there. She's pointing around, trying to get the chess pieces into the position she wants them. It's a little juggle and
goes
over.
To the line, and referee says...
The referee calls a touch. He tucked back into that position to call it, didn't he? But then looking to the sideline.
He thought about awarding the try and then said, no, I'm going to go with a touch. Cox, final play of the half. Newcastle would love a try here. They're not going to get one, though.
There'll be a penalty here, forward pass. That last pass was ruled forward by the sideline official. And they're the third team out there too. We talk about the 2 teams taking each other on, but the third team of the referees working in conjunction with each other. And that penalty was called by the sideline official.
Another penalty here.
So this 2-minute half-time break we were talking about is withering away ever so quickly as these penalties are taken.
So that will be the end of this first half. So Newcastle and Mudgee, a battle between 2 sides who really need to finish off the day well after what's been an up-and-down day. Mudgee, though, are staring down 3 wins out of 4 matches today, which is huge for them. They lead 3-0 at half-time.
So a very quick half-time break here, and then we'll see 11.5 minutes of touch footy to determine how they end day 1. Just the energy in the boxes. The coaches here right in front of us from Mudgee. The girls are intent and listening. And we look across to the far side. I just think the energy levels are quite different.
Yeah, Mudgee got to be really happy with things at the moment. I'll just have a little glance here, Adam. I'll just give a little bit of an indication as to where the ladder's sitting in this pool. So this is Pool A of the under-18 girls competition. So these sides, Manly after 3 rounds, 3 from 3. Mudgee sitting second, Maitland third, Newcastle fourth. So Mudgee win this one. They'll also go to 12 points. Maitland haven't played Newcastle. That's going to be a crucial game, which is coming up tomorrow. Hornsby, of course, have played Newcastle. So
I'll just have a look here, Ben. Mudgee back on the field, ready to go. The Hooters already sounded in the background, and the Newcastle girls are just making their way onto the field.
And they're behind 3-0. Yeah, I think that tells the story, Adam, doesn't it? It just hasn't looked like they've had the energy that you would have liked, the intensity that they would have liked at the back end of the day. You just feel like the heat may have taken its toll, but both sides have to deal with that.
Clutchy, a little clutch pick up there. It was a lazy pass off the tap-off. And it was Shauna Rawlinson who had to throw herself to catch that one.
And
they
popped
straight
up
at the
to
line.
Dowdy, who's diving low. Penalty goes against Newcastle.
See the hands of the defender go up in the air there. She'd set herself probably, half a metre behind the line, and the dive was right at her feet. So she did well to get down to that one. The referee blew the penalty for the offside. And we have
that
another
should
dive
be...
over. Touch made, player coming in from Newcastle City. Jessica Power it was that shut that one down from the link position.
You thought Rawlinson was over. Maddie Rawlinson.
Oh, little juggle, but they get away with it there from the half position. Again, slowing it down, pulling the defenders up off the line.
Taking time out of this game. Cut out pass. Touch looked to be made as Marshall looked to go for the line.
Yeah, that pass was a bit of a, Hail Mary. Didn't really need to be thrown there.
Touch made on Rawlinson. So that brings to an end that set from Mudgee. Fourth try really makes things, turns from a hill into a mountain for Newcastle. 3 tries, they turned it on, they could find their way back into this game, but at the moment it looks as though they just need an injection of energy. So someone go and give them some energy drink or something.
So this is an important set here. This is much better on the transition. They're rolling up over the halfway line well. Now they have some space out left. There's numbers there, but they're punching it into the line. This is better.
Cox looking for the inside pass, and down it goes there from Kira Priestley.
That was a much better set of 6 there. They rolled right down the field, and they asked a couple of questions. They were turned away right at the last one, but a much better set for Newcastle.
So Mudgee just going up the field here through Rawlinson, who's going down the short side. Crops, and now Walker. Crops popping it up to Marshall, who's finding O'Brien. And they're scooping and going here. Play on is the call. This should be a try. Well, they just can't find someone. There were players presenting. And in the end, it was O'Brien just couldn't find a teammate. There were almost too many options. (3-0) the lead here for Mudgee against Newcastle in this one.
We've just had some scoreboard issues here on site that we had to correct.
They've all been sorted, which is great. It's great to have the scoreboard back operating, you can see. And flung over the top by Forbes Abercrombie, and it hit the deck. So Mudgee get possession.
Slow transition here. Need to have people in positions. Again, they really love this box set where they drive to the sideline to try. In those situations there, midfield, I'd be taking the ball just hard forward, get the momentum first, and then get the changes. But
here they go now with a bit of momentum through O'Brien. She's taking it through, and the touch made by Skenham.
Numbers here now.
O'Brien again.
So 26 is
on
offside
the inside there. And Rawlinson is caught, and as you said, Adam, penalty for offside against Newcastle.
Kalani Forbes Abercrombie it was just caught in no man's land. She was working her way back in, but Mudgee exploited that hole and they went through it, and then unfortunately she became involved in the play from an offside position, and the referee had no choice but to blow a penalty. But that ball over the top really didn't need to be thrown there, and they've just released the pressure valve.
Well, Newcastle, if they're going to start their route to pull off some kind of a miraculous turnaround, they have to start very, very soon.
Nobody in half again, and she has to play the ball. Good pressure from the Mudcrab defence.
Well, this is going to be Mudgee ball. Is that for delaying the play of the ball? No touch passes the ball.
They deemed that she had to play the ball. There was no half in position, but she had to play it. By the time the defender came forward, she made a touch at the split second that the acting half passed the ball, and that was good enough for a late pass.
Do you sense if they waited any longer? And that was a little bit of a mistake with the interchanges for Newcastle. So Mudgee. Can they try and kill this game off with a fourth try? Diving low, goes Rawlinson. Referee is happy. Or is he?
Yeah. Referee on the sideline just getting involved here.
Oh, hang on a second.
Yeah, he's giving you all clear.
So it is 4. It is 4 for Mudgee. Rawlinson, Maddie Rawlinson, that was getting over, putting this one beyond doubt.
She's been impressive, Rawlinson, right throughout the game. And that transition from receiving the ball off the acting half, the nice pass straight off the deck, put her in perfect position to dive and get the ball down quickly. But again, it was that change of pace around the ruck area that brought that defence undone then.
Newcastle through Doherty. To Doherty, that's Naomi to Jessica down the right, and Eve Thomas takes the touch.
Bit of
Cox
bit of
and
confusion in the
Nickus.
defensive line there. We strike a lightning. Storms are coming in.
Well, let's hope we can get through the remaining matches. We've got through most of the day. Nickas with the dump and split, dives low, does El Nickus, and hand goes up. Good desperation on their own goal line from Mudgee. Nickus to the short side, and that is the end of that set.
Yeah, El Nickus has worked hard too. She's done some good things for the Newcastle lineup. So it wouldn't surprise me to see her have another crack if she gets the opportunity. This is better defence now. They need to get up in their faces again. Just shut this subset down if they can. It's better. On the halfway line now, just had a drop of rain hit the back of my neck as well. Ben, we might be in trouble here.
O'Brien to O'Brien. This is Maddie to Hallie. I should say Hallie to Maddie, and Maddie's playing it. Maddie in 24.
Onto the 7 metres. This will be a strike dump.
And
back
going
inside.
back to O'Brien and diving low. Penalty, Newcastle.
Nice shutdown from Naomi Doherty again, collapsing in from the outside, the link position. She had to do it. She shut it down nicely, but the referee called those middle players offside.
Newcastle giving away another penalty on their own goal line. So Mudgee to try and make it 5. Was space out on that wing, but Godfrey was just
second defensive penalty in a row here too on the 7 metre line. So they're in that territory now where if they give another one away, they'll have a player sat out of the defensive lineup.
The two O'Briens linking up. And Maddie
Good
O'Brien
space.
looking to dive over. Touch made by Doherty.
Jessica Doherty it was that time, coming in from the link position, shutting it down. Perfectly timed, I have to say there.
Mudgee don't mind this, having to bring it out. Takes a little bit more time out of the game. And mistake made, but at least for Mudgee, Newcastle are on their own 7, basically. They've got to come all the way down the other end of the field.
So just in defence there, Nick has come up off the line hard and forced that error. She put the pressure on the attacking team and forced an error by making them throw that pass they really didn't want to throw. And on the back of it, they've rolled up over halfway beautifully, and now they're in enemy attacking territory.
Priestley.
Last touch coming.
Putting it down here for the
Short
run of
ball's
Skenham,
nice.
and Power puts it down.
Power did a really nice line run there. She was just a straight hole that she was looking for, but unfortunately, the pass wasn't quite on the money and she put it down. But that was a much better set for Newcastle.
And a knock on from Mudgee. So Newcastle will get
Look
a
at the
chance
space
here.
if they can move the ball out left here quickly.
But this is just wasting the time,
It
isn't
is.
it? It's taking up the time. Newcastle couldn't get it there.
You might hear the winds picked up here. We're commentating. out in the
Skenham
open.
goes low. Didn't reach out, though, so that really prevented the chance for her to get there before the touch. Reduced sort of the range of her dive. So Newcastle go to the left. Skenham with the pass just behind Figalo, who put it down.
Yeah, didn't have control there. Effectively, the touch knocked the ball out, but she never had control of that possession, and the referee ruled ball away. But I go back to something I said earlier, that lack of experience in those situations. You can just see almost the girls trying to think about what they need to do next. Whereas Mudgee, when they're presented with those opportunities, they just switch on and go straight into a set play.
Dowdy caught us dummy half. She almost threatened to burst out the other side. Yeah, there is a little bit of rain certainly coming from the heavens. It's not massive, it's just sort of feels like it's big drops at the moment.
The wind's picked up, starting to howl through our commentary position, so apologies if you hear that picked up in the mics.
Yeah, there is a little bit of rain on the radar, but I'm not too concerned about a thunderstorm or anything like that. Newcastle on the final play. Macy Cox, who is one of their experienced players, goes through.
Beautiful touch across in cover from Maddie Rawlinson. So she's been busy in attack and defence, Rawlinson.
So final minutes here of the penultimate fixtures here. We've got one time slot to come here in the Junior State Cup Day 1.
Matty O'Brien
the
with the
Northern
ball.
Conference as O'Brien takes it forward, puts the ball
Trouble
on the
here.
ground. Can they bring up the 5 for this match? It was Phoebe Copps going for the corner, but the touch was made.
Touch was affected just as she was putting the ball down, so a nice defensive read there by the young winger from Newcastle.
And that, well, there's an example of what's been the problem for Newcastle. Just haven't quite been at the races here today.
The lack of communication around the ruck there. The player was looking to get off the field. She wasn't paying any attention to the roll ball. And unfortunately, the acting half saw the player coming around and popped the ball up.
And a simple win in the end for Mudgee. So what a first day here in the 18s girls Pool A. Mudgee have set themselves up beautifully to go through to the finals. 3 wins from their 4 matches. So, at the end of that one, 4-0 Mudgee beat Newcastle. The final match coming up next. We'll be back after this short break with the 18s boys, Maitland and the Central Coast.
Looking forward to that one.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Welcome back to Dubbo. It is the final match of the day here on the stadium field. Final match around the grounds as well. And we have got the 18s boys, and it is the Maitland Redbacks taking on the Central Coast Dolphins. Now, I think this is the pool of death, the competition of death, Adam. That's what I'm going to call it, because you got 9 teams, you got 4 spots in the semi-finals. I like it because you need to be good enough to make the finals. In some comps, you can make it and you can win less than half your games. In this comp, you don't win enough matches, you're not making it through to the finals. So Maitland certainly have had a decent day, couple of draws, a win against Taree, undefeated, but they're taking on the Central Coast, who have had a 7-4 win over Northern Beaches, a 7-2 win over Singleton, 7-1 over Mudgee. So they are getting better and better as the day goes on. Maybe they played the toughest match first against Northern Beaches. So this is going to be a big test for Maitland.
A few weeks ago, they probably played each other again in the Pete Wilson knockout down in Nelson's Bay. Two, geographically close regions, and they'll certainly know a little bit about each other, combining to represent in the Hunter Western Hornets at the national level. So plenty of opportunity to get one over your mate in games like this as well. And both teams coached by families that have been involved in the Walkendens and the Taylors in our sport for a long time.
So here we go, underway, and we had Mitch on the mic a little bit earlier, which was great. Tom Taylor, the coach of Maitland, and it's Central Coast with possession straight off the bat. Can they get the opening try? The winger is free. That is the start the Central Coast were after. Dylan Kesby scores in the corner, and the Dolphins lead 1-0.
Yeah, but it was all about that lead-up play, the fast footwork of the man that broke through the line. He just tiptoed across, got away from a despairing defender who dived to make the touch, but he was good enough to get through. We'll see the replay here. That strike dump, and he went through the line, timed it beautifully, and then found the winger out wide. But Maitland straight on the attack.
Carlson, Tranter, hole opened up there. Toby Brown couldn't keep the pass.
It was a nice pass too. He hit the line perfectly, did everything he needed to do, but the defence was up to it. And unfortunately for the Redbacks, the ball goes to ground.
So Central Coast had that, you'd probably say, an easier match, 7-1 over Mudgee. Maitland, really tough match against Manly in that 3-3 draw. So how are the legs? They look a little tired at the moment. The Central Coast are ripping them apart down there left, Central Coast right. So Maitland just have to get themselves in the game here as they look to roll up the middle.
That was a nice punchy play there, but he overstepped the mark and then the momentum was taken away from them. So they just need to control that a little bit better, but they're certainly not laying down in this one. A penalty on the halfway line, forward pass, I believe. They're going to take it over for substitution infringement. So 7 on was the call.
Referees have been really tight on that today, making sure that sides are doing their substitutions, the interchange correctly.
The speed these boys play the game at, the referees have to work with each other to make those calls, and that sideline official was right there.
Left they go, put down there by Truscott Jones. Maitland now in possession. So down by a try to nil at the moment. Early stages of this final match of the day. 18s boys, as I mentioned, all in one pool.
Another penalty on the changeover. That was the third touch. They hadn't made the halfway yet, and they give away a no touch was the call there.
You can't afford those kind of mistakes at the best of times, but especially coming up against the undefeated side, the heavyweights of this competition in the Central Coast Dolphins, who stamped their authority on this competition with a big win over Northern Beaches, 7-4 in the opening game. Riley Post. And now with Hunt. Dixon returns it to Hunt. Dixon there at dummy half. Hunt, hole through the middle. Touch was made on Dransfield. Can they get their roll on here, Maitland? Haven't been able to in the last couple of sets because they've mucked it up sort of around this area of the field. Interchange infringement and then a no touch the set before that. Can they get through this one?
Last touch here.
The Redbacks.
Couple more.
Getting close to the end of the set. Carlson driving forward. Tranter. There's space here for Tranter. Does he have a teammate? Touch was made It was brilliantly made by Jake Dixon.
Yeah, Bailey Tranter, you know, he's got plenty of experience for his age group, represented the combined Catholic colleges, but he's also just been picked in the emerging blue squad. So, yeah, some good experience recently, and that's been recognised.
Russell onto Walsh, and down it goes. Carlson. So Maitland only behind by 1-0. They've created chances. I'll be happy with what they're creating. Toby McDonald. And down it goes now from the Redbacks.
Another unforced error, you have to say there.
Central Coast going to make some changes.
Yeah, they really worked hard. That was a completely lateral movement to get their interchange players onto the field.
Hunt. Putting it on the turf for Walkerton. This is Oscar Walkerton. And Hunt out of dummy half. Dixon kept it moving. Walkerton and the try scorer Kesby caught in the corner. That's what Mitch Walkerton was talking about on commentary a little bit earlier, is when there is nothing doing, taking it down into the corner.
Drop the ball as far away from the opposition sub-box as you can.
I'll get a penalty here, Maitland, not being back to 10, Central Coast.
So this is the best opportunity they've had in transition. This penalty is telling them to take it back a metre or so. Or actually, looks more about 3 metres. The defence remains on the halfway line.
Camborne.
And then another error. Square. Second touch of a penalty set. That's the best opportunity they've had, and they give away another unforced error. At that speed, there's no reason that you shouldn't be square in that roll ball.
It's really hurting them at the moment. Jesse Walker with that previous run. He's got the ball back in his hands again from post. Walker through the middle. Inside pass, post.
A big touch
has been made.
Number 16, Xavier Stewart it was, comes across in cover.
Walker, he's going to go himself. He's gone all the way through, and there is the try for Kesby. He has got a double. Jesse Walker sets it up with some fleet-footed skill.
This should show here on the replay. I talked about that unforced error that was made over the halfway line, and then on the end of that, Central Coast score another try, and it's all about commitment. The player on the inside just never went with him when he changed pace. It looks to me like it's more attitude than it is about the skill.
So Maitland with the ball in attack. Carlson. And Tranter, cut out pass, did allow time for the defence to get across to make the touch on Weller. Campbell there at dummy half, ripped right by McDonald,
nice
who continues the run. Attempted a little flick around the corner, hits the turf.
Last touch play was nicely executed, just didn't get the result they were looking for.
So 2-try lead here, mentally challenging now, but this will help Maitland. Off the mark.
And that's the issue with that hard drive to the sub-box. Sometimes you can mistime it, and that's exactly what happened then. You've got to control that momentum.
Tranter and Carlson. If there's anyone that can conjure something up, it's those two. Carlson diving for the line and getting there for Maitland's first try. And you just know their avenue to the try line so often comes via those two in the middle.
That's a huge call there in defence too, the Central Coast. The referee was looking to award that touch. But the young fella from the Central Coast, he knew exactly that he'd missed him. He turned around and he said to the referee clearly, "I didn't make it, sir." And huge shout out to Jake Dixon it is. You can see it. He timed it perfectly but just didn't get the contact. I thought he dived a bit high for mine, and I thought that gave the defender time, but the no touch call was excellent from young Dixon.
Could they try and hit back here? Central Coast straight away.
A penalty.
And it's a penalty.
Yeah, against the attack for a forward pass from the ruck. So
Maitland behind 2-1. You sense that key point in the game where it was 2-0. Central Coast got a third. All of a sudden, it would have been mentally tough for Maitland to turn things around, but they've got it back to 2-1. Camborne taking it forward off the mark.
No, that was another not square in the roll.
Not square, sorry. You just think to yourself, Adam, if Maitland cut out these unforced errors, it could be a different game.
I think that's the fourth not square roll ball turnover we've seen in this game against Maitland. And again, it goes back to the attitude as opposed to the skill.
Russell. Dixon there at dummy half. Linking back up with Russell. Walker just sitting there. He's trying to find a way through here. Walker rips a ripping pass left to right to Russell, who scores and makes it 3-1 to the Central Coast.
That little interchange in the middle created that gap. And unfortunately for Maitland, the number 16, he just turned his body slightly in Xavier Stewart. He didn't realise that the player had dropped to his outside shoulder and put himself into a perfect position to score that one. It's a subtle movement from the defender, but it's all the attacking team needs.
Jesse Walker just saw it out of the corner of his eye, and that just shows you the quality of him to exploit it as well. Carlson, Tranter, back to Carlson. That time the touch was made by Dixon.
Dixon, yeah, got in and shut that one down and gets his team a penalty.
And knocked on. Maitland with the door swinging open for them. Before half-time, down 3-1.
Important play here.
Tranter dives for the line. The touch has been called. It's a brilliant touch, diving in from post.
And Riley Post, plenty of experience.
Tranter puts it on the deck. Tranter pops it back, batted in the air. Referee's decision is penalty.
To the Redbacks for not rolling, or the defenders rolling back. So that's the first of the penalties for that not coming up off the line correctly.
Carlson diving, did go low, but Central Coast were well up to ensure that it was always going to be difficult.
Post again from the outside middle position, squeezing in hard, shutting it down. The two middles working hard in defence for Central Coast.
Carlson and Tranter in and around the ruck. Tranter to the line. Tranter dives. Referee says that will be a try to Bailey Tranter. So their two most important players have come up big in this first half when they've needed them to. And Maitland just asking a question of the referee there.
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure why, because they did score the try.
He indicated down to the line about, guessing it was the position of the roll ball, but we'll never know. But we do know that Maitland get one on the board.
And now Central Coast have got one last play. Have they found a route through? No, they haven't. Late pass is the call. It was a really strong contact from Camborne there on Rodrigues.
He tried to get the hands around behind the player, and as he did that, there was the slightest contact, and that's all you need.
So this match is on a knife's edge. Maitland have been plucky today, the Redbacks. They are undefeated, 1 win, 2 draws. Tom Taylor's team taking on Mitch Walkerton's Central Coast Dolphins, who are 3 wins from 3 today, Adam. And, well, do not go anywhere, because this final match is shaping up as an intriguing conclusion to a long day of touch footy.
11 and a half minutes. That's the difference here. They're only down by 2 now, and to me, in touch footy, that is the worst score.
1, I think. 3-2.
3-2.
Scoreboard's
3-1 on the board. I was a bit slow on the scoreboard. So 3-1. 3-2. The 1 try difference. If Maitland can get one here early, that really puts pressure on Central Coast to lift again. When you're in front by that, 1 or 2 tries, you can relax a little bit. And in a short game like this, if Maitland score and they're already on the up, Central Coast have to regroup and come back. And that can be a tough ask sometimes. So really, this half-time break with Tom has his players all in a really nice tight circle. I'm looking for a change of attitude from the Redbacks.
Referees, please take the field.
So we are perched right above the halfway line here, just behind the Central Coast sub-box. It was interesting to listen to the coaching staff of the Central Coast just giving instructions.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk there, Adam, about quickies on the line.
And diving at their feet.
Yeah, so if you're not sure what a quickie is, basically you player with the ball dumps and splits, and then you give it back to the player who played the ball, and they dive low. So it's a really quick movement. And
straight off the deck.
Really tests out the ability to react from the defence. So let's keep an eye out for that. Central Coast in this second half, the quickie to test out Maitland's goal line defence, which is what Maitland have been doing really well with Carlson and Tranter. Those two not on the field right now.
Split throw, passive out the back.
Tempted hole run from Xavier Stewart.
They had the passive player sweeping wide and then another one cutting inside him, and they chose to go on that inside line. I think if they had hit the passive runner out the back, there was a nice hole opening up outside the link.
So Maitland gives Central Coast possession out wide. Dixon takes it down. So too does
good wheels
Russell.
Here.
And this is a good run, isn't it, from
Rodriguez.
And Walker. Really good drive this. Great set from the Central
He's
Coast.
over.
They've rolled all the way. Walker, he's on the field. And he's over for the Central Coast. 4-2. They are back in front by 2 tries.
Yeah, beautiful footwork to get across the line. And then Jesse Walker, as you said, he was almost laying there in wait. He was on the deck already.
I'm not saying he got you, I was just saying he almost got you.
And just a little bit of interchange there was the referee saying, I didn't say he got you, I said he nearly got you. Yeah, we saw it there beautifully. Walker quickly to the deck, and that's another one for the Central Coast.
So Maitland get a penalty here. So they really want to try and bridge this gap back to just the 1 try, I should say. 4-2 it is at the moment. Scoreboard does say 4-1, you might see in the background, but it definitely is 4-2, and Maitland would love to make it 4-3, but pass goes down.
Tyler Truscott-Jones just squeezed in beautifully off the wing there, shut that one down, forced the drop ball, and now Central Coast roll forward. It's another big touch from the Redbacks winger.
Dixon, and now Russell on the inside, Rodrigues. A good run this from Rodrigues. Popped up now for Walkerton. Just put the afterburners on. Walker, so dangerous, so dangerous. Jesse Walker, there's another try. He is ripping apart Maitland in this second half. Kobe Rodrigues joins the score sheet, but Adam, you just cannot go past Jesse Walker. He has been exhilarating in the second half.
That explosive acceleration that he demonstrated then, set that up beautifully and found Rodriguez, but I've got to give a massive shout out. You'd see it in the replay. The number 6, the winger, shot infield perfectly and just put the wing defender in 2 minds. He saw his winger slip away. He turned his shoulders to follow him in, and that allowed the try scorer to pop out into that empty hole and score that try out wide. That was beautifully done.
And now Maitland looking to hit back through Carlson, who dove low. Touch was being called. So here we go again for another set. Maitland looking to find something. That's a good dive.
Change of pace.
Referee
Beautiful
saying touch was made there as attempted dive close to the line from Stewart. Carlson, Tranter. It's those two again, Carlson and Tranter. Penalty for Maitland. So here we go again. 6 more.
There's another one of those penalties for retreating outside the 7 metres.
Tranter waiting for them to pounce. Carlson was on the inside. Tranter goes low. Central Coast are answering all the questions.
Nash Russell has pulled off a couple of big touches in these sets here. He gave away the penalty, but he's made some really clutch touches in defence.
Tranter with the cutout pass. Oh, that's brilliant. They just drew the defence in tight. Threw the ball over the top. Jacob McDermott scores. Maitland, well, are we surprised they're not going anywhere? It's 4-3.
Tom Taylor team isn't going to lay down. They're going to throw everything they've got. And unfortunately for Nash Russell, as I was talking about him there, pulling off some big touches, he come up off the line and found himself in no man's land. To retreat, he had to turn his back. And that he went to the short side, and that opened up that long gap on the opposite side, and they were able to get that ball into space.
Walker, since he's such a key for the Central Coast, they have to find a way to shut him down, Maitland, because he's torn them apart in this second half. He's got the ball in his hands here, Jesse Walker. We heard from him earlier today as Rodrigues goes low. Touch has been made.
Big defence from the Redbacks. There's
Walker.
Again, the big
How about
left
the
foot.
step? And intercepted here. Maitland, I don't know if they'll have the pace. And the touch has been made brilliantly by Kesby, who scored 2 tries. He saved one there with a great desperation dive. Toby Brown driving forward. Central Coast player on the deck. Referee saying
an attacking a penalty against the attack
for the contact.
For the contact, yep.
Elbow referee saying.
So yeah, the referee there was judging that the contact was initiated by the attacker.
Oh, and he's been sent for time as well here.
Yep.
Toby Brown. So they're down to 5. Maitland cannot believe it.
In that situation, the referees are judged that it was a deliberate action by the attacking player to unsettle the defenders and take them out of the play.
Well, we'll come back to that in a second, Adam. Did you think there was any malice? I didn't feel like there was too much there, but have to have a look on the replays. But Central Coast, what an opportunity here. 6 on 5, and the touch looked to be made. Desperation to stop Dransfield.
Nash Campbell it was that recovered beautifully to make that touch.
Post popping it up to Dransfield.
They're a man down here.
And that is a big, big call for Maitland.
The not square this time goes against the Dolphins.
So how long until Toby Brown will be allowed back into the game here? After being sent for time down the other end of the field, he kneels forlornly.
Just waiting for the call to get back into the action. Maitland just almost burning a set here, waiting for him to come back. Nothing doing in any of these plays at the moment.
Carlson, sure they couldn't score with 5 on the field. Scoop from Camborne.
Camborne,
it almost opened up. Can they find the overlap with 5 players? Can you believe it? Maitland have locked it up at 4-all. That is incredible.
The amount of times that happens where the team with the numbers actually misread the play, and this is going to be a massive shout out for Nash Campbell here. Have a look at the number 11 for the Maitland Redbacks. He sets that play up in the middle of the field.
And still, referee saying, Maitland, you're still down
Big
to 5.
right foot.
Toby Brown is still in the sin bin at the moment.
Sorry, it was Cohen Camborne was the man I was looking for, number 33. He did a lot of work there for the
Walker
Redbacks.
drops it down, goes short side, spills it. Wow. Wow, what a finish to this game. Maitland have locked us up at 4-all, and still they're down to 5 players. Seconds remaining in this match. This would be a massive result for Maitland, considering they're up against one of the competition heavyweights. Unbeaten Central Coast today. Both of these sides unbeaten, but Central Coast have won all 3 quite convincingly.
Like I talked about at halftime, the change of attitude, the intensity lift from Maitland has been very noticeable.
So still, they're down to 5. The referee not making the call to bring Brown back into the game. And the Central Coast with the opportunity through Rodrigues. And now Walkerton driving forward. Still they continue moving through Hunt.
So the referees have really adjudged that penalty to be.
And Truscott Jones looking for the corner. The touch has been made
we're
down in the corner. So Brown is being called back into the game.
So they're back to 6 on 6 now. But the referee wants to have a chat with him. He's actually calling him.
Hang on a
they're
second,
just getting
mate.
the player on. They're just getting the numbers.
Well, that's
even.
miraculous. They were behind 4-3 when he was sent to the bin. And
they
now it's
scored.
back to 4-4. Maitland won that period when they're down to 5, 1-0.
This is where they've improved this transitional play now, the momentum that they have here with 3 touches remaining.
Could they go on and win it? Camborne scoops it up.
Camborne.
Camborne into the in goal. Can he find it?
He
Teammate,
does.
he can. And Maitland are in front. Nash Campbell, who's saved tries at one end, he's now scored. And the Redbacks are causing quite a stir in this final match of the day. 5-4.
Cohen Camborne has lifted here in the last 5 minutes. That's the second time he's been effective in attack. He's done some great work in defence, and it's on the back of Cohen Camborne that this team is building now. That was a beautiful try.
Well, we didn't expect this, Adam, did we? 5-4 Maitland. Central Coast still with time. to get back on level terms. Seconds remaining here. Walker.
Walker dangerous.
He got his side in front with some magical play. Now he's got to get them back level.
Jake Dransfield there in the middle.
Walker.
There's the ball
cut
over
out
the top.
pass. Maitland have the answers though. And the touch is made on Kesby.
Caden Weller comes up. He has to play the ball here.
Final play. Walker arrives. Flick pass. That was magic, but the touch is made on Kesby, chasing a hat-trick.
The ball actually came out forward then, so a penalty given.
Maitland now. Well, they just got to retain possession, don't they, here? They just have to try and roll up the field, and they will be there as McDonald.
There's a loss of possession.
Well, that's criminal, isn't it, in this point of the game?
Third touch, the ball just came loose and rolled forward at the ruck area, and that was enough for the referee to call loss of control.
Is there enough time here for the Central Coast to find the equalising try? Dixon goes low. Touches made by Carlson.
You listened to the coach at halftime. That was exactly what was executed. The quickie play, dive at their feet, but the defenders were right up to the task that time.
Walker and Russell linking up. Walker dodging away from his man, popping it out to the link, which was Rodrigues, and that is the final play. So Maitland, they're so very nearly
penalty
about to
the
cause
Redbacks.
One of the big upsets of the day here. Tranter, Carlson scoops it up.
They need to get numbers on.
Still they continue
There's
the
siren
roll
in
with
the background.
Cox. And that will be it. Maitland have produced one of the performances of the day here to win this 5-4 against the Central Coast. They were down 4-3. They were down a player. And somehow they scored a try during that period. They went on and scored the winning try through Nash Campbell. And in the end, it's Maitland who win it 5-4. I am going to go down and have a chat to one of the players involved. Adam, we'll take a quick break. We'll go to an ad and we'll be back very, very shortly.
Thanks, Ben.
Well, welcome back here to Dubbo Junior State Cup final match of the day. Mitch, what an absolute thriller that was against Maitland. What are your thoughts coming out of that one?
Oh, look, it just sort of shows they're a really quality side. We thought that we were on top, and we played really well, but they scored with 5 on, and we just sort of dropped our intensity, to be honest. So they showed what a classy outfit that they didn't stop running. So, yeah, it's a lesson for our boys to keep persisting.
Is that somewhat of a challenge when you're coming up against a team where they've got a man down, but it just can really lift across the board?
Yeah, absolutely. You saw the momentum that they, gained themselves by scoring with a man down, and I guess on the other side, it took the wind out of our sails a bit, where there was heads down and sad faces. So that's a lesson for our boys that we need to execute better.
Now, of course, in this competition, you started really well. 3 wins from those first 3 games, so you've set yourself up nicely. What's the talk going into tomorrow, because it's another big day for your side?
Yeah, I think we've got 3 games tomorrow. So, it's a really bad cliche, but taking one game at a time, making sure that we're, respecting our opposition, and we're worrying about what we can worry about to put ourselves in a good position to win games.
Mitch, thanks so much for your time, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks very much. Thanks, guys.
There's Mitch Walkerton, and we'll wrap it up down here from the Junior State Cup. Day 1 of the Northern Conference here in Dubbo, and what a day we had. Started at 8 a.m. this morning, and we're wrapping it up here 5:30 this evening. We have had a cracking day of action. We'll be back tomorrow morning, same time. We're looking forward to having your company here from Dubbo for Day 2.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us